There was a loud bang. Lin Moyu's axe collided with Totter's two-handed sword. The air vibrated violently, and the space was slightly distorted. Lin Moyu flew upside down, and he was completely defeated in terms of strength. Lin Moyu was not surprised, even though he used the power-gathering skill. After all, he was only level 53, and the upper limit was only 1 million strength. The opponent is an 88-level ancestral bloodline dragon knight, and his total attributes are a little stronger than his own. The opponent's occupation determines that it is impossible to balance the distribution of attributes, and the two attributes of strength and physique will inevitably be higher, more than 1 million. It may have reached 1.2 million, or even 1.3 million. Coupled with the activation of the ancestral bloodline at this time, and the unity of the breath of the iron scale python under it, it is quite normal for him to be knocked into the air. If the violent blasting ability is still there, it must be the opponent who flew backwards. But now, Lin Moyu probably understood the opponent's strength. The opponent's strength should already be very close to the level of the Dragon King. Just approaching, not arriving yet. It has not yet possessed some of the characteristics of the Dragon King. Such an opponent is not difficult to deal with. You're dead. With an excited roar, Tatar instantly caught up with Lin Moyu, who was flying backwards. The two fought again, although Lin Moyu was not as powerful as the opponent, but his combat skills were not bad. Lin Moyu has enough ability to entangle with it without confronting it head-on. It is rare to meet a comparable opponent, and Lin Moyu is also playing well. After a few tens of seconds, the effect of Julie's skill faded away. Lin Moyu quickly backed up, and added a layer of bone armor to himself. Tatar dodged to catch up, but before he could attack, his body exploded violently. At the same time, densely packed sharp arrows landed on his body, making a dense clanging sound. The Undead Legion started, and Tatar's attack was interrupted immediately. It saw that Lin Moyu didn't show any panic on his face, but was smiling instead. It was a contemptuous laugh. Tatar felt that he was underestimated, and he was very angry in his heart. He had never been underestimated when he was so proud. Dare to underestimate me, I will kill you. Lin Moyu has always known that the dragon's brain is not working well, but he didn't expect the dragon who returned to his ancestors to be the same. Tatar's attack strength is a little worse than the formation just now. A guy who doesn't even reach the level of a false god is far from killing himself. Not to mention killing him, even standing up and letting him beat him won't hurt him. The damage transfer and the treatment of the Lich General are not decorations. Don't this guy understand? Lin Moyu felt strange, pointing his fingers casually. Skill, Curse of Aging. Skill, Toxic Starburst. Exploding from his body at the same time, Tatar was suddenly stagnant, and his speed was suddenly slowed down by the curse. The change of rhythm made it very uncomfortable. Huge energy gushes out from the body, obliterating the curse. Dragons are naturally resistant to curses, and their level is much higher than that of Lin Moyu, so the curse will be wiped out in a few seconds. But a few seconds is enough for Lin Moyu to kill it. Tatar didn't realize that during the time he fought Lin Moyu, before leaving, the undead army had already surrounded it. At this time, Lin Moyu made a move, and it was a lure. 6 colors of light flashed, and Tatar's body suddenly rose into raging flames. At the same time, lightning poured down from the top of his head, falling like a storm. What? Tatar was bewildered. Where did the attack come from, what caught fire on his body, and what the hell was the lightning above his head? Although the damage was not very good, the constant burning and the numbness caused by lightning made it very uncomfortable. A halo appeared at the feet of the undead army, and it was colorful and very beautiful for a while. The skeleton berserker was already fast enough, but now with the blessing of the halo, it was 3 points faster than before. Quickly come around and surround Tatar. With Lin Moyu's perfect preparation, all this was done almost in the blink of an eye. The lore begins. Lin Moyu treats it as a world-class boss, which is already a very high standard. After all, its vitality is far inferior to that of the world boss. On the back of the left hand, the soldier character activates. Strong soldier. The skill explodes immediately. Seeing this, Tashir, who was standing behind, yelled repeatedly, "Be careful." He activated the origin rune. Tatar laughed wildly. Original runes, this dragon also has them. The back of its hand actually bloomed with light. Lin Moyu was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that the other party also had original runes. Think about it too, every 100 years, original runes, there are 9. Not only humans can get it, but demons and dragons can also get it naturally. Therefore, it is normal for it to have origin runes. Lin Moyu doesn't know the function of the other party's original rune. This is the secret of the other party, and will not tell outsiders. It is estimated that even its younger brother Tashir will not know. Tatar activated the original rune. His whole body was radiant, and his figure suddenly grew bigger. It was originally about 3 meters tall, which is already very tall compared to the human race. But now, his height has reached 30 meters. Not only did it get bigger, but the iron scale python under its feet also got bigger. The iron scale python is now more than 200 meters long, and it is also 10 times larger. Tatar couldn't stop laughing. This dragon's size has increased by 10 times, and its attack power has also increased by 10 times. What do you use to fight this dragon? Just relying on these bones, shit is not a thing. Lin Moyu still underestimated the other party's intelligence, and it actually spoke out its own skills. This head is hopeless. Lin Moyu didn't bother to say any more. The skeleton berserkers showed off their skills one after another, and hit them head-on and face-to-face with the axe. It was small in size before, and the berserkers who could attack at the same time were limited. But now that its shape has become so huge, then the skeleton berserker can attack freely. The axe fell with the red light of the skill. With disdain, Tatar waved a ball of sword light with his two-handed sword, and collided with the axe of the skeleton berserker. Tatar laughed maniacally and disdainfully, but at the moment of the collision, the laughter stopped abruptly. The explosion of the skeleton berserker's power is quite astonishing. Even if its attack power is increased by 10 times, it can still only slightly defeat the skeleton berserker. A few skeleton berserkers were blown away, but that's all. But there are too many skeleton berserkers, and they surround it densely. It only blocked part of the attack, and most of the axes had already fallen on it. The defense was broken in an instant, and Tatar screamed again and again. Not only that, the iron scale python on it was also attacked by the skeleton berserkers. The flesh and blood spattered again, and the bones were exposed. The elements roared and exploded violently. The sharp arrows rained like rain, instantly piercing it into a hedgehog. Lin Moyu looked into his eyes. The strength and shape have increased, but the defense has not changed. This original rune is not very good. The skills brought by original rune are very strong. In the eyes of others, just a 10 times increase in power is a very powerful skill. As the saying goes, 1 force beats 10 guilds, and 10 times the attack is enough to make Tatar have an absolutely powerful combat power. Who cares if it adds defense? But in Lin Moyu's eyes, that's all. Lin Moyu has too many summons, and the effect of original rune in his hands far exceeds that of other professions. If his strong soldier skill is placed in the hands of other summoners, at most it will increase the battle experience by several times. After all, a general summoner would not have more than 3 summoned beasts. Unlike him, the undead army is like an army, and its combat power has increased by an unknown amount. Lin Moyu has always known that it wasn't original rune that made his career change drastically. It was his own profession that allowed original rune to exert unimaginable power. Your career is the root of everything, and everything else is just icing on the cake. Impossible, this is impossible. Tatar swung his big sword, and the skeleton berserkers were constantly chopped into the air. But that's all. None of the skeleton berserkers were killed, but they continued to cause damage to them. The long-range attacks of the skeleton archmage and the marksman are non-stop, making it painful. The iron scale python under it kept growling, obviously in pain. Tatar has gone crazy, it wants to rush out and kill Lin Moyu. But can't get out at all. Is the vitality so strong? Be it dragons or demons. Although the attribute is not bad, the vitality is far worse than that of the boss. Unexpectedly, Tatar could persist for such a long time, he thought it could almost cause instant kill. The flame in his hand was burning fiercely, and the soul flame fell silently. Tatar screamed so violently that he almost couldn't hold the big sword in his hand. Not only it, the iron scale python is also screaming all over. I see. The so-called ancestral bloodline, apart from high attributes, is nothing special. Lin Moyu understood, the reason why this guy can carry it so well is not because it has strong vitality, but because the iron scale python helped it bear most of the damage. So when the soul flame caused damage to it, the iron scale python was also attacked. Now that you know it, there is nothing new about it. Just play for a while. The vitality of the iron scale python is strong enough, and it also makes Tatar's vitality stronger. Coupled with the powerful attack power of Tatar itself, there is also 10 times the attack of original rune. If it wasn't for meeting Lin Moyu, it would be really hard for other professions to suppress him. Now that Lin Moyu has the chance to win, the only thing to pay attention to is not to let him escape. After all, the level is there, if you want to escape, it's hard to stop. Similar things have happened many times. Lin Moyu wants to keep them in this secret place forever this time. Tatar fell into a bitter fight with no chance of winning. Apart from being angry, it finally recognized the reality. He roared angrily, "What are you doing while watching? Come and help." Tasher is now a little frightened, terrified. It's not that it doesn't want to come, but what can it do when it comes? It feels that even if it adds itself, it will not be Lin Moyu's opponent. It couldn't be more clear about how strong Tatar's combat power is. Even Tatar is beaten like this, so what's the use of going up by himself? But Tatar called there, and it had to go. Waving the sharp sword, it burst forward with all its strength. Lin Moyu found that its aura was much weaker than the last time he saw it. It should be that the last time the continuous outbreak of the ancestral bloodline caused it to be damaged. This damage is not easily reversible. Tasher rushed over, Lin Moyu just attacked a few times symbolically, allowing him to easily kill him. When Tasher found that there seemed to be a problem, it had already fallen into a siege. Lin Moyu felt that dealing with dragons seemed a little easier than dealing with demons. The brains of these guys are really not working well. Strong soldiers, the skills can only be maintained for a short time, only 30 seconds. There are now 15 seconds left, and there is no further delay. The rest of the skeleton berserkers who hadn't erupted their skills rushed forward, and Huang Wuxiu released all the remaining skills. Some skills are aimed at those who just came to Tasher. At the same time, the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman focus fire on it. It didn't have the powerful iron scale python to help share the damage, so it suffered serious injuries immediately. "No, I can't hold it." Tashier screamed. Tatar frowned, "Trash, let's break out the atavistic bloodline and fight out. You go first." Tashier glanced at it, why did he erupt by himself first? "I just broke out twice a few days ago. Atavistic bloodline, if it breaks out again, it will hurt the foundation." But it dared not listen to Tatar's words. Been used to it for so many years. A dragon chant resounded through the sky, and the phantom of the dragon emerged, knocking all the skeleton berserkers away. The two of them were about to flee outwards by relying on their ancestral blood, and Tatar shouted angrily, "You win this time, and I will kill you next time." Lin Moyu shook his head, "There will be no next time." He had the experience of being escaped by Tashier once, how could he allow himself to make the same mistake a second time? Lin Moyu had already prepared the blood of the poisonous god. The poisonous lich came out in response. Seeing the green light, Tashier's face changed drastically. "No, this poison is too strong." Tatar also realized something, it also knew how poisonous the entrance and exit of the secret realm were. It no longer hesitated, and at the same time broke out the blood of returning to the ancestors. Its bloodline is stronger, the phantom of the dragon is more solid, and the skeletons are all scattered. The two quickly fled away into the distance. The two are very fast, but the poisonous lich is even faster. A green light streaked across the air and hit the two of them in an instant. Silent and breathless, highly poisonous, a crystal talisman jumped out of Totter's body suddenly, and a dragon roar came from the crystal talisman, which exploded in the air. Jin Shao suddenly appeared, enveloped the two of them and blocked the poison at the same time. Then a space-time passage opened in front of the two, and a big hand stretched out and grabbed the two of them in. But the iron-scale python did not leave together, it was contaminated with poison, howling and screaming amidst the poison. After the big hands of the time-space channel captured the two brothers, the time-space channel did not disappear. An eye appeared behind, and a frightening voice sounded, "Human race, court death." The giant hand stretched out again and patted Lin Moyu from afar. A huge dragon claw appeared between the sky and the earth, flying towards Lin Moyu across a distance of several thousand meters. Terrifying force swept across, Lin Moyu tensed instantly. Lin Moyu felt that he was locked in and there was no way to avoid it. This palm is too strong, comparable to the Demon Emperor's finger. Lin Moyu realized who the owner of the giant hand was, the strongest existence in the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King. The Dragon Emperor not only rescued the two Tatar brothers, but also wanted to kill himself. Up to now, Lin Moyu is either desperately carrying it, or teleporting away. Whether it is using the Abyss teleportation stone to go to the Abyss world, or using the Dragon Ball of Antares to return to the upper space, or directly using the imprint of the ancient city of Xinxia to return to the ancient city of Xinxia, this blow can be avoided. But Lin Moyu, willing to try. Try to see how big the gap is between yourself and the Dragon Emperor. If it doesn't work, he will leave. When this idea was born, it grew uncontrollably. Lin Moyu's whole body felt on fire. Since the job change, there are only a handful of people who can make Lin Moyu excited to fight. Even when he faced the Angel Holy Spirit and the Flame Demon King, he was extremely calm. But now, what I have to face is the Dragon Emperor, a powerful existence equivalent to a half-step super god. Lin Moyu was completely on fire. The army of undead came over one after another and stood in front of Lin Moyu. At this time, the strength soldier's skill still has 5 seconds left. During these 5 seconds, the attributes of the undead army will increase by 200%, which can be said to be in the strongest state. The skeleton archmage and marksman are already attacking the giant hand. 33 lich generals put Lin Moyu behind them and completely protected them. Lin Moyu took out a crystal in his hand. When the crystals appeared, thunder and lightning flashed, and silver snakes danced in the air, illuminating the whole secret place. Law Divine Crystal, electricity mythical grade material, a power star with elemental rules. A mythical material, Lin Moyu didn't know how powerful the lich it summoned was. But it is definitely stronger than the blood of the poisonous god. This is currently Lin Moyu's most powerful method besides detonating the dead body of the poison god. The Dragon King's giant palm ignored the attacks of the skeleton master and the sharpshooter, and rushed into the undead army. The first to bear the brunt are the skeleton berserkers, they burst under the giant palms, and they will die if touched. This has long been expected by Lin Moyu. The Dragon Emperor's palm is too powerful, and the talent of comprehensive connection can't play a role at all. Lin Moyu felt a strange power in this palm, somewhat similar to the law god crystal in his own hand. This is the power of the law? Lin Moyu thought in his heart, not sure. Accompanied by a burst of lightning and thunder, a 2-meter-high elemental lich with a body covered in lightning appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Its breath is extremely chaotic, as if it will explode at any time. The moment it appeared, a terrifying purple lightning fell from the sky, striking the Dragon Emperor's giant palm heavily. The Dragon Emperor's giant palm paused, and his aura became much weaker. At this time, the lightning halo under the undead army's feet all turned purple, and the lightning became more intense. The dense lightning also fell on the giant palm, constantly obliterating the power of the giant palm. The skeletons continued to die, even if the power of the giant palm weakened for a while, it was still enough to instantly kill the skeletons. In the next moment, the Thunder Lich with extremely chaotic breath flashed a flash of lightning in the air, and appeared directly in front of the time-space channel as if teleported. The highly poisonous gas around the space-time channel is wiped out in the thunder light and has no effect on it. It plunged into the space-time channel, and in Lin Moyu's spiritual world, the Thunder Lich instantly arrived at a very distant place. Then, the Thunder Lich exploded. Lin Moyu felt that his spiritual world seemed to light up accordingly, and a voice of shock and anger came from the time-space channel. Although he couldn't see it with his own eyes, Lin Moyu could guess how powerful the explosion was. The aura revealed by the Thunder Lich, just now, is far superior to that of ordinary god-level powerhouses. Lin Moyu even felt that he was stronger than Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. The powerful lightning is transmitted back through the space-time channel, and the surrounding poisonous gas quickly dissipates in the lightning. The space-time channel was also impacted, distorted twice, and completely closed. The power of lightning can easily wipe out the poisonous gas of the poisonous god, which shows how strong it is. After the Thunder Lich blew himself up, he had already returned to his own Lich space, waiting for him to summon again. With the closure of the space-time channel, the Dragon Emperor's palm also lost its follow-up source of power. Although it is still strong, it is much weaker than before, and it is still getting weaker. The undead army forgot to die, using the way of self-sacrifice to wear down the huge power in the Dragon King's giant palm. Finally, after paying the huge price of the death of tens of thousands of skeletons, the passive successor Dragon King's giant palm finally dissipated. It's so strong. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, and he actually blocked Nai. The Dragon Emperor's blow came across the space-time channel, and it has weakened a lot. It is still not easy to resist. If it wasn't for the Thunder and Lightning Lich's self-explosion, which destroyed the space-time energy channel and made it useless, Lin Moyu guessed that he could only teleport to escape in the end. There is no risk of life, Lin Moyu is very aware of this, so he dared to try it boldly and confidently. Otherwise, he escaped immediately. The loss is a bit big. Lin Moyu sighed softly. The loss of tens of thousands of skeletons directly reduced the undead army by 1/3. It costs a lot, but it's worth it. Lin Moyu is feeling the breath of a half-step super god-level powerhouse. This kind of opportunity is too rare. Moreover, he summoned the Thunder Lich with the Law of God crystal, which also made Lin Moyu feel that special power. The power of the Dragon Emperor, the power of the Thunder Lich, they have something in common. Although Lin Moyu doesn't quite understand it now, he firmly remembers this feeling. Subtly, it will definitely help the future. The iron scale python had already died from the poison, its body was too big, and even as strong as the Dragon Emperor, it could not take it away. Without the iron scale python in 010, the so-called dragon warriors who returned to their ancestors were not worth mentioning. Lin Moyu's target at this time is no longer those existences below the god level, but looking at the god level Demon King, the level is completely different. I believe that in the near future, I will be able to fight the devil and the Dragon King head-on without relying on external objects. Start summoning skeletons to replenish the undead army. At the same time, Lin Moyu sorted out the gains and losses and summed up the experience. This is what he has been doing all the time. The experience of every battle is valuable and can eventually become a great wealth. In the dragon realm, a palace that looks like a dragon is suspended in midair. Terrifying and berserk power shrouded it all year round, and from time to time one could hear the dragon's roar coming from it. It is like a huge mountain flying into the air, which is daunting. This is the palace of the Dragon Emperor, and it is a holy place in the minds of many dragons in the dragon world. But just a few minutes ago, there was an equally astonishing and terrifying lightning, accompanied by a thunder that resounded through the sky and the earth. A big hole was blown out of the Dragon Emperor's palace. The location of the explosion was the dragon's head in the palace, blowing up half of the dragon's head directly. Then came the angry voice of the Dragon Emperor. Lin Moyu, I will kill you. The explosion of the lightning elemental lich is far beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. As an existence that is only half a step away from the high-level gods, the god of thunder and lightning condensed all of his divine power into 10 law god crystals after his fall. Every law god crystal contains unimaginable power. Lin Moyu used this kind of thing to summon the elemental lich, and burst out the energy inside at once. Even the Dragon Emperor, she couldn't stop it. The bombing of the Dragon Emperor's palace is a great shame to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's anger is understandable. Tatar and Tasher, who survived the disaster, are now electrocuted into charcoal all over their bodies. They were affected by the explosion just now, but fortunately the Dragon Emperor took action to protect them, otherwise they would surely die. The two of them trembled, their hearts silently filled with fear. If Lin Moyu had used such skills in the first place, they would have died long ago. There was an angry snort in front of them, and the two brothers immediately knelt down neatly. Lowering his head and not daring to lift it up, Tatar's pride in being an ancestral bloodline has long since dissipated without a trace. In front of them is the Dragon Emperor, the one and only existence among the Dragon clan. This time, with the help of the amulet given by the Dragon Emperor, Tuan let the two of them survive. The Dragon Emperor was still angry. You two are useless. The two dared not speak, their heads almost touching the ground. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were cold and ruthless. You will recover from your injuries for a few days before returning to Fonlei continent, and regain control of the secret realm. Hearing the Dragon Emperor's words, the two trembled at the same time. Still want them to go? If he meets Lin Moyu again, he may really die. At this time, a crystal talisman was thrown in front of Tatar. Take the talisman. If you touch Lin Moyu again, activate it directly, understand? Tatar took the talisman. The kid understands. The Dragon Emperor waved his hand. Go. The two of them didn't dare to stay for half a second, and immediately left. After the two left, the Dragon Emperor looked thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu actually possessed the Law God Crystal of the Thunder God. It seems that the one who fell a few days ago was the god of thunder and lightning. What happened to the gods back then, and why most of the gods died? Judging from the Law of God Crystal, the god of thunder and lightning has already half-stepped into the level of a high-level god, and even he has not survived. Back then, what happened? Lin Moyu should be the last to see the god of thunder. Maybe he can know something. I hope those two guys can meet Lin Moyu again. The Emperor wants to arrest him and ask him face to face. The voice of the Dragon Emperor talking to himself gradually became softer, and the Dragon Emperor's palace also fell into silence. After leaving the Dragon Emperor's palace, Tatar and Tasher had joy on their faces. Ta Renner said, "Fortunately, Lord Dragon Emperor still trusts us." Tatar also had lingering fears. Yeah, I didn't expect this level 53 human race to be so powerful. We must be careful next time. Activate the Dragon Emperor crystal as soon as we meet, and kill the Dragon Emperor. That's right, let Lord Dragon Emperor personally take action and kill him. The two of them had no idea that they had been used as tools by the Dragon King. Dragon Emperor wants to capture Lin Moyu, but he can't make it by himself, so he can only borrow the hands of others. In the secret realm, Lin Moyu has recruited the undead army to make up. Then began to study the pool. Just now he saw with his own eyes that the flesh and blood of the iron-scaled python fell into the pool, and then flew out of the iron-scaled python of level 70 Tianqing. These level 70 iron-scaled pythons are not strong, and their size is much smaller, but their aura is exactly the same as the real iron-scale pythons. Lin Moyu knew that the secret was in this pool. To the naked eye, there is nothing unusual about the pool. Except that the water is slightly turbid, it is no different from ordinary pools. The detection technique flew out and fell into the king of the pool. Derived blood pool, advanced. The blood pool formed by the blood of derivative monsters has the function of replicating creatures through flesh and blood. Lin Moyu couldn't help feeling curious after seeing the information. The pool in front of him turned out to be a pool of blood. It is formed by the blood of a monster, called a derivative monster. An answer popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. The local creatures in this secret realm should be derivative monsters. The Dragon Clan discovered this place and discovered the mystery of the blood of the derivative monsters. So the Dragon Clan captured here, killed a large number of derivative monsters, and used their blood to form a blood pool. This can also explain that when entering the dungeon, you can see the war fortress belonging to the Dragon Clan in the forest. It shows that a war really broke out here. In the end, the Dragon Clan won. The puzzle was finally solved. It wasn't that the Dragon Clan had new puppet technology, it's because they have mastered this derived blood pool. Killing monsters and bloodletting is a bit cruel. But Lin Moyu knew that the Dragon Clan could do it. The derived blood pool can copy dragon puppets and iron scale pythons. I don't know if it can copy me. Lin Moyu dripped a drop of his own blood into the pool of blood. The blood entering the blood pool did not cause much movement. Is it useless? Lin Moyu was still puzzled, and the pool of blood suddenly started to boil violently. Then, a person who looks exactly like Lin Moyu appeared in Qijun. Lin Moyu was very surprised. It can really be copied, so can my skills be copied? His voice fell, and the replicant in front of him shattered, leaving nothing left. Lin Moyu was taken aback. It actually collapsed. Even level 70 dragon warriors can copy it, but mine, level 53, shouldn't be able to. Even if there are restrictions, it should be no problem at least below level 70. Lin Moyu knows that if there is no limit to the blood pool, the Dragon Clan will definitely copy more advanced characters in batches of 3.4. For example, copying tens of thousands of god-level powerhouses is enough for them to sweep the three realms and drive out all demons and human races. Lin Moyu tried a few more times, but the result was still the same. After the character appeared for a while, it quickly collapsed. But the iron scale python won't dissipate? Lin Moyu was puzzled, and finally had to give up temporarily. It took out a large bucket and filled it with a lot of blood pool water. Show Meng Anwen after he goes back, maybe he can know something. If you have a chance, you can also ask Antazasi. That guy doesn't claim to know everything, he can always know something. After leaving the secret realm, Lin Moyu glanced at the entrance and exit of the secret realm. The poisonous gas still has not dissipated, and it seems that it will not dissipate in a short time. There is poisonous gas, it is difficult for outsiders to enter the dungeon. Even if the Dragon Clan wants to come back, it will not be easy. Using props, it is easy to leave the dungeon, but it is difficult to enter. It is also impossible for Lin Moyu to stay here all the time, so he doesn't have to do anything. This kind of thing should be done by the military. It's time to go back. Antares was sleepy, and his eyelids were still trembling. It just woke up, but it didn't get angry, on the contrary, there was joy in its eyes. Not far from it, a space-time channel is forming. The breath of Dragon Ball came from the space-time channel. Lin Moyu is back, and it's back with its Dragon Balls. A few seconds later, Lin Moyu walked out from the space-time tunnel. At this moment, Antares closed his eyes again, pretending to be indifferent. But the trembling eyelids betrayed it. Lin Moyu looked a little funny. This existence who has lived for an unknown number of years and does not know how strong it is like a child at this moment. It came back by itself, how could it not know? Don't you just want to tell yourself that it doesn't really matter? Doing exchanges, afraid of being a lion? It's just that such a method is a bit too childish. Antares, wake up, I'm back. Lin Moyu cooperated with Antares and deliberately amplified his voice. Antares still didn't respond. Lin Moyu smiled secretly and acted quite seriously. Antares, wake up, I'm back. He used a louder voice and called twice more. Antares finally moved, and his eyelids slowly lifted, revealing a longan much bigger than Lin Moyu's whole body. Oh, you're back. Lin Moyu took out the dragon ball with a slight gesture. The dragon ball you wanted is brought back. Antares hummed, and inhaled, casually, sucking the dragon ball into his mouth. Although it seemed that he was not in a hurry, Lin Moyu could tell that this guy was in a hurry. The dragon ball is obviously very important to it, but due to some reasons that Lin Moyu can't understand, this guy can't get it himself, he can only entrust others. This kind of thing has been going on for many years, and Jiang Yi once helped Antares obtain a dragon ball. As for whether anyone else has made a deal with Antares, Lin Moyu doesn't know. This guy is too arrogant to the limit. Most of the people couldn't fall into its eyes, even Yan Guangxing, who used to be as famous as Bai Yuan, wasn't taken seriously by it. The same goes for Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Antares snorted lightly, and Lin Moyu felt a gust of wind blowing by, almost sweeping him away. Afterwards, many solidified Vulcan blood flew over in a line, and landed neatly in front of Lin Moyu. Antares said, "This is the final payment of the transaction." Lin Moyu was also polite, and directly put away the solidified Vulcan blood. A full 100 yuan, not too small. Using it, Lin Moyu can summon the Flame Lich 100 times, bursting out 100 false god-level attacks. Before, Lin Moyu attached great importance to solidifying Huishen's blood. But now, with the dead body of the poison god in hand and a large amount of blood of the poison god, the demand for Vulcan's blood is not so high. Antares whispered, "Our first deal is done, you passed my test, now we can talk about the real deal." Before Antares could say what the deal was about, Lin Moyu interrupted it. "Antares, I have some questions before discussing the deal." "Another question?" Antares said, "I need a price to get my answer. My answer can be used as a deposit for the second transaction." Lin Moyu shook his head, "No, you can't." Antares let out a berserk breath, and the huge Longan stared at Lin Moyu. It needs to see where Lin Moyu has the courage to talk to himself like this. Antares' breathing was much stronger than the wind in Fonlei continent. "Bastard, do you know who you are talking to? No one has ever dared to negotiate terms with this deity. Lin Moyu is not afraid of him at all, it wasn't there before, but now it is. You said I passed your test, but you haven't passed mine." Antares, who had just been angry with him, was stunned suddenly, and then he laughed loudly. "Your test? What is your test?" Lin Moyu said, "Don't you claim to know everything?" Antares said proudly, "That's natural, there is nothing in this world that the deity doesn't know." Lin Moyu shook his head. "During the first transaction, I once asked you a question, and the answer you gave me was wrong. So, you didn't pass my test. I can't judge whether the answer you gave me is right or wrong, so I have to think about whether the second transaction can be carried out." Antares suddenly uttered a dragon cry, "Impossible! I never miss the words of this deity." Looking at Antares' appearance, Lin Moyu knew that this guy was hooked. Immediately, strike while the iron is hot and continue, "What if you are wrong?" Antares moved his head closer, and said very seriously, "If this deity is wrong, then you will have questions in the future, and this deity will answer every question. If you dare to deceive this deity will eat you. It's a deal, no regrets. One promise, never regret it." Antares is full of confidence. It has lived for an unknown number of years, although the main body has not been moved in the center of the core area. But there are countless clones, and it has witnessed the past of history and the changes of time. It existed before the establishment of the Xinxia Empire. It is confident that there is nothing it does not know. The answer in its mouth can never be wrong. Lin Moyu took out a bottle of medicine with black powder. "At this time, you should know what this is." Antares Longan stared at the potion bottle, and in the next second, its head suddenly retracted, and a roar came from its mouth, "Corpse poison." Although its huge body didn't move, its eyes were full of vigilance. For rotting corpse poison, even it is full of taboos. Lin Moyu knew that Antares must know corpse poison, and this bottle of corpse poison powder was obtained from Xu Yaoshan. Taken from the wound of Dongfeng Yao's mother, it is a low-level rotting corpse poison. You told me last time that there is no cure for the rotting corpse poison, right? Lin Moyu asked. Antares replied without hesitation, the rotting corpse poison comes from a very terrible taboo skill, and it really has no solution. Lin Moyu opened the bottle, and this action made Antares shrink back a long distance. It asked warily, "What do you want to do?" Lin Moyu laughed, "Look." As he spoke, he poured part of the rotting corpse poison on his hands. Antares widened his eyes. What Lin Moyu did was beyond its imagination. Its big head can no longer understand. Are you looking for death? Lin Moyu shook his head. Just watch. After a while, Lin Moyu frowned. Why is it useless? Only then did he realize that not only was he immune to all abnormal states, he was also 100% immune to poisonous elements. Regardless of whether the rotting corpse poison is a poison or an abnormal state, it has no effect on oneself. Antares was also dumbfounded. How come you haven't been poisoned? Is this rotting corpse poison fake? It's impossible. I'll tell you later. After Lin Moyu figured it out, he reluctantly called out a skeleton, and then poured the rotting corpse poison on the skeleton. Originally, he didn't want to test the poison with the skeleton. Now the power-gathering skill and the Lich General skill can be inherited and used by oneself. It can also detoxify. It's a pity that the skeleton was used in the end. After the skeleton was sprinkled with rotting corpse poison, it was poisoned immediately. The black air that is unique to rotting corpse poison is emitted from the whole body. Lin Moyu said, "My skeleton is poisoned with rotting corpses now, isn't it?" Antares couldn't understand Lin Moyu at all, and nodded instinctively, "That's right." At this time Lin Moyu summoned another Lich General. With a white light shining, the rotting corpse poison on the skeleton disappeared immediately. The skeleton is white and infiltrating, and there is no appearance of rotting corpse poison. Antares kept blinking, unable to believe what he saw. Impossible. It's not right, it's impossible. It keeps repeating its own words. In short, it just doesn't believe what it sees. Lin Moyu said, "The facts are right in front of you. I can resolve the unsolvable rotting corpse poison you mentioned. I originally wanted to use myself as an experiment, but I can't be poisoned." Antares suddenly looked over. "That's right, why aren't you afraid of rotting corpse poison?" Lin Moyu said, "My passive skills are immune to all abnormal conditions, and my poison immunity is 100%. Antares screamed again, "Impossible, it is impossible to have this kind of skill, and the human race's upper limit of elemental immunity is 90%, how could it be possible to have 100% immunity?" Lin Moyu spread his hands, "Look, there is something you don't know." Antares was speechless. It discovers that it really doesn't know everything. Lin Moyu's almost unreasonable passive skill, 100% elemental immunity, can defuse rotting corpse poison. Everything is beyond its cognition. But the reality is in front of it, and it cannot deny it, and it is impossible to deny it even if it is proud. Antares finally bowed his head to Lin Moyu helplessly. "Well, I admit that there are still things in the world that I don't know. Since that's the case, you can ask any questions you have in the future, and I will say everything you can." Antares' head drooped again, and he lay listlessly on the ground. What Lin Moyu wanted was this sentence: "I have a lot of questions, you should be mentally prepared. Ask, let's talk." Antares gave up resistance, and looked at Lin Moyu's eyes, as if looking at a freak. Lin Moyu asked the first question, "Do you know the derivative monsters?" "I know, it's this thing." Some light appeared in front of Antares, and the light intertwined like thin threads to form a monster. 4 legs, slender body, especially the tail, longer than the body. According to Lin Moyu, this is a snake with 4 legs. Lin Moyu said, "Dragon Clan found a large number of derivative monsters in a secret realm. Dragon Clan killed them all, and built a derivative blood pool to copy Dragon Clan puppet warlords." Antares sneered, "I know this, the derived blood pool is only a high-end product, and it can only copy guys at level 70 at most, it's useless." And I can tell you a secret, the dragon clan is courting death. Lin Moyu asked, why do you say that? Antares shook his head, I will say what I can say, this question is something that cannot be said, you can change it to another question. Lin Moyu didn't have to ask Antares to answer, he knew that he would accept it as soon as he saw it, and firmly grasped the measure. Lin Moyu continued to ask, okay, let me change the question, why can't I replicate myself? Antares replied casually, it can only copy lower races. This time it was Lin Moyu's turn to be shocked. I didn't expect such an answer. Seeing Lin Moyu's shocked appearance, Antares laughed nervously. Finally got it back. Antares was very relieved. He has already made up his mind, this question will stop here. No matter how much Lin Moyu asks, he will not answer halfway. Suffocate Lin Moyu. Antares thought he was hiding well, but the pride in his eyes had betrayed him. After Lin Moyu was shocked, he never asked this question again. Instead, he started talking about other unimportant things. This time Antares became depressed instead. I scolded Lin Moyu countless times in my heart, and when answering questions, I also began to bite a jerk to vent my dissatisfaction. Lin Moyu didn't care, and called it by its name directly. Two individuals with completely unequal strengths are living against each other like friends at this moment. Antares was actually very curious about Lin Moyu's occupation, but out of pride, it was too embarrassed to ask. Now, after a question and answer session, it finally understood some details of Lin Moyu's career, and also learned how Lin Moyu raised the immunity to poison elements to 100%. When Lin Moyu took out the dead body of the poison god and put it in front of Antares, Antares was shocked again. Bastard boy, do you know what you got? ? Antares' tone was slightly serious, and it was filled with an astonishing aura. Under the shroud of its breath, the breath of the god of King Drama Horse did not extend outward. This is a complete god corpse, not a bone, a broken limb. Its breath, even the god Shada may not be able to hide it. Lin Moyu said, the complete god corpse, through its comprehension and research, can help our human race to produce more god-level powerhouses, and can also allow god-level powerhouses to be promoted. I know that I shouldn't let others know of its existence, but it is in my hands after all, and there will always be a day when I take it out. Antares snorted, you know what, all you know is what Jiangyi told you. Lin Moyu nodded, the initial understanding of the gods came from Jiangyi. When Jiangyi gave himself a piece of the finger of the gods, he solemnly ordered not to show it to anyone. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan also attached great importance to it. But with a severed finger, it can't be compared with the complete corpse of the poisonous god. What's more, the god of poison is still a medium god. Antares said, gods generally don't leave corpses behind. They are the darlings of one world, they are aggregates of elements, and they are the ultimate expression of a certain element. It's hard for them to die, and even if they die, there will be a glimmer of life left behind. Occasionally, you can get a little bit of the body of a god. It's considered good luck. For someone like you who can get a complete body of a god, I wonder if you are the illegitimate child of God. Antares' eyes were a little weird, looking at Lin Moyu more like a monster. It has never seen a complete corpse of a god. Lin Moyu chuckled, let's take it as it is, what's the use of the corpse of a god? Antares said, didn't I say that the gods are the ultimate expression of elements, isn't it clear what that means? I don't know. Lin Moyu was categorical, and to be honest, he really didn't know. He hasn't touched this one yet. The education of the human race in any period has a step-by-step model. At a certain level, the group can know some specific knowledge. It's no good knowing too early. Antares said, the ultimate expression of an element is the law. You should be able to feel that it has a strong law aura. Gods more or less have the aura of law, the god of poison is a medium god, and the law is more obvious. The god of fire is a low-level god, and the breath of law is much weaker. The reason why you say god corpse baby is because of the laws contained in their corpses. Through the comprehension and research of the laws, you can quickly improve the god-level powerhouses of your human race. Antares spoke a lot with Lin Moyu very generously this time. Let Lin Moyu understand the true role of the corpse of the gods. Different gods represent different elements. Each occupation of the human race has corresponding elemental skills. If you want to improve, you need to deepen your research on the laws. Lin Moyu understands the importance of the corpses of the gods, but he also has new doubts. But as far as I know, there is no occupation in the human race that can use the poison-free skills. Antares snorted softly. Don't understand by analogy? What about this one? Accompanied by a burst of lightning and thunder, an aura of law more surging than the corpse of the poisonous god emerged. Lin Moyu took out the law of electricity, Shinjing. Antares just glanced at it. Of course the law crystal is useful, and the law crystal of the electric element is a priceless treasure for mages who are good at the electric element. Even a complete set of legendary equipment can't compare to this small piece of equipment thing. By the way, how did you find the god of thunder? Lin Moyu recounted the process of finding the god of thunder. Antares sighed a little. That woman is so stupid. I told her not to go or not, but she must go, so she died. Evidently there is a chance to be resurrected, but I still want to maintain the last true spirit. The gods are all single-minded idiots. It turned out that the two parties knew each other and the relationship seemed to be pretty good. What else did Lin Moyu want to ask, but Antares interrupted him. Don't ask any more, I won't say anything. As he spoke, a ray of light shot out of its eyes, hitting the dead body of the poison god. The divine aura that had been wantonly pervading suddenly weakened. Antares said, I sealed its breath. Don't take it out casually in the future. Your human race is not as peaceful as you think. Lin Moyu put away the dead body of the poisonous god, and said sincerely, thank you. Antares snorted lightly, and said in a bad mood, you're welcome. Are there any questions? The two had been chatting for a long time, and Antares thought that Lin Moyu had already asked all the questions that should be asked. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu said, there is one more question about the ancient city of Xinxia. I went into Gear Tower and saw some images. It recounted what it saw. Antares shook his head. I know the existence of the ancient city, and its history is longer than mine, so I don't know its past. This is also the first time Antares has voluntarily admitted that there are still things he doesn't know. Lin Moyu did not expect that the history of the ancient city of Xinxia was even longer than that of Antares. This is unexpected. Lin Moyu couldn't help admiring. He felt that the origin of the ancient city must be more prosperous than Changyan. Lin Moyu and Antares reached a new transaction intention in a very happy, fair, and just situation. It also requires Lin Moyu to go to the lower space and enter the copy of the Dragon King Palace. According to Antares, Lin Moyu is currently the only person in the entire human race who has the qualification to enter the Dragon King Palace instance. But for this dungeon, the minimum requirement is level 70. Lin Moyu can't go for the time being. There was nothing Antares could do about it. As for the situation in the Dragon King Palace, Antares said that he had never been there, and he did not know. In the Dragon King Palace, there are also Dragon Balls. After entering the instance, Lin Moyu needs to find the Dragon Balls and bring them back to Antares. As for the compensation, Antares made a big deal for Lin Moyu. Said it was about the secret of becoming a super god. In this regard, Lin Moyu could not refuse. It is Lin Moyu's dream to become a super god. Antares also knew that Lin Moyu could not refuse, so he firmly grasped this point. Lin Moyu didn't bother with it either. This time he had already taken advantage of it, but Antares didn't pay a deposit either, so it's hard to say who will suffer. In the small courtyard of Baishan, Meng Anwen was drinking tea comfortably. Bai Yuan just came back and looked at Meng Anwen with a sullen expression. Xiaoyu is fine, why don't you tell me? I have stayed in the Hall of Heroes for so long. It's not good for a person to be bored and give up. It's not natural for you to do this. Bai Yuan complained and nagged for a while. Meng Anwen also sensed it when Lin Moyu returned to the upper space, and then notified Bai Yuan after 057. Meng Anwen chuckled, I didn't say, don't you know how to ask? Didn't you often ask before? Bai Yuan said, I forgot. But it's good that Xiaoyu is fine, this kid has become a 3-star general, really good. Meng Anwen chuckled, it's really unexpected, and I also got 2 origin runes. In the future, my achievements will definitely surpass you and me. Bai Yuan looked like this, Xiaoyu's target is a super god, who is much stronger than us. Yeah, it is indeed stronger than us. The space fluctuated slightly, Bai Yuan showed joy, Xiaoyu is back. Meng Anwen also chuckled and came back very quickly. Amidst the sound of footsteps, Lin Moyu walked in. Teacher, I'm back. Bai Yuan is like an old father, with a smile on his face. While he kept asking, Lin Moyu told all the things he encountered in the lower space. Meng Anwen said with a smile, Xiaoyu's experience can be written into textbooks. Bai Yuan said, I have seen that giant poisonous dragon before, Yan Yanzi and I have seen it together. We tried to kill it together, but we failed. I didn't expect to die in Xiaoyu's hands. Lin Moyu took out all the materials from the poisonous dragon. Teacher, I used up most of the spinal cord, and that's all that's left. But the vertebrae are still there, and the fascia. Bai Yuan and Meng Anbai looked at each other and smiled. For such a precious thing, Lin Moyu took it out without hesitation. These are all legendary materials, which have no effect on Lin Moyu. After some concessions, Meng Anwen accepted the fascia and half of the vertebrae. As for the spinal cord, neither he nor Bai Yuan wanted it. When they reached their level, they cared more about their comprehension of laws and power. Teacher Meng, please open the Xinsha Pagoda and activate the formation. Seeing Lin Moyu's seriousness, Meng Anwen also became serious. Immediately summoned the god Shada and took all 3 of them in. An independent space is formed inside the Xinsha Tower, and the formations are stacked on top of each other, isolating all breaths. Lin Moyu took out the dead body of the poisonous god. After being sealed by Antares, the breath of the dead body of the poisonous god has been weakened by more than 10 times. But it is still far beyond the severed finger of the gods. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan gasped at the same time. Bai Yuan's voice trembled, his whole body was excited, this is the corpse of a god. He unconsciously reached out to touch it, Lin Moyu hurriedly shouted, don't touch it, the corpse is highly poisonous. At the same time as Lin Moyu sounded a reminder, Meng Anwen shot a light from his fingertips and landed on Bai Yuan. And Bai Yuan was immediately thrown back tens of meters. How old is he, and he's still rough? Meng Anwen said angrily. Lin Moyu also said, Teacher, this is the corpse of the poisonous god. It is full of poison. I used its essence and blood to poison the clone of the god-level demon king. Meng Anwen also said, the god of poison is a middle-level god, and his strength is not inferior to you and me. And its poison is very troublesome. After you are poisoned, you will have to spend a lot of energy to detoxify. Bai Yuan blushed at Meng Anwen's words, and did not refute. He was indeed too careless just now. Lin Moyu said, Teacher, can you comprehend the laws above? Meng Anwen shook his head, although the corpse is good, it is still useless to us. We all know nothing about the law of highly poisonous elements. And we have too little experience, so it is difficult to understand it even if we try to understand it. Although Antares said it can be understood by analogy. That's from its height. If it's placed at the level of Meng Anwen and Bai Yi, it's not easy to do. Unlike the severed finger given by Jiang Yi last time, although the law above is weak, it is still close and can be used. Lin Moyu had no choice but to put away the corpse, and then took out an electric law crystal. Teacher, what about this one? After Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan checked, their eyes showed joy. Bai Yuan said, Hey, God Crystal of Law, this is really a good thing. In our entire human race, only the old man has a divine crystal of the law of the wind element. Meng Anwen said, in our eyes, the value of this law god crystal is higher than that of the god corpse. Both Lao Bai and I have electric element skills in our skills, and we can learn a little bit through this rule. As long as it is useful. Lin Moyu is also very happy to help Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out another law crystal, one for each of them. In addition, one should be reserved for Yan Guangxing. These three Lin Moyu will not move. One has been used up by self-explosion, and now there are 6 left to control. The law god crystal is used well, which is equivalent to a full blow of a high-level god. In addition, there are 105 pieces of solidified Vulcan's blood on his body, and I don't know how many corpses of the poisonous god. There is also the corpse of the poisonous god as the biggest whole card. Lin Mo found that he had too many cards. If he wanted to fight for his life, even a god-level powerhouse like Bai Yuan might be killed by himself. On Lin Moyu's return, halfway through, in the airspace where Sakura Garden belongs, a teleportation formation suddenly appeared. Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan walked out of the teleportation array, and then quickly flew towards the capital of Sakura Kingdom. The killing intent was on the 2 of them. This time, they are here to kill. The Black Dragon will collude with the Abyss Demon, which has violated the bottom line of Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan. In this regard, neither of them will be soft. Bai Yuan once said that anyone who colludes with the devil should be killed. The Black Dragon Club is located in the capital of Sakura Country, Sakura East City. The Sakura Country is not big, and after the 2 of them left the teleportation formation, they arrived in the sky above Ingdong City in just 1 hour. Guys from the Black Dragon Society, get out. Guys from the Black Dragon Society, get out. Guys from the Black Dragon Society, get rid of Dr. Tian. After drinking 3 times in a row, Bai Yuan's murderous voice resounded throughout Ingdong City. The whole Ludong City trembled under Bai Yuan's angry shout. Ingdongqing suddenly became noisy. A large number of top professionals took to the sky, and surrounded Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan in a blink of an eye. Ingdong City is the capital of the Sakura Kingdom. In addition to having the most powerful professionals in the Sakura Kingdom, there is also an equally powerful guardian army. By this time, the army was already gathering. Before the professionals could speak, Bai Yuan shouted angrily again, "Get out, you have nothing to do here." The god-level aura erupted suddenly, and all the senior professionals who had just ascended into the air were suppressed. Hundreds of top professionals fell to the ground in embarrassment, with horrified expressions. It turned out to be a god-level powerhouse. Lin Moyu's eyes were slightly surprised. He didn't expect Bai Yuan to be so strong. Looking at it like this, it is already very close to level 96, and it is only half a step away from the high-level god level, and it can break through at any time. Before Bai Yuan was not so strong, Lin Moyu guessed that Jiangyi gave him the severed finger of the gods, which made Bai Yuan improve a lot. Bai Shendajia is here, I have lost my welcome, please forgive me. A deep voice sounded slowly, and someone flew up from the city. Bai Yuan's arrival finally alarmed the god-level powerhouses in Sakura Country. Bai Yuan looked at the person who came, with a murderous look on his face. "Old man Yamamoto, you don't need to come and visit here, I won't trouble you Sakura Country today." Hearing what Bai Yuan said, Yamamoto couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if you come to trouble the Sakura Kingdom, who dares to provoke this god of death? What happened in the Kimchi Kingdom back then is still vivid in my mind, and Bai Yuan was almost single-handedly killed to destroy the country. The incident in the Kimchi Kingdom established Bai Yuan's title as a god of killing, and it also became a taboo among god-level powerhouses from all over the world. The 2 craziest lunatics in the Xinxia Empire, one is the killing god Bai Yuan, and the other is the mad god Yan Guangxing. Whoever messes with who is unlucky. But in front of Bai Yuan, no one dared to call him the god of killing, and they all called him the god of death. Yamamoto asked, "Master Baishin, where did the Black Dragon Club offend you? And I will ask them to apologize to you." Bai Yuan just glanced at Yamamoto, "No need, they didn't mess with me, and there's no need to apologize." The black dragon will collude with the abyssal demons, they deserve to be killed. Yamamoto trembled all over, he didn't expect this to be the reason. Bai Yuan hated the abyss demon deeply, and the Kimchi kingdom also offended him because of the abyss demon. Unexpectedly, the Black Dragon Society would collude with the abyss demon. Master Bai, do you have evidence? Yamamoto held on to his last hope, trying to reason with Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan grinned, do I need evidence? Yamamoto's face became extremely ugly, and his last hope was completely shattered. Bai Yuan told all the people of Sakura country with an absolutely domineering attitude that he didn't need evidence at all. Even if the cherry blossoms are dissatisfied with the state, they must accept it now. In everything, speak with your fists. Yamamoto didn't speak. Bai Yuan didn't have the patience to wait. I'll give you 3 seconds. If the Black Dragon Club doesn't come out, I won't be polite. So what if you're welcome? Yamamoto knew very well. Once Bai Yuan goes crazy, he won't be reasonable. This is not Shinsha, and the people in the city are not Shinsha people. Bai Yuan can be unscrupulous. Yamamoto didn't even wait for a second, pointing in a direction. Hailong Teo's manor is there. There is no need to weigh between the Sakura countrymen and the Black Dragon Club. Yamamoto instinctively chose to sell the Black Dragon Club. Bai Yuan sneered, he had expected this to happen a long time ago. The direction Yamamoto pointed was outside Ingdong City, under the high mountain. There was a large-scale manor. The headquarters of the Black Dragon Club is not in Ingdong City, but outside the city. The mountains are covered with snow, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and it is a good place to visit. I know how to pick places. Bai Yuan had killing intent in his eyes. Yamamoto breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, it doesn't matter whether the Black Dragon Society colluded with Abyss Evil or not. Whether there is evidence or not, no one cares about it. Bai Yuan flew towards the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society with a murderous intent. The snow mountain vibrated and trembled. A large amount of snow fell on the mountain. 3 figures soared into the sky, each exuding a god-level aura. Although the Cherry Blossom country is a small country, there are still several god-level existences. It's just that their aura is not as good as Bai Yuan's, at most it's level 91. They are all low-level gods, and there is only one middle-level god. These people obviously knew Bai Yuan, and when they saw Bai Yuan, their faces changed drastically. Bai Yuan just glanced over, which made them dare not say a word of nonsense. Coming to the sky above the headquarters of the Black Dragon Club, looking down from the sky, there are many people in the manor. As the strongest guild in Sakura country, the Black Dragon Society still has some powerful professionals in its headquarters. Among them, there are no less than 20 top professionals over level 80. They are all high-level members of the Black Dragon Society, and they are usually bossy and powerful. Now under the oppression of Bai Yuan's powerful aura, everyone is silent like a cicada. Abinri, get out. Bai Yuan stared at one of the rooms in the Black Dragon Club manor. There is a god-level atmosphere in this room. The president of the Black Dragon Society, Abinri, is inside. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, teacher, there is more than one god level inside. Bai Yuan didn't care, there is indeed more than one bedbug. Laughter sounded, the door opened, and the two walked out side by side. Both of them are god-level powerhouses, and their appearances are exactly the same. Bai Yuan smiled coldly, Abinue, you're here too. Abinri and Abinue are twin brothers. Their appearance, height, body shape, and even temperament are exactly the same, and it is difficult to distinguish each other. Abinue looked at Bai Yuan, his eyes were extremely cold, not like the eyes that humans should have. Abinue smiled lowly, showing a pair of fangs. Bai Yuan, I didn't expect to see me again. Lin Moyu shuddered, no, he is not human. He whispered to Bai Yuan, teacher, this guy has a problem. Bai Yuan hummed, there is indeed a problem. This guy is dead, and now he has become Abinri's Shikigami. It seems that back then I acted lightly and did not kill thoroughly enough. Lin Moyu finally understood that Abe Inoue was beheaded by Bai Yuan back then. It's just that the killing was not thorough enough, and Abe Inoue turned his younger brother into a Shikigami. After becoming a Shikigami, he is no longer a human being, but a half-human, half-soul existence. Onmyoji has a skill that can turn a person whose soul has not dispersed after death into his own Shikigami. In this way, you can control the other party for life. There are many Onmyojis who deal with their enemies in this way, and the methods are extremely vicious. Generally speaking, after becoming a Shikigami, the memories and thoughts of life will not be left behind. But Abe Inoue is not like this. Abe Inoue still retains the memories and hatred from her lifetime, and she wished she could kill Bai Yuan alive. Abe Inoue said coldly, Abe Inoue will never forget the revenge of killing her back then. Today, Abe Inoue will pay back 10 times. Bai Yuan laughed loudly, whether you become a Shikigami and your brain becomes bad, it's up to you. Abe Inoue didn't say anything more, but kept laughing coldly. Beside it, Black Dragon President Abe Inoue whispered, you are the youngest general of the Xinxia Empire, Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is a big celebrity now, he is so famous that very few people don't know him. Abe Inoue continued, the child sent back some information before he died. You must be the one who killed him. It can obliterate a child's soul, what a godly means. Abe Yoshino is the son of Abe Inoue, and Bai Yuan had already told him about it on the way here. Based on Abe Yoshino, he should not be able to hook up with the Abyss Demon. Without the authorization of Abe Inoue, he would not be so bold to besiege and kill Jialan Liang. The Black Dragon Society must be inseparable from the relationship, and Abe Inoue must be inseparable from the relationship. Abe Inoue said in a low voice, killed my son, but also wanted to destroy my Black Dragon Society. Bai Yuan, you are going too far. The voice was extremely low, as if he was speaking to himself. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Lord Baishan, you may be able to leave today, but General Lin Shen will stay. Speaking of which, it stomped its feet suddenly, and the whole manor instantly glowed. A barrier appeared around the manor, covering the whole manor. Boundary. Bai Yuan murmured in a low voice, sure enough, he colluded with the Abyss Demon. Just by using the enchantment, it is already confirmed that the Black Dragon Society has indeed hooked up with the Abyssal Demon, and this trip is not wrong. Abyssal demons use barriers, and dragons use formations. The human race is the combination of the elders of the two families, and finally the formation master profession was born. At the same time as the barrier appeared, Shikigami appeared behind Abe Inoue. As a god level on Myoji, you can have multiple Shikigami. Abe Inoue has a total of 8 Shikigami, and his younger brother, Abe Inoue, is one of them. When seeing his other Shikigami, Lin Moyu suddenly narrowed his eyes, the devil. Abe Inoue said in a low voice, that's right, it's the Demon King. Among his 8 Shikigami, besides Abe Inoue, there are also 2 Abyssal Demon Kings. Bai Yuan said in a low voice, it's the first time to use a Demon King as a Shikigami. It seems that you have a deep hookup with the Abyss Demon, and even the Demon King who just died can be given to you. Naturally, Bai Yuan would not believe that Abe Inoue personally killed the Demon Kings and turned them into Shikigami. Moreover, these 2 Demon King Shikigami are very old, and 9 out of 10 are Demon Kings who died of old age and were given to Abe Inoue. Abe Inoue didn't explain, and he performed a courtesy to Bai Yuan and Lin Moyu that can only be found in the Sakura Kingdom. Level 93 on Myoji, Abe Inoue, send the 2 on the road. Level 93, medium god level, has 8 Shikigami who have reached god level. The strength of Abe Inoue is beyond imagination. Abe Inoue started to attack, and the 8 god level Shikigami rushed towards Bai Yuan together. The highest level of Shikigami cannot exceed that of an Onmyoji. Abe Inoue is a level 93 Onmyoji, and his 8 Shikigami have also been trained to level 92. Among them, Abe Inoue, a special Shikigami, has already reached level 93. And it still retains the memory of its lifetime, and its combat power exceeds the other 7 Shikigami. With 1 against 8, even Bai Yuan did not dare to take it lightly. Xiaoyu, be careful. Bai Yuan let out a low voice, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Lin Moyu said, the best way to kill Shikigami is to kill Onmyoji. Teacher, I will kill Abinri. Good. Bai Yuan believed in Lin Moyu's strength and didn't say much. Bai Yuan moved, like a meteorite falling, crashing into the Shikigami. One of the Shikigami named Soaring Snake was knocked into the air, and the other Shikigami beside him was Amaterasu, who looked like a wolf, and the fiery Shikigami bit Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan waved his iron fist and sent it flying. Bai Yuan was already in the mood as soon as he fought. A pair of iron fists danced like a gust of wind, and an electric snake even danced. Skills come at your fingertips one by one, and they are extremely powerful when they are freely swayed. The space vibrated violently, and shock waves swept out. A large number of houses collapsed, and the manor suddenly became a mess. If there is no enchantment, this kind of shock wave can destroy most of Dongqing. Bai Yuan was in high spirits, and Lin Moyu was not idle either. It quickly flew towards Abe's cloudy day. Everyone in the world knows that the profession of Onmyoji is very similar to that of a summoner, and most of the combat power is concentrated on the summoned objects. Without summons, they don't have much combat power. But Lin Moyu doesn't think so, especially in the face of Abe's cloudy day, which has reached level 93, Lin Moyu doesn't take it lightly. At the level of Abe Inri, even if there is no Shikigami, he still has a strong combat power. Abe Inri looked at Lin Moyu. Shinxia is the youngest god general in the entire human race. You have great potential, and you are qualified to be my 9th Shikigami. He pointed at Lin Moyu, and a beam of light shot towards Lin Moyu instantly. The speed of light was extremely fast, far exceeding Lin Moyu's reaction limit, and hit Lin Moyu instantly. The bone armor shone brightly, and then shattered after half a second. Then the light hit Lin Moyu. Abe Inri said with a smile, if you are hit by my soul-fixing spell, you just obediently get caught. Before he finished speaking, he choked back on the spot. Lin Moyu is like a normal person, not affected by the soul-fixing spell at all. Impossible, how could you be fine? Abe Inri cried loudly. How would he know that Lin Moyu's passive skills are so abnormal that he is not affected by any abnormal status at all? Even Antares would be shocked by this skill, and at Abe Inri's level, he would not understand it at all. Lin Moyu chuckled, soul attack, I will too. The flame in the hand danced, and the soul flame descended instantly. Abe screamed in pain tomorrow, and it immediately displayed other skills, and the Emperor's rune suddenly appeared on its body. These runes are called Onmyoji talismans, and the higher the level of the Onmyoji, the more runes he has on his body. At this time, the runes on Abe Asaka's body were almost all over his body. The talisman was used as an invisible armor, which not only protected his body, but also protected his soul. Lin Moyu was not surprised at all. As a god-level powerhouse, how could he not have the skills to protect himself? The undead army suddenly appeared, overwhelmingly killing Abe tomorrow. Elemental explosions erupted densely. Abe tomorrow was shocked and continued to display his skills. A large number of runes flew out of his hand, and the whole manor lit up. There are hundreds of members of the Black Dragon Club in the manor, among which there are more than 20 top professionals over level 80. They have long been stunned by this battle, and they are all at a loss. This battle between the gods is not something they can intervene at all. At this time a large number of runes appeared under their feet. Skill, Yin-Yang Fate Lock. Abe Mingri let out a soft drink, and the runes were like shackles, locking everyone up. The members of the Black Dragon Society, who were at a loss, suddenly became. They yelled frantically and struggled desperately. President, what is this? President, what are you going to do? President, why did you lock us up? All exclamations quickly turned to horror as the chains absorbed their power. In the next instant, more rune chains shot up into the sky, flying like whips in the air, sweeping away the skeletons one after another. The members of the Black Dragon Society are getting weaker and weaker, but there are more and more rune chains. The skeleton berserker swung an axe to split the rune chains. These chains are extremely strong and difficult to break. At the same time, the same runes flickered on Abinri's body, forming a shield that blocked all the attacks of the skeleton archmage and the marksman. Which god-level powerhouse is easy to deal with, and it is still a 98-level god-level powerhouse. Even if it has no Shikigami, Lin Moyu dare not underestimate it. The members of the Black Dragon Society are about to be smoked, and the rune chains are getting stronger and stronger. The rune chains wrapped Abe's cloudy sun and isolated his breath, making it difficult for even the skeleton wizard and sharpshooter to attack it. The rune chain not only protected Abe Inri, but also entangled a large number of skeleton berserkers. Immediately afterwards, more chains flew towards Lin Moyu, wanting to entangle him also. It's useless, you can't break my Yin-Yang fate lock. Even if you have so many summons, they are too weak, no matter how many there are, they are just ants. I'll soon tear your summons to shreds and turn you into a Shikigami. Abe Inri's hateful voice sounded slowly. Lin Moyu killed his son, and he hated Lin Moyu to the bone. Only by turning Lin Moyu into a Shikigami can he make up for the hatred in his heart. Lin Moyu didn't speak, he had already calculated the approximate power of the rune chain. The defense is greater than the attack power, and the defense is indeed unparalleled. This is the exchange of hundreds of lives for zero. Gathering the vitality of a large number of members of the Black Dragon Society, it's no wonder that the defense is not strong. As for the attack power, it's not very good. Wanting to kill himself with such attack power is undoubtedly a fool's dream. Lin Moyu points his finger, skill, Curse of Aging. Skill, Toxic Starburst. 2 ultra-wide-range skills exploded, and the barrier was immediately dyed with 2 layers of halos, 1 red and 1 green. Under the Curse of Aging, Shikigami's movements suddenly slowed down, and the damage he suffered increased significantly. Bai Yuan laughed loudly, and the offensive suddenly became violent. At the same time, both Shikigami and Abe Inri's bodies were dyed with a cloud of green light, and the poison was pervasive, causing damage every second. Abe said in a low voice, "Curse skills, useless." He made several imprints to form a complex rune, skill, Scatter. The skill exploded, and the curse on him and Shikigami dissipated immediately. Sure enough, in the face of god-level powerhouses, the effect of the curse is almost nothing. Lin Moyu didn't know if the curse would be strengthened after he became a god, but he probably would. But the skill of Poisonous Starburst is still useful. After Abe Inri undid the curse skill, he took out another bottle of potion and poured it into his mouth. The poison on his body also dissipated quickly, and the poison on Shikigami's body was also resolved. Abe Inri said, "I have mastered all your skills, curse and poison, although rare, are not unsolvable. It's useless, just obediently grab it with your arms tied." Lin Moyu chuckled, "I was targeted. He is too famous, his skills have long been known by others, and it is normal for him to be targeted. However, not all of his skills are known. For example, elemental liches appeared one by one. Layers of halos suddenly appeared under the skeleton's feet. The poison that has just subsided returns with a more intense attitude. This time it is the poison brought by the poisonous lich, which is stronger than the poisonous starburst of Lin whispering words. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and thunder and lightning struck down, falling on Shikigami and Abe Inri respectively. Abe Inri was shocked again. What kind of skill is this? How could he not know? The rune chain seemed to be very afraid of thunder and lightning, and was quickly defeated under the lightning attack. Abe Inri said coldly, "Playing thunder and lightning in front of my Onmyoji, courting death." Abe Inri quickly made a large number of handprints, and runes flew out one by one, summoned Susanoo. Susanoo is a powerful Shikigami in the legend of the Sakura country, who is good at controlling thunder and lightning, and is known as the thunder god of the Sakura country. But it can never really be a Shikigami, only summoned to help when needed. A huge phantom appeared in the air. And a Shikigami with a lightning mark on the center of his brow was in the air. It only showed the upper body, and it looked like a human race. However, in the legend of Sakura Country, Susanu's lower body is a snake body. Susanoo appeared and looked at Lin Moyu, and at the same time shot out thunderbolts in his hand, striking Lin Moyu, bathed in thunder and lightning. Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged, and he took it calmly. He glanced at Susanoo with a trace of contempt. That's it? Lin Chi, the god of thunder and lightning, is 108,000 miles away. Susanoo seemed to be provoked, angrily swaying thunder and lightning. But to no avail, Lin Moyu is 100% immune to electric elemental and simply ignores its attacks. Susanoo disappeared into the air with a trace of helplessness. Abinri was shocked again, so shocked that he became numb. What the hell again? He felt that Lin Moyu was full of mysteries, and it was hard to guess. For the first time, he wondered whether the plan to kill Lin Moyu and make him a Shikigami would succeed. He has made various arrangements for Lin Moyu's skills, but Lin Moyu still surprises him time and time again, making his arrangements fail again and again. Bai Yuan's heavy voice suddenly sounded in the air. Have you played enough, you brat? Hurry up and get rid of it. Lin Moyu took a look and found that Bai Yuan was not under any pressure at all. Above the god level, every step up is a world of difference. Bai Yuan is only half a step away from level 96, so it is no problem at all to deal with these level 91 and 92 Shikigami. Lin Moyu knows that Bai Yuan is simply having enough fun. But I can see that it is almost the same. Onmyoji is probably like this. The reason why Lin Moyu procrastinated until now, 02, is because he wanted to see the skills of the next Onmyoji. Now you know everything you need to know. That being the case, let's end it. The palms suddenly glowed. To deal with god-level powerhouses, we still have to give due respect. The origin runes gleamed. Abinri immediately became vigilant. He knew that Lin Moyu possessed original rune, but he didn't know what the effect of the specific skill was. But each original rune is powerful and cannot be underestimated. Without knowing the effect, he has no way to target it, he can only see the tricks. Strength soldiers, when the skill is activated, the undead army is as if reborn, and it is several times stronger in an instant. The skeleton berserker, who was originally entangled by the rune chains and couldn't break free, now swung his axe and cut off the rune chains with 3 blows. Not only the skeletal berserkers, but the chains that could have resisted the elemental explosion and sharp arrows were also broken at this time. This attack has increased by at least 5 times. Abinri's complexion changed drastically, and being able to break the chain meant that he had the ability to hurt himself. Onmyoji is a class of mages, their physique attributes are not strong, and their defense is far inferior to warriors. In the face of the undead army that was culled, Abinri quickly formed a large number of handprints. A gigantic rune flew out of his hand, and the 8 Shikigami who were besieging Bai Yuan disappeared at the same time, and appeared beside Abinri in an instant. Skill, Shikigami Fusion. Call of the End. The runes turned into a huge formation, and the 8 Shikigami stood in a corner of the formation. And Abinri appeared in the center of the formation. A passage leading to a different space seemed to be opened in the center of the formation, and a terrifying aura permeated the air. The undead army launched an attack towards the formation, which was so strong that it could not move. Even the skeleton berserker's explosive skill can only shake the formation, but cannot destroy it. Interesting. Bai Yuan came to Lin Moyu's side. I have long heard that the ultimate skill of Sakura Country Onmyoji can summon the legendary Shikigami, Yamada no Orochi. Lin Moyu has heard of Yamada no Orochi, who, like Susanoo, is a legendary Shikigami. But Yamada no Orochi is far stronger than Susanoo. Summoning it can be said to be the most coveted pursuit of Onmyojis. In the history of Sakura Country, there are only 2 Onmyojis who can master this skill. Obviously, Abinri became the 3rd person. Yamada no Orochi's aura is getting stronger and stronger. Abinri said, once the summoning starts, it cannot be stopped. By Iyuan, Lin Moyu, prepare to be the food of Yamada no Orochi. A blue eye appeared in the center of the formation, and then a huge snake head protruded slowly. Lin Moyu frowned, I don't like this smell. The breath of Yamada no Orochi is not only cold, but also has a rancid smell, which reminds Lin Moyu of the smell in the corpse world. The blood essence of the poisonous god appeared in his hand, filled with green light, and the poisonous lich came out in response. Bai Iyuan fled far away when Lin Moyu took out the blood of the poisonous god. This poisonous is no joke. After the poisonous lich appeared, it turned into a green light and charged in front of the summoning formation, exploding silently. The Yamada no Orochi, which had just exposed half of its head, suddenly let out a scream, and quickly shrank back. Summoning skills are interrupted instantly. Abinri was shocked again, how could such a thing happen? All thinking has ended here, and all questions have not been answered. It has been surrounded by poison, and its body begins to rot rapidly. Although it is a middle god level of level 93, the body of the mage system is too weak. Unlike other divine mages, they can still hold up the shield, and maybe have a chance to escape. After he came into contact with the poison, he began to rot, and he let out a heart-piercing cry of pain. His hand quickly turned into bones, and then the bones also began to melt. The poison of the poison god is no joke, even Bai Iyuan would be troublesome if he encountered it, let alone him. Not only Abinri was swallowed by the poison, but his 8 Shikigami were also enveloped in the poison. Shikigami screamed one after another, obviously in great pain. Lin Moyu glanced at it and knew that the ending had already been decided. Teacher, I'm sorry, I didn't let you see Yamada no Orochi. Bai Iyuan laughed, I've seen it. It's just a level 95 monster. It's not as good as a bloodthirsty python. It's nothing. Bai Iyuan has experienced countless battles, big and small, and his vision is extremely vicious. It was obvious at a glance that the so-called Onmyoji's final summoned Shikigami was nothing more than a level 95 monster, and Bai Iyuan didn't take it seriously. In his eyes, the Onmyoji's whole card is really nothing more than that. The poisonous gas gradually dispersed, and Lin Moyu immediately let the undead army attack the enchantment. Bai Iyuan also turned around, and punched down a few times, breaking his breath. Outside the barrier, Yamamoto was waiting anxiously. The moment he saw the enchantment, he knew that the Black Dragon Society had really colluded with the Abyssal Demon. Normally speaking, as a human race, he should break the barrier as soon as possible to help Bai Iyuan wipe out the Black Dragon Society. But it is the Black Dragon Association after all, the most powerful guild in Sakura country. He is also a god-level powerhouse in the Sakura Kingdom. Just when he was hesitating and he was in a dilemma, the barrier shattered. In less than 5 minutes, the battle is over? It must be too fast. Bai Iyuan gave Yamamoto a cold look. Old man Yamamoto, Abinri is dead, and the Black Dragon Society will be officially removed from today. If there is a next time, not only the Black Dragon Society will be expelled from the world, but also your cherry blossom paintings. After speaking, Bai Iyuan and Lin Moyu flew away. When Yamamoto saw the Black Dragon Club manor surrounded by poisonous gas, his expression changed drastically. At this time, 3 god-level powerhouses belonging to the Sakura Kingdom flew over and asked Yamamoto what happened. With a little humiliation on their faces, they didn't even dare to fart when Bai Iyuan hit the door like this, murdered and set fire to them. But in fact, their strength is far from that of Bai Iyuan, so they really dare not do anything. Block here, don't let people get close, this poison is too scary. When did Bai Iyuan put poison? And it's still such a powerful poison. God knows, the name of the god of death is not called for nothing. Tell everyone, don't mess with Bai Iyuan, and don't mess with Lin Moyu. Disband the Black Dragon Association. Find out who has colluded with the Abyssal Demons, kill them all, and send the list to the Xinxia Empire. The news that Bai Yuan and Lin Moyu forced their way into the capital of Sakura country and destroyed the capital of the Black Dragon Society quickly spread. It quickly caused an uproar. Some people think that Bai Yuan is too domineering. To do so without any evidence is to slap Sakura country in the face. Even from Bai Yuan's behavior, he rose to the height of the Xinxia Empire. I feel that the Xinxia Empire is also so domineering and unreasonable. However, there are also many people who agree with Bai Yuan's approach. Anyone who colludes with the Abyss Demon has nothing to say. In the end, everyone had to admit that big fists are the last word. Bai Yuan has big fists, and Xinxia Empire has big fists, so no one dares to say anything. Not to mention other forces, countries. Even Sakura country itself didn't dare to say anything. It was obvious that they wanted to swallow this loss in their stomachs, so they just swallowed it. It's unavoidable. In Baishan's courtyard, Lin Moyu still made tea for Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Teacher, Sakura Kingdom and our Xinxia Empire. Bai Yuan interrupted Lin Moyu. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Meng Anwen said, Sakura Kingdom they dare not fight us. Bai Yuan said, those guys only have so much strength, one day I will be upset, and I can kill them all by myself. Lin Moyu knew that Bai Yuan definitely had this ability. Meng Anwen said with a smile, stop talking big, you can't destroy the country of cherry blossoms unless the old man takes action. Lin Moyu was puzzled, is there any hidden strong in Sakura country? Meng Anwen said, there is another one. In the ancestral temple of the Sakura Kingdom, there is a god of mind. Once it wakes up, it can display a combat power of level 98 in a short period of time. Songbei Bamboo surpasses the weak line of gods. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised, then why have they never been used? Meng Anwen chuckled, that's the whole card, and it can't be moved easily. And every time it is used, it will take at least 10 years to recover. And this must be based on the integrity of the ancestral temple and the integrity of the Sakura Kingdom. Lin Moyu asked, how long does it last each time you wake up? Bai Yuan said, the duration of each session is only 24 hours. 24 hours, quite a long time, is enough to do many things. For example, destroying most of the land of the Xinxia Empire, causing countless casualties. In the Xinxia Empire, except for the half-step super god, no one can stop it. This is also the confidence of Sakura country. Don't look at Bai Yuan's harsh words at the end, in fact, he really can't do it. I didn't expect little Sakura country to have such a whole card. However, this whole card will only be used when the fish dies and the net is broken. The god of mind is just like the angel Holy Spirit that Lin Moyu met in Fengli High. It is a god formed by the gathering of vast ideas. The strength of the spirit depends on the strength of the thoughts. The angel Holy Spirit is already considered weak among the gods of thought. The idea will either fail, and Riching will be a level 90 false god at the beginning. It is said that there are hundreds of millions of people in Sakura country, which is much more than that of Saint Christianity. The accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years has made their god of ideas stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu asked, then do we have the god of mind? Meng Anwen shook his head, no, our Xinxia Empire doesn't believe in these things. Bai Yuan said, we did it before, but later an old ancestor left a message saying that it would be bad for the Shenzhen Empire not to do anything with the god of mind. After that, it was never done again, and even the few statues that were built before were demolished. Lin Moyu felt strange, but did not expect such a saying. A new question appeared in my heart, and I can ask Antares the next time I see him. Lin Moyu is still a little curious about the god of mind. Ding! The communicators in the hands of the three suddenly rang at the same time. The three received a message at the same time. After Lin Moyu looked at it, he murmured, Godstone copy, what is this? Meng Anwen sighed lightly, time flies so fast, it's another 10 years in the blink of an eye. Bai Yuan took a sip of tea, the copy of the Godstone is opened every 10 years. Every time the military invites some people to attack the copy, the rewards in the copy are good. Lin Moyu showed interest in the copy of the God Stone, which sounds very powerful. Bai Yuan looked at his interested expression, laughed loudly, and patted his shoulder. Don't even think about it, this dungeon is not your turn. Meng Anwen said, actually, rewards are secondary. The environment in this dungeon is complicated and the battle is fierce. It can be regarded as a practical test. So it is reserved for newcomers, and it can be regarded as a competition. As for you, this time I invite you to be a guest, not to make a dungeon. Lin Moyu snorted, who will go there? Meng Anwen said, most of them are from the military. After all, this dungeon was originally in the hands of the military. In addition to the military, there are also people recommended by major families. Each family has 1 or 2 places. Lin Moyu asked, strangely, the personnel of the major families, how do they form a team? Those who can be sent by the family are geniuses, and those who are proud can't do it. If you let them form a team, it's hard to say whether they can cooperate. Bai Yuan smiled and said, this is a single-player dungeon. You don't need to form a team. By the way, your Yi may go. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's been a long time since I saw Ningyi, and he also tried to contact Ningyi after returning this time, but he still couldn't get in touch. He knew that Ningyi must have been dragged to some special training, and living in such a big family was actually not easy. There are things like special training almost all the time. Big families will not let their children lag behind others, and they must carry out extremely strict training. Meng Anwen also echoed Bai Yuan's words, Yi is indeed very likely to go. As far as I know, that Guining Tairan has been coveting the final reward of the copy of the God Stone for a long time. Lin Moyu was curious, what is the final reward of this dungeon? Meng Anwen said, half a talent stone, you already have a complete talent stone, this half piece of talent stone is of no use to you. Half a piece can also be used? Lin Moyu was puzzled, the whole piece of the God Stone really has a magical effect. But half a block would work too? Meng Anwen gave an affirmative answer, it can be used, but the effect is greatly weakened, and there is only a 30% chance of awakening the talent at most. The complete talent God Stone is a 100% awakened talent. There is only a 30% chance of half a natural talent stone, and it is still in the case of supplementing it with other methods. It seems extremely unfair, but even if there is only a 1% chance of awakening talent, it is good. It is useless to yourself, but it is still a good thing to others. Bai Yuan grinned, actually, apart from the clearance rewards for the Divine Stone Dungeon, the competition among the younger generations of the major families has another meaning. He showed a mysterious look, it's also a blind date meeting between young people from major families. Lin Moyu was stunned that such a thing would happen. The young people of the major families do not refer to the few who were sent to raid the dungeons, there are still a large number of young people who will come. These young people from various families usually have their eyes above the top, and when they get together, they will create different sparks. There was not a lot of friction, but some people became friends and even lovers. Over time, it changed from a gathering of young people to a blind date meeting. There are still 10 days before the opening of the God Stone Dungeon. According to Meng Anwen, people from major families should be rushing away one after another now. The 3 of them were invited guests, and they were not in a hurry. The copy of God Stone is located in Yuan Battlefield, near Fort No. 4. Meng Anwen can be teleported there directly, which only takes a few minutes. After discussion, it was decided to go there in 7 days. The dungeon hall in Xiaojing Academy is always full of excitement. Outside the dungeon hall, hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, either yelling to form a team or selling some goods to set up a stall. The students of Xiaojing Academy spend most of their time here besides resting and attending classes. Lin Moyu came out of the teleportation array and walked into the dungeon hall. His appearance once again attracted everyone's attention, and the dungeon hall was once so quiet that a needle could be heard. Lin Moyu is also helpless, it will be like this when he becomes famous. Brother Lin. The pleasant voice rang in the ear. Lin Moyu turned his head to look, and smiled slightly. Hello, senior sister Shu. Shu Han was as elegant as ever, with a faint smile, exuding a certain noble temperament. Shu Han has a very good family background. His grandfather is the god of medicine. There is only one pharmacist in the entire human race who has reached the god level, and his status is extremely high. The elder brother is also the vice president of Xiaojing Academy, the pharmacist college, and a genius pharmacist. Very likely to become the second god of medicine. With the two of them here, Xu Mei's status is actually very high. Lin Moyu still didn't understand why Shu Han wanted to be a guide, a commentator, etc. She shouldn't be short of points. Or is Shu Han just for fun? Shu Han didn't explain, so Lin Moyu naturally didn't ask any more questions. Junior Lin is famous again. Shu Han smiled like a flower, as if he was teasing, but it didn't feel annoying at all. The last time I went to see the god of medicine, I felt a little unhappy, but it has long since disappeared. Lin Moyu has never been a stingy person, and will not keep such things in his heart. Lin Moyu said softly, Sister Shu, are you here to do the task again? Shu Han smiled, yes, does junior brother Lin need a guide? She said it casually, and Lin Moyu also responded casually, okay, there is a problem. I want to find a dungeon suitable for my leveling, please recommend one, senior sister Shu. Shu Han looked at Lin Moyu. Junior Lin is now level 53, after level 50, it will be very slow to level up. With Junior Lin's skills, we need to find an uncomplicated dungeon with many monsters. As for whether you can drop good equipment, it doesn't matter. Listening to Shu Han analyze his needs word by word, 787, every item is very suitable, and he can accurately hit the idea of dungeon in his heart. Moreover, Shu Han could actually see that he was level 53, but he couldn't see Shu Han's level and occupation without using the detection technique. Obviously Shu Han's level is not low, at least 10 levels higher than his own. But Shu Han never showed it outside, and he didn't even mention it. As a respect to friends, Lin Moyu didn't ask either. After Shu Han analyzed all of Lin Moyu's needs, he came to the conclusion, according to your request, there is no dungeon you need in the dungeon hall. Lin Moyu suddenly felt dumbfounded. I didn't expect such an answer. In the dungeon hall, there are hundreds of dungeons, but none of them are suitable for me. His own requirements do not seem to be high. According to Shu Han's analysis, most of the dungeons are based on good equipment, followed by experience. In the dungeon hall, many dungeons have the characteristics of testing, and they are all brought back after careful selection by the ancestors of Xinjing Academy. Similarly, the experience is more or less second, and the equipment is the first. For students, a good piece of equipment is far more important than some experience. The level changes with time and it can always be improved, but the equipment is hard to come by. But Lin Moyu is just the opposite. What Lin Moyu wants is experience, not equipment at all. Shu Han said, there are no dungeons suitable for you in the dungeon hall, but there are outside. Lin Moyu didn't make a sound, listening to Shu Han quietly. Shu Han said, in the northwest of the Xinxia Empire, there is a mountain range named Kunlun, and there is a special dungeon called Kunlun Shrine. Junior Lin should know the special nature of Kunlun Shrine. Lin Moyu nodded, I know, Japan. The dungeon of Kunlun Shrine is a very famous dungeon, which has a special meaning in the minds of professionals. Before Lin Moyu changed jobs, he had already seen it from textbooks. The particularity of this dungeon lies in the three-stage format. There are 3 dungeons at the foot, the mountainside, and the top of Kunlun Mountain, collectively referred to as the Kunlun Shrine dungeons. Only those who have passed the dungeon at the foot of the mountain are eligible to enter the dungeon at the mountainside, and finally the dungeon at the top of the mountain. Shu Han said, the dungeon at the foot of the mountain is level 55, the dungeon at the mountainside is at level 65, and the dungeon at the top of the mountain is at level 75. It happens to be a seamless connection, and there are many monsters and experience in the Kunlun dungeon, which is very suitable for you. Her voice gradually became softer, she put her whole face closer. leaned close to Lin Moyu's ear and whispered, "Actually, behind the copy on the top of the mountain, there is a hidden copy in Kunlun Shrine. That dungeon corresponds to the god level, but the entry requirements are very high, and ordinary people cannot enter." Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback, but he didn't expect there to be a hidden copy. There is no record of this kind of thing in the books. Maybe only some big families will know it, and ordinary people can't know it. There are always many secrets in the world, which are not known to ordinary people. Shu Han exhaled like blue. I believe that Lin Shuadi can definitely meet the requirements. Lin Moyu also lowered his voice following Shu Han. What request? It's actually very simple, that is, in the first 3 dungeons, reach a rating of 100 points. And the score is judged based on various factors such as the time to clear the dungeon, the efficiency of killing monsters, and the number of people entering the dungeon. So this dungeon is very suitable for Junior Lin. Shu Han was a little mischievous, and after he finished speaking, he deliberately blew on Lin Moyu. The hot wind was blowing on Lin Moyu's ears, making Lin Moyu's ears itchy. Shu Han seemed to be doing this kind of thing for the first time. His pretty face was flushed and he shrank back. Lin Moyu nodded. Thank you, senior. Shu Han is willing to tell himself this information, which means he trusts him a lot. Information doesn't care about importance, what matters is this trust. Lin Moyu took out 2 bottles of highly poisonous Jiao spinal cord. Senior Shu, this senior who is the god of medicine. The spinal cord of the highly poisonous flood dragon exudes a glittering brilliance in the bottle made of crystal, like 2 perfect gems. Shu Han was a little dazzled. What is this? A spinal cord of an 85-level world boss can detoxify most of the poison. Let the senior medicine god try to make a potion to see if it can detoxify the rotting corpse poison. As soon as Shu Han heard that it was a level 85 world boss, he knew it was worth a lot. But she didn't refuse. Thank you, junior brother Lin, then you don't have to pay the 500 points for junior brother, use this instead. Lin Moyu smiled. Okay. The Kuanhua Mountains are located on the border of the Xinxia Empire, and are covered with snow all year round, and the closer to the top of the mountain, the stronger the wind and snow. Under the Kunlun Mountains, there is a Kuanqing. Many people who went to the copy of Kunlun Shrine would settle in Kuanqing, which also made this border town extremely lively. Especially at night, many professionals gather together to chat. The city is even more brightly lit, compared to some big cities in the Xinxia Empire. It is not much better. The teleportation array in the city lit up, and Lin Moyu teleported out of it. He didn't feel much of the biting wind hitting his body. Professionals are basically not afraid of the cold and heat. Even though the temperature in Kuanqing is close to 0 degrees, Lin Moyu is still dressed in clean and tidy casual clothes. The sergeant president on his shoulders has been removed, and he is walking on the streets of Kuanqing, unlike many professionals on the road. Almost all the professionals in the main battle wear the standard clothing of their own profession. Only some lifestyle professionals who don't need to fight will dress like Lin Moyu. In the eyes of many people, Lin Moyu is a lifestyle professional. Lin Moyu felt the breath of life, and his eyes stayed in the shops on both sides of the street. There are grocery stores, professional shops selling various props, bars, and restaurants. Lin Moyu felt a little out of place. Since he changed jobs, he has always been fighting, and he has very little leisure time. I've been to several cities, but I've never been in a city. The life of ordinary professionals seemed very far away from him. It was already night when Lin Moyu arrived, and many professionals had already returned to Kuanqing, where they ate meat at the entrance of the city and drank at Linko. Restaurants and bars are full of people, very lively. Looking up, you can see the Kunlun Mountains in the distance outside the city. The majestic Kunlun Mountains are as high as 10,000 meters. The mountain range spreads for thousands of miles, and it is one of the largest mountain ranges among the human race. There are many dungeons and secret realms in the mountains. Among them, the copy of Kunlun Shrine is the most famous. Seen from the city of Kunlun, Kunlun Mountain is hidden in the clouds from the mountainside, and cannot be seen with the naked eye. If you want to see the whole picture, you can only go there in person. Lin Moyu felt that he was extremely small in front of Kunlun Mountain. It seems that there is a strange atmosphere in Kunlun Mountains, which seems to be familiar. Lin Moyu thought for a long time, and murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "The breath of the gods." Lin Moyu felt this breath, and he realized that there are gods on Kunlun Mountain. At least once there were gods. Suddenly a voice came from beside him, "Little brother, do you think Kunlun Mountain is very majestic?" Lin Moyu turned his head to look, and in the tavern not far away, a middle-aged man by the window was raising his hand to signal to him. Still holding a jug of wine in his hand, he gestured towards Lin Moyu, "Little brother, come and have a drink together." The middle-aged man had a hearty smile on his face was flushed, obviously he had drunk too much. Lin Moyu didn't intend to pay attention to it at first, but suddenly saw the logo on the middle-aged man's clothes, and changed his mind again. That is the logo of Jiangning Academy. Lin Moyu thought of Gao Yang. When I was in Shihai No. 1 middle school, Yang was the one who talked to me the most. Even if he didn't say a word, this slightly funny guy could talk to himself in a stand-up comic style for a long time. At that time I didn't have a friend, and my classmates didn't like to talk to me. Only Gao Yang was an exception. It is also the first friend that Lin Moyu recognizes from the bottom of his heart, a good friend. After the college entrance examination, he entered Shaojing Academy, and Xia Yang got his wish and entered Jiangning Academy. Although Jiangning Academy can't compare with Shaojing Academy, it's not bad, and it's very close to Shihai City. Gao Yang can go home from time to have a look. I don't know how this guy is doing in the academy. In the blink of an eye, it has been a year since I saw Gao Yang. With so much going on in a year, Lin Moyu doesn't have much free time. Memories of the past roiled in his mind. Lin Moyu entered the tavern, sat opposite the man. "Senior, are you from Jiangning Academy?" The middle-aged man said heartily, "Brother, I recognized it. My name is Feng Ziliu." "Brother, did you feel anything when you saw Kunlun Mountain just now?" Lin Moyu whispered, "I feel so small." Feng Ziliu took a sip of his wine. "That's right, that's the feeling. When I saw Kunlun Mountain for the first time, I also felt very small." "Little brother, I see you are alone, are you interested in having a drink with me?" Lin Moyu smiled, "Okay." After a few glasses of wine, Feng Ziliu began to talk more. "Little brother, you have an extraordinary temperament, how can you be a lifestyle professional?" Feng Ziliu's level can be clearly seen in Lin Moyu's eyes, a level 42 berserker, an advanced professional. As for Lin Moyu's level, Feng Ziliu couldn't tell. Lin Moyu always wears a shielding badge, even if he uses self-flow and exploratory techniques, he can't see it. Coupled with Lin Moyu's attire, he is naturally considered a lifestyle professional. He is restrained now, not to mention Feng Ziliu, even others can't see Lin Moyu's profession. Lin Moyu smiled, temperament and occupation should have nothing to do with each other. Feng Ziliu laughed loudly, "That's true, temperament has nothing to do with occupation. Anyway, I have a good relationship with the little brother, and I think the little brother is extraordinary at a glance. Even if it is a lifestyle occupation, future achievements must be unlimited." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "Brother Feng, is there a student named Gao Yang in your academy, and his profession is sword and shield knight?" Feng Ziliu thought for a while, shook his head, "I haven't heard of it." There was a little disappointment in Lin Moyu's eyes. Feng Ziliu said again, "I'll ask other students later, they will be back soon." "Thanks." Feng Ziliu was very generous, "You're welcome." The two chatted a few more casually, and the five entered the tavern one by one. Their costumes all have the logo of Jiangning Academy. Feng Ziliu waved to the visitor, "Here." A few people came over. Feng Ziliu asked, "How is it, have you shot?" Several people had smiles on their faces, and one of them shouted excitedly, "It's all done, boss, we made a lot of money this time." Suddenly, he closed his mouth. "Boss, who is he?" Feng Ziliu said, "New friends. By the way, let me ask you, have you ever heard of a sword and shield knight named Gao Yang in the academy?" "Gao Yang? Knight of sword and shield." Several faces showed thought, then shook their heads. Lin Moyu sighed softly in his heart. In an institution of higher learning, the number of students can range from thousands to tens of thousands. Gao Yang's name is unknown, and it is normal that he has never heard of it. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "I seem to have heard of such a person." Lin Moyu looked up, and the person who said this was a female therapist, who was just level 40. The aura of the second rank still exists on her body, indicating that she has just completed the second rank in less than 10 days. She said, "I heard from the sisters in the same dormitory that a sword and shield knight named Gao Yang had an accident during a freshman trial." Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows and asked anxiously, "What accident?" "I don't know the specific accident. It is said that the injury is not serious, even the best therapist in the academy can't help. Normal injury, the healer can quickly heal. Even if an arm or a leg is broken, as long as a god-level therapist takes action, it can grow back again. Moreover, the freshman trials that Gao Yang participated in are generally very safe, and the teachers in the school will also take care of them, so there are not many accidents." Later, didn't the school hire a better therapist? Lin Moyu continued to ask patiently. The man shook his head, "I don't know about that." Feng Ziliu said in a low voice, "I know a little bit about this. The best therapist in the school is already level 85. If you can't even help him, you can only ask a god-level therapist to help, but god-level therapists are not so easy to hire. There are not many in the empire, and ordinary people can't hire them at all." Lin Moyu suppressed the anxiety in his heart. "Help me find out where Gao Yang has gone now." At this time, Lin Moyu's tone had changed a little. It was no longer a discussion, but more like an order. There were displeasure on their faces. Feng Ziliu gave them a wink, "Go and ask." They still gave Feng Ziliu face and used the communicator to inquire. Feng Ziliu asked Lin Moyu, "Brother Lin, is Gao Yang your friend?" Lin Moyu hummed, "It's my high school classmate." Feng Ziliu smiled and said, "No wonder Brother Lin is so young, he just changed jobs, it's nice to be young." He didn't underestimate Lin Moyu because Lin Moyu was a new job changer, but the faces of the others were impatient. Several people feel that a mere lifestyle professional has any right to give orders to them here. Looking at it now, it is not just a lifestyle professional, but also a new student. It's only a few levels, and it's nothing. If it weren't for Feng Ziliu's face, Lin Moyu would have no right to sit here. After a while, there was finally a response. "I asked, the academy couldn't cure Gao Yang, so they gave Gao Yang a sum of money and sent him home. His home seems to be in Shihai City." After the female therapist finished speaking, Lin Moyu suddenly disappeared. Only the words, "Thank you" left by Lin Moyu rang in their ears. Several people were stunned. What happened just now? This man disappeared, no matter how he disappeared. Is he a human or a ghost? It's so scary, we won't be seeing a ghost if we see it. Could it be the ghosts who died in Kunlun Mountains? A few seconds later, Feng Ziliu exclaimed suddenly, "I know who he is." "Who is it?" "Speak quickly, boss." Feng Ziliu said, "If I'm not mistaken, he should be Lin Moyu." "Ah. Everyone can't believe it, Lin Moyu's name has been too loud in the past 6 months. Especially a few days ago, Lin Moyu and Bai Yuan went to the Cherry Blossom country together to wipe out Heilongkan forcefully. Lin Moyu has become a legend. But how could such a legendary figure appear here? Even talking to himself, shouldn't he be on top? Boss, did you make a mistake? Some people thought it was impossible. Feng Ziliu shook his head. 9 times out of 10, I can't be wrong. Lin Xinjiang has just completed his job change for about a year, and his classmates are all freshmen. And Lin Xinjiang's hometown is Shihai City. Just now you said that Gao Yang's hometown is also Shihai City, right? His surname is Lin, he is a classmate with Gao Yang, and he has a speed that is almost ghostly. There are such coincidences in the world. After Feng Ziliu's analysis, several people felt that this was indeed the case. Feng Ziliu gulped down his wine. No wonder I thought his temperament was so extraordinary just now. No wonder his tone suddenly became condescending just now. We are really blind. Force. In Shihai City, the teleportation array shone brightly, and then Lin Moyu rushed out of the teleportation array and disappeared at the end of the street in an instant. The two city guards guarding the teleportation array looked shocked at the same time and looked at each other. Did someone pass by just now? It should be, but I don't see it clearly. I didn't see clearly either, it couldn't be a ghost. No, the teleportation array is really bright, it should be a super strong person coming, but the speed is too fast, we can't see clearly. Do you want to tell the mayor? Forget it, just pretend it never happened. The two discussed it and decided to pretend that they hadn't seen anything. They can't control this kind of thing, so it's better not to. Lin Moyu rushed back from Kuanqing at the fastest speed, sent several transfers in a row, and returned to Shihai City after only 2 minutes. Afterwards, he rushed directly to Gao Yang's house as quickly as possible. Shihai City at night is extremely quiet, in sharp contrast to the brightly lit Kuanqing City. Gao Yang's house is still lit. Lin Moyu could feel the breath of healing. Only when 297 continuously uses healing techniques for a long time will there be such a strong breath left. In this small room, there were 3 people in total. Lying alone on the bed, his breath was extremely weak and it was Gao Yang. The other 2 are Gao Yang's parents. Gao Yang's parents are both ordinary life professionals and have a fairly stable job. The income is not huge, but it is also passable. Originally, Gao Yang became a sword and shield knight, and the life of the family should improve and get better and better. But now, Lin Moyu knocked on the door. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman with a sad face came and opened the door. "Son, who are you looking for?" The middle-aged woman didn't know Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was very polite. "Hello, auntie, I am Gao Yang's classmate in Shihai No. 1 Middle School. I heard that something happened to him, so I came to see him." When the middle-aged woman heard that she was Gao Yang's classmate, she hurriedly stepped aside. "So it's Yang Yang's classmate, come in quickly." It turned out that Gao Yang's nickname was Yang Yang. Gao Yang, who is tall and big, unexpectedly had such a cute nickname. Lin Moyu found it very interesting. When Gao Yang recovers, you can use it to joke with him. Entering the house, Lin Moyu met Gao Yang's father. Gao Yang's father is 5 or 6 points similar to Gao Yang. Since Gao Yang's accident, both of them have had a bad time. Gao Yang's father's hair is already gray, he shouldn't be what he should be at this age. Lin Moyu came to Gao Yang's room. The door opened, and Lin Moyu saw Gao Yang lying on the bed. Gao Yang was awake, looking at the sky with his eyes lifeless. Both of his legs were broken, all the way to the thigh. For some reason, his hands have shrunk completely, and the skin is covered with bones, which is very scary. His breathing was very weak, as if he was about to take his last breath. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yang didn't make any movement. It wasn't until Lin Moyu appeared in sight that Gao Yang's eyes lit up, and he said in an extremely hoarse voice, "Why are you here?" Looking at Gao Yang's current appearance, Lin Moyu felt very sad. "Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Moyu knew that Gao Yang must have a way to contact him. For example, through the principal of Shihai No. 1 Middle School, through the city lord of Shihai City, or directly asking someone to go to Shajing Academy to find him. Even if you can't find yourself, you can contact yourself through weight calculation. There is always a way. Gao Yang tried his best to make a sound. "It's useless." Lin Moyu snorted softly. "How do you know it's useless?" Gao Yang said, "The 85-level therapists in the academy are useless. They say that even God-level therapists may not be able to do it." Lin Moyu said with a hint of disdain, "Level 85 is nothing. I have killed several God-level players." "They said you were poisoned or something?" Gao Yang shook his head. "I don't know." "It is precisely because you don't know that it is the most troublesome. Jiangning Academy is a well-ranked institution after all, and there is no shortage of therapists and pharmacists in it. The result can't tell why." He even said that even a God-level therapist might not be useful. This made Gao Yang fall into despair. Gao Yang talked about what happened at that time. They were trying in a secret place, and it wasn't him who had the accident, but another person. As a knight, Gao Yang instinctively went to save people. As a result, the person was not rescued, and he fell into it. I remember, I pulled him out and I fell in. It was a small swamp hole, half of my body was stuck in it, and I couldn't get out. When I was pulled out by my classmates, my legs were gone. Miraculously, my leg was not bleeding and the wound had healed itself. Gao Yang's voice became softer and softer. In this short period of time, Lin Moyu found that his breath had weakened a lot. The vitality is draining. Lin Moyu could feel very clearly that Gao Yang's vitality was being lost all the time. Isn't it poisoned? Lin Moyu asked. Gao Yang shook his head. It's not poisoning, I've taken antidote, but it didn't work. The pharmacist in the academy also tested me for toxicity, and confirmed that I wasn't poisoned. Lin Moyu asked again, did you feel nothing at that time? Gao Yang still shook his head. I don't feel it, it doesn't hurt or itch. Not only then, but now I don't feel it either. Lin Moyu sensed Gao Yang with mental power, and nothing unusual happened. Try it first. Lin Moyu thought for a while and took out the spinal cord of the highly poisonous dragon. He opened the bottle, and suddenly a fresh fragrance filled the air. Drink it. Gao Yang believed in Lin Moyu so much that he drank it without asking what it was. After taking the spinal cord, Gao Yang's face turned rosy. Lin Moyu felt that Gao Yang's vitality was recovering rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it has returned to the limit. The spinal cord of the highly poisonous flood dragon can not only detoxify, but also has a very strong vitality. Not only that, Gao Yang's immunity to poisonous elements can also be somewhat improved by taking the highly poisonous flood dragon spinal cord. When Gao Yang's vitality reached its peak, it suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. As if falling from a cliff, it fell straight to the bottom of the cliff. Lin Moyu frowned. It seems a little better than before, but not much better. Gao Yang took it for granted. I ate a lot of things that can enhance vitality, and it happened every time it didn't work. His eyes were full of despair. Lin Moyu said, don't be discouraged, I will take you to heal your injuries. Gao Yang said, don't bother, it's really useless. It would be great if you could come and see me, don't waste your time and energy. The pain tortured the originally bright and sunny person into what he is now, and Lin Moyu felt very sad in his heart. Don't talk nonsense, listen to me. Lin Moyu saw a wheelchair at the corner of the bed, and directly put Gao Yang on the wheelchair. He pushed Gao Yang out. Uncle and aunt, I will take Gao Yang to heal his injuries. Gao Yang's parents were stunned. The young man who appeared suddenly said that he would take Gao Yang to treat his injuries. Child, where are you going to treat it? We have invited many people, but it is useless. Yes, child, it's not that we don't believe you, but ordinary therapists and pharmacists are useless. Gao Yang's parents are very kind. It's not that they don't believe Lin Moyu, but they think Gao Yang's injury is difficult to heal. Lin Moyu said, don't worry. The person I'm looking for will definitely cure Gao Yang. Gao Yang said in a low voice, Mom and Dad believe in silent words. Then I'll prepare Gao Yang's things. Gao Yang's mother still chose to trust Gao Yang and Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, there is no need to prepare, there is something for everything there. Without further ado, I will take Gao Yang there now. I will give you a good son these days. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a gust of air pushed the door open. Then the lightning undead spread its wings, and Lin Moyu flew up while supporting the wheelchair. Let's go. Under the shocked eyes of Gao Yang's parents, Lin Moyu took Gao Yang away. The two were stunned. This kid can fly. To be able to fly is at least a top professional. How could Yang Yang have such a powerful classmate? Do you still remember what Yang Yang called him just now? Silent words, silent words. Lin Moyu. The two opened their mouths wide at the same time, numb in shock. Now who hasn't heard of Lin Moyu's name? It turned out to be Lin Shinjiang. It turned out to be Lin Shinjiang. Gao Yang's father muttered to himself. His whole body couldn't stop trembling. Gao Yang's mother's face was even more joyful. Great, our Yang Yang is saved. Great, our Yang Yang is saved. She kept talking, and talking, tears could not stop falling down. Lin Moyu did not choose the teleportation array. Gao Yang's current situation is somewhat similar to that of Han Donger when he was poisoned, or even worse. In this case, it can't bear the tearing force of the teleportation position at all. Lin Moyu can only fly with him, and he can't fly too fast. Lin Moyu enveloped Gao Yang with his own strength, so that the cold wind in the air could not blow him, and flew towards Xiaojing Academy like this. Before flying out of Shihai City, a person rose into the air and stood in front of Lin Moyu. The Empire has regulations that do not allow flying over cities. There were men in armor and sergeant attire. Judging from the sergeant badge on his shoulder, he is a 5-star second lieutenant. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste time with him now, so he took out his sergeant badge and put it on his shoulder. The purple badge of the God General shone luxuriously in the night. The 3 general stars above are even more dazzling. The visitor immediately stood at attention and saluted. Second Lieutenant 5-star, Xian Dong, the garrison stationed in Shihai City. See you, Lord General. Lin Moyu hummed, get out of the way, I have something urgent. How could Xian Dong dare to stop the general? The status of the two of them was very different, so he just let go without saying a word. Lin Moyu continued to fly towards Xiaojing Academy with Gao Yang. Seeing Lin Moyu leaving, Xian Dong breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly saw Lin Moyu stop again. Because with Gao Yang, Lin Moyu's speed can't be too fast, keep it around 100 km per hour. The straight line distance between Shihai City and Xiaojing City is about 2,000 kilometers, and he needs to fly nearly 20 hours to get there. You will pass through many cities along the way, and you may be blocked. And Gao Yang has to sit for 20 hours, because it is uncomfortable. Lin Moyu turned to Xian Lu and said, I remember, the garrison should have flying warships, right? Xian Dong said, there are, but they are not in Shihai City, but in the provincial army. Lin Moyu said, go over now, take my order and drive a flying warship over here. The human race also has flying warships. Although the performance is not as good as that of the dragon race, it is more than enough to be used as a means of transportation. The orders of the generals are the highest orders in the military. Xian Dong didn't say anything, and went directly to the orders. He is not an idiot, he just heard Lin Moyu's order and guessed what was going on. He arrived at the provincial legion through the military's teleportation array, and soon a flying warship directly lifted off and flew towards Shihai City. Gao Yang said with a smile, Moyu, you are getting better and better now. Lin Moyu said, no matter how powerful you are, I will still be your classmate. When your injury recovers, I will send you to Xiaojing Academy. You will definitely become a strong professional in the future. Gao Yang was infected by Lin Moyu, and he seemed to have some expectations for life. Is it possible for someone like me to enter Beijing Academy? Lin Moyu was categorical, I say I can. He believed that as long as he opened his mouth, Xiaojing Academy would definitely give him face. This kind of special is not unheard of in history, even if there is a price to pay. Lin Moyu is determined to send Gao Yang there. 10 minutes later, a warship appeared in the night sky. Lin Moyu took Gao Yang onto the warship. As a 3-star general, he seemed to be the supreme commander of the warship. The shield that can only be opened in wartime opened up, blocking the strong wind. The warship flew towards Xiaojing Academy at the fastest speed. With the speed of a warship, it takes less than an hour to arrive at Xiaojing Academy. Lin Moyu had already contacted Xu Han on the way, and he wanted to see Xu Yaoshan. Regarding the matter of healing, the entire human race must rely on the god of medicine. Moreover, Xu Yaoshan knew a god-level therapist, and it was much easier for him to speak than Lin Moyu. Even at some cost, Lin Moyu must save Gao Yang. An hour later, the spaceship stopped outside Xiaojing City. Xiandong said, "My lord, we can no longer go in. The local warships are not allowed to enter the capital when there is no war." Lin Moyu understands this truth. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiandong was flattered, and shook his head quickly. "It's not hard work, it's my honor to serve General Lin Shin." Lin Moyu nodded, "Thank you." After speaking, he took Gao Yang, left the warship and flew to Xiaojing Academy. As soon as he entered the range of Xiaojing City, a city defender immediately greeted him. No one is allowed to fly in the sky above Xiaojing City, of course, not including a master like Lin Moyu. The God General is the highest general of the Xinxia Empire. He has the same status as the God-level powerhouse and has many privileges. Flying freely over the city is also one of the privileges. Lin Moyu went unimpeded all the way, and landed directly at the gate of Xiaojing Academy. Shu Han was already waiting there, and immediately went to Yaoshan Mansion with Lin Moyu. In the Yaoshan Mansion, Shu Yaoshan has also received the news from Shu Han, and has already fallen for it. Not only Shu Yaoshan, Meng Anwen also came over. It was Lin Moyu who notified him. Lin Moyu told about Gao Yang's situation, which aroused Meng Anwen's interest. "I've seen the teacher, I've seen the god of Shuyao." Lin Moyu pushed the wheelchair and walked over. Gao Yang's face flushed abnormally, and he was very excited. He met a real big shot, the only god of medicine in the human race today, the legendary Anshin. This is something he never dreamed of. Gao Yang even had the feeling that he would die without regret. Lin Moyu told Gao Yang's story again, just like what Gao Yang said himself, without any mistakes or omissions. After hearing this, Shu Yaoshan and Meng Anwen began to examine Gao Yang carefully. Gao Yang's broken leg healed long ago, leaving only a scar. It looks a bit hideous. According to Gao Yang, it was already like this when he was injured. After some inspection, Meng Anwen said softly, "On the surface, there is nothing wrong with it." While speaking, he shot a light from his fingertips and landed on Gao Yang. Gao Yang's vitality suddenly increased a lot. But just like before, after reaching the peak, it quickly declines like falling off a cliff and goes deep into the bottom of the valley. Shu Yaoshan also took out a bottle of medicine for Gao Yang to take. Gao Yang's vitality increased rapidly again, and then fell rapidly. "It's really strange." Meng Anwen couldn't figure it out for a while. Shu Yaoshan said, "There seems to be a bottomless pit in his body, constantly devouring its vitality. No matter how much vitality it has, it can be absorbed in an instant." Meng Anwen nodded. "If you look at the speed at which it devours, it is enough to suck Gao Yang dry in an instant, but why has Gao Yang been kept alive until now? Could it be that the water should flow for a long time?" Having said that, Meng Anwen suddenly raised his head and looked at Shu Yaoshan. The two thought of going together. Shu Yaoshan said, "If that's the case, let's draw it out." Meng Anwen smiled and said, "Okay, let it come out and see what it is." A light flashed in Meng Anwen's hand, and a tall tower appeared in midair. Shinshata shot out light and enveloped Gao Yang. Lin Moyu felt very clearly that Gao Yang's soul seemed to be leaving the body. The god Shata is pulling Gao Yang's soul away. It's just that Gao Yang is not dead, and his soul cannot be drawn out easily. At this time, Shu Yaoshan took out another bottle of potion and gave Gao Yang to take it. "Sleep, child, it will be fine when you wake up after sleeping." After Gao Yang took the medicine, his whole body trembled slightly, his eyes closed, and he fell asleep. Not only drowsy, but even breathing stopped. From the perspective of outsiders, Gao Yang is already dead. If Lin Moyu could not feel that Gao Yang's soul was still there, he might also think that Gao Yang was dead. Shu Yaoshan said, "This bottle of potion can put Gao Yang into a state of suspended animation." Lin Moyu knew that Shu Yaoshan was speaking for himself, so he immediately said, "Your junior understands." Less than 10 seconds after Gao Yang's fake death, a strange force suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it rushed towards Gao Yang's soul, trying to devour Gao Yang's soul, just like devouring life force. Meng Anwen had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and with a soft drink, Shinshata hummed, directly pulling Yang's soul out. Gao Yang's soul is transparent and small, only as big as a fist. Under the light of Shinshata, Gao Yang's soul left his body and flew into Shinshata. Immediately afterwards, another transparent object flew out. This thing looks like a puppy, also only the size of a palm. The whole body is illusory and hideous. Certainly. Meng Anwen yelled lightly, and the divine shooting tower shot out a beam of light again, fixing this puppy in midair. The puppy screamed and struggled frantically. But under the light of the god Shata, its struggles are of no avail. Although Lin Moyu didn't know what it was, he knew that it was this thing that made Fuyang what it is now. This guy is the culprit. Xu Yaoshan said softly, "What is this?" The old man has never seen it before. He was about to go over to check carefully, but he heard Meng Anwen yell, "Old Xu, don't come near." Xu Yaoshan was startled. "Anshan knows what this is?" Meng Anwen's face was very ugly at this time. "If I read correctly, this is the swallowing beast soul. I didn't expect it to reappear in the world." Hearing the words swallow beast soul, Xu Yaoshan's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly. Xu Yaoshan's face turned extremely ugly, and he swallowed with difficulty. "Anshan, are you sure you read it right?" Meng Anwen also looked dignified and shook his head. "It shouldn't be wrong." Lin Moyu saw that the two of them looked like this, and knew that this must be a big deal. What is the soul-devouring beast? I have never heard of it. But it must be no small matter to change the face of Meng Anwen, who has always been calm. Lin Moyu knows too much now. He has read a lot of materials, and he has also read many materials in the Royal Secret Library. It is already known that many things that have happened and been buried in the history of the human race. But Lin Moyu has never seen or heard of the soul-devouring beast. The family tradition of the Yaoshan family has also only been heard of but never seen. It seems that the secret about the soul-devouring beast is hidden very deeply. Lin Moyu sensed that this soul-devouring beast was not strong, but a little weird. It was the first time he had seen a monster that could exist without a body, only with a soul, and those monsters in the rotting corpse world are simply two extremes. The monsters in the rotting corpse world have bodies but no souls, seemingly dead but not dead. And the soul-devouring beast has a soul but no body. It seems to be another secret. This soul-swallowing beast is really strange. Just as Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart, a breeze belonging to the detection technique blew past. In an instant, Meng Anwen and Xu Yaoshan's expressions changed at the same time. The detection technique was issued by Xu Han, and she is also extremely curious about the soul-devouring beast. After the detection technique was released, the soul-devouring beast seemed to have a new target, and looked at Xu Zhan. Xu Han felt chills all over his body, and he was stunned, unable to move. She was locked by the soul-devouring beast. Then the soul-devouring beast made a sound that only the soul could hear, and instantly broke free from the lock of the god Shata. It seemed as if he had entered another space, and rushed towards Xu Han. Xu Han's face was bloodless, but he couldn't move his whole body. Meng Anwen and Xu Yaoshan looked anxious. At this time a fire flashed in Lin Moyu's palm, and the soul-devouring beast let out a scream. When it was less than a finger away from Xu Han, the soul-devouring beast burst into flames. The entire illusory body turned into a mass of flames, which quickly burned out. Very weak. The feedback Lin Moyu got was that the Soul Devourer was very weak, less than level 20. It can be burned to ashes with the soul flame. As soon as the soul-devouring beast died, Xu Han seemed to be unlocked immediately. Unable to stop screaming, he backed up a few steps, then fell to the ground. After this battle, both Meng Anwen and Xu Yaoshan were absolutely sure that the thing that looked like a puppy just now was 100% undoubtedly the soul-swallowing beast. Meng Anwen said in a low voice, "Unexpectedly, the soul-swallowing beast still exists in the world. It's been so long, I don't know how many people have passed it on." Xu Yaoshan was more nervous than Meng Anwen. It must be blocked immediately, and the entire Jiangning province must be controlled. No one in Jiangning province can be allowed to come out. Lin Moyu asked, "Is it so serious?" Meng Anwen nodded, well, the bandit camp, Ba Dong. Shi Yaoshan also continued, it will only be more serious than imagined, and if it is not done well, it will be a catastrophe. Lin Moyu was also tensed by what they said. Shu Han finally recovered, still terrified, and said with lingering fear, why couldn't I move just now? Meng Anwen said, because you used the detection technique on the soul-devouring beast, you have a connection with it. Your soul is locked by it, so you can't move. And it also uses the connection between you and it to open a unique soul channel, thus breaking free from my shackles. If Xiaoyu hadn't killed it with a soul attack, you might have been possessed by it by now. Shu Han was so scared that his face was bloodless. What will happen if you are possessed by it? Shi Yaoshan said in a low voice, there will be many kinds of results. For example, the half-dead Gao Yang is one of them. If there is a better host, it may kill you and change your soul. It may also think that you are good. Just ate your soul and replaced it. With a cry of Shu Han, her delicate body trembled slightly. She almost became like Gao Yang. It was really life would be worse than death. Lin Moyu said, I feel like it's weak, but it's definitely not that weak. What the hell is it? If it's really that weak, then it's not worthy of Meng Anwen's fear, let alone the word disaster. Meng Anwen said, more than 1,000 years ago, before our Xinxia Empire was established, there was a soul-swallowing beast disaster, which almost killed the entire human race. There are very few materials left at that time, and maybe the royal family can still know a little more. The soul devourer itself has no body, and it is very fragile until it finds a parasite. But once possessed by it, it is very difficult to destroy it. It will hide in the soul of the parasite and absorb everything from the parasite. Life force, blood, soul power, it can eat anything. The reason why Gao Yang has survived until now may be that the soul-devouring beast has not found a more suitable host. It may also feel that even if it eats Gao Yang, it may be useless. This is entirely possible. After all, Gao Yang is still very weak, eating his soul won't do much good. The soul is the most mysterious existence, and ordinary people can't touch it at all. Lin Moyu also came into contact with the soul because of the soul flame skill. If the soul-devouring beast is hidden in the soul, it is indeed very secretive. Then there's no way to destroy it? Meng Anwen shook his head, there must be. I need to go to the royal family to search for information, maybe I can find something. The last time the soul-devouring beast disaster broke out before the establishment of the Xinxia Empire. At that time, very little information was circulated to the outside world, and Anwen only knew a little bit. Only the royal family may have kept more detailed information. Meng Anwen pointed his finger, and the god Xiaodao once again let out light and landed on Gao Yang. The soul, belonging to Gao Yang, flew out of Xinxia Tower and returned to Gao Yang's body. At this time, Shi Yaoshan took out another bottle of medicine and poured it down to Gao Yang. Returning the soul to the body and taking the medicine, the two cooperated very tacitly, almost at the same time. Meng Anwen shot another beam of light onto Gao Yang. Gao Yang's vitality quickly recovered a lot. This time it didn't weaken anymore, and Gao Yang's face became ready. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Gao Yang was fine. As long as the root cause of the problem is solved, as for trauma such as severed limbs, it is not a problem. Meng Anwen said, Gao Yang asked Mr. Xu, I will go to the palace. Lin Moyu also said, I will go too. He was also very curious about the soul-devouring beast. What kind of species is it that will make the race almost extinct? Thousands of years ago, although the human race was not strong, it was not without god-level powerhouses. Shu Han whispered, let me go too. Shi Yaoshan waved his hand, you go, just leave Gao Yang to me, and I will find someone to cure him. Lin Moyu thanked Shi Yaoshan, thank you, senior medicine god, if you have any orders in the future, just say it. Shi Yaoshan chuckled, General Lin, you are being polite. The highly poisonous flood dragon spinal cord you asked Xiao Han'er to bring is a priceless treasure. Such a trivial matter is nothing. Meng Anwen made a handprint, and the god Shata immediately enveloped the three of them, and took them directly to the gate of the palace. Then Meng Anwen's voice resounded loudly and resounded throughout the palace. Meng Anwen is taking the liberty to come to visit, please come out and see the Lord of the East. Meng Anwen's voice was neither light nor heavy, dense, surrounding the entire imperial palace. Everyone in the palace could hear clearly, even in their sleep, they could hear Meng Anwen's voice. Only a few seconds later, a figure flew out of the palace and landed directly in front of Meng Anwen. Dongfang Yi has seen Anshan, and returned to God General. Meng has met the Lord of the East. Lin Moyu has met the Lord of the East. The three greeted each other. Dongfang Yi knew that Meng Anwen came suddenly in the middle of the night, and there must be something urgent. What's the matter with Anshan? Just ask. Meng Anwen immediately told about the soul-swallowing beast. Excuse Dongfang Yi's ignorance, I've never heard of a soul-swallowing beast. Dongfang Yi showed a dazed expression. But making Meng Anwen so nervous is definitely not a trivial matter. Meng Anwen said bluntly, I know that your royal house is a secret library, and I want to look up information about the soul-swallowing beast. The secret vaults that Meng Anwen was referring to were not the ones that Lin Moyu had seen. Those are just the most superficial things, and they can only be said to be somewhat secretive, but they are definitely not secret elements. What Meng Anwen said at this time was the most confidential information. Dongfang Yi dared not directly refuse Meng Anwen's request. But if he wants to check the most confidential information in the royal family, it is a big deal, even he dare not agree rashly. Dongfang Yi said, Clan Uncle Dongfang Li holds the secret library, I'll ask him if he knows about the soul-swallowing beast. Meng Anwen nodded, then trouble the king. It should be. Dongfang Yi was polite, without any airs. Dongfang Yi led them to a living room, where Dongfang Yi served the best tea, and then went to the secret library by himself. After a while, Princess Dongfang Yao came over. She and Xu Han are best friends, and they chatted immediately after they met. Hearing Xu Han talk about what happened just now, even Dongfang Yao was taken aback. Sister Han, is this soul-devouring beast really so scary? Dongfang Yao seemed to feel the same, and was also very nervous. Xu Han nodded, it should be very scary. My grandfather's expression changed at the time, and he was very nervous. And Shen is similar. Fortunately, there is General Lin, who saved me. Up to now, Xu Han still has lingering fears in his heart, and he hasn't been able to react from that helpless panic. The point is, the detection technique didn't get any useful information, and almost killed himself. She couldn't imagine how there could be such a terrifying thing as the soul-devouring beast in the world. Dongfang Yao glanced at Lin Moyu indiscriminately, and then snorted in a voice that only she could hear. Lin Moyu refused to borrow the skeleton, she would never forget it. Although Lin Moyu promised to save her mother, she almost killed Lin Moyu herself. But one size is one size, and outsiders can't understand the girl's mind at all. Don't talk about outsiders, sometimes you don't even understand yourself. Xu Han saw Dongfang Yao's little expression, don't blame God General Lin, as long as God General Lin has the ability, he will definitely save him. This time Lin Xinjiang also took 2 drops of highly poisonous Jiao spinal cord that can detoxify, and said that Grandpa would make the medicine to see if it could dissolve the poison of rotting corpses. That's the spinal cord of the level 85 world boss, a priceless treasure. Dongfang Yao whispered, really? Xu Han nodded, what are you lying to, of course it's true. Lin Moyu was also talking to Meng Anwen at this time. Teacher, do you think there will be information about soul-swallowing beasts in the royal family? Meng Anwen said, the Xinxia royal family has been passed down for thousands of years. During the 1,000 years of ups and downs, the major families have risen and fallen, only the royal family has not fallen. If they don't even have information about the soul-devouring beast, then the other families won't have any. And this time, to deal with the soul-devouring beast, we must use the power of the royal family. Lin Moyu understood what Meng Anwen meant. If you want to seal the province and lock the city, in addition to the power of the military, you also need the power of the local administration. These administrative powers are all in the hands of the royal family. If there is no royal family to issue orders, even if one province and one city can be blocked, the result will definitely be a big mess. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, everything generates and restrains each other, there must be a solution. If the royal family has no information here, I can ask it. It? Meng Anwen was surprised, you mean the one in the core area? Lin Moyu hummed, it has lived for an unknown number of years, so it should know something about the soul-swallowing beast. Meng Anwen nodded, although I haven't talked to it, I still know some legends about it. It is said that it knows everything. Lin Moyu chuckled, that's not all. Footsteps sounded, and Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Li walked side by side. Dongfang Li is in charge of the Imperial Secret Library, and he has read almost all the materials in the secret library. Meng Anwen asked, bluntly, how is it? Dongfang Li took out an extremely simple book, here is all the information about the soul-swallowing beast. The information on the soul-swallowing beast is too old, and it's extremely messy. Our royal family made a revision in 800, and recorded all the information on the soul-swallowing beast. Meng Anwen flipped through it quickly, and with his ability to have a photographic memory, it was only pediatrics. After reading it, the book was in the hands of Lin Moyu. At this moment, Dongfang Li asked, Anshin, are you really sure it's the soul-swallowing beast? Meng Anwen hummed, it's undoubtedly the soul-swallowing beast, and it's completely consistent with the information in the book. Dongfang Yi frowned, this is a catastrophe, Anshin, what are you going to do? Meng Anwen said, I have already thought of a countermeasure just now, but I still need to discuss it with the Lord of the East. I thought that this time would be a catastrophe. But now I read the information and found that it may also be a big opportunity. Dongfang Yi raised his eyebrows. Great opportunity, how to say this? He hadn't read the information, but only heard Dongfang Li talk about it, and he knew the horror of the soul-swallowing beast. Could it be that something different is recorded in the data? Dongfang Li had read this document before, but he didn't see any great opportunity. Please calm down and explain in detail. Dongfang Yi asked repeatedly. Lin Moyu also read the complete book at this time, and sighed softly, fortune and misfortune depend on each other, or, Akaj, maybe it will really be a chance. Meng Anwen's words are enough to convince the public, and now Lin Moyu's words are basically confirmed. Dongfang Yi also looked through the information about the soul-swallowing beast, but he didn't see anything from it. Dongfang Li said in a deep voice, the old man has also read the information about the soul-swallowing beast, but he didn't find anything. I don't know how Anshin and Linshin will determine that this will be a chance. Meng Anwen glanced at Lin Moyu. Xiaoyu, tell me. Both answers should be the same. Lin Moyu nodded. This starts with the history of the human race. Lin Moyu has seen some not-so-confidential materials in the Royal Secret Library, as well as a large amount of materials in the Academy, combined with his own experience, and the friendly communication with Antares. Now his knowledge of the history of the human race and the entire high level is far beyond the average person. Even if many god-level powerhouses are not as good as him. On the contrary, some basic knowledge, such as where and what kind of copy, has become the knowledge that Lin Moyu lacks the most. Thousands of years ago, the human race was governed by itself, and the territory of our Xinxia Empire alone could be divided into 200 kingdoms. The big one has one province and 2 provinces, while the small one has only 1 city. This is especially the case in other countries. What's more, a few villages, thousands of people can be a country. Although there are quite a few god-level powerhouses, there are endless internal struggles, which can be described as a mess. Lin Moyu spoke slowly and methodically, his voice was like musical notes, elegant and distant. In this silent late night, it seemed a little ethereal. Listening to Lin Moyu's talk, Shu Han felt that Lin Moyu's voice was very pleasant. Gradually, she became fascinated by listening, and murmured in her heart, why didn't I realize that Lin Shuadi's voice is so nice? Dongfang Yao looked at Lin Moyu's smooth talk, and thought of Lin Moyu standing in front of her in the corpse world. For some reason, Lin Moyu's image seems to grow taller. As Lin Moyu said, in that era that has been buried in the years, known as the chaotic time and space, the human race really broke up. At that time, the appearance of the soul-devouring beast did not attract the attention of the human race. By the time you find out, it's too late. The soul-devouring beast has grown up and has great power, enough to compete with god-level powerhouses. In the war that lasted for several years, the human race paid a great price and finally won. At that time, the god-level powerhouses of the human race were almost extinct. After the devouring beast disaster, abyssal demons and dragons descended. If it weren't for the sudden birth of a group of geniuses in the human race would have been slaughtered by the Abyss Evil Dragon clan long ago. Those geniuses quickly stood out from the crowd in just over 10 years, from ordinary job changers to gods. It propped up a piece of sky for the human race, and bought enough time for the human race. The human race also took this opportunity to recuperate and recover slowly. This is a history buried in time. Almost very few people know. The birth of that group of geniuses is related to the soul-devouring beast. The soul-devouring beast hides in the soul, it will devour the soul and all the power of flesh and blood. But if it can be eliminated before it takes shape, then its soul power will be integrated into the soul of the professional. When the soul is strengthened, the attributes will also be strengthened. When the talent is awakened when changing jobs, the probability of professional sublimation will be much higher. That's how the geniuses were born. The soul-swallowing beast came from nowhere. I don't know how it was born. It can live in the depths of the human soul and devour everything. It can have multiple choices, or like Gao Yang, it can swallow it in a steady stream. It is also possible to directly put people to death and devour their souls. But in the end, it will come out of the body. After listening to Lin Moyu's analysis, several people feel that this possibility is real. Meng Anwen said, the benefits of a strong soul are many, not only the improvement of attribute qualifications, but more importantly, the improvement of understanding. The improvement of savvy is the most important thing. If the savvy is not enough, no matter how strong the attribute is, the awakening talent will be useless. Everyone present, except Dongfang Yao, all know the hidden attribute of comprehension. The strength of understanding is very important, but it is also closely related to the strength of the soul. Dongfang Yi thought for a while, but how to wipe out the soul-swallowing beast in the bud? According to normal means, if the soul-devouring beast does not take the initiative to expose it, it will be difficult for us to find it. I'm afraid that if the time goes on, the soul-devouring beast will be given enough time. Meng Anwen chuckled, I also had such concerns before, but in fact, I was a little unfounded. After the soul-devouring beast is parasitic, its growth cycle is not short, and we have enough time to arrange it. Lin Moyu said, most soul-devouring beasts will use a relatively gentle growth method. We have 3 to 5 years to prepare, which should be enough. After the soul-devouring beast parasitizes, it will grow in 2 ways. One is more violent, and its performance is just like Gao Yang. The other is so mild that people don't feel anything. The soul-devouring beast will lurk in the soul, slowly absorbing the power of the soul, the energy of cultivation, and the experience gained from killing monsters. In short, everything a professional can get is its food. It's just that it only eats a little bit, not too much, and it's hard to notice. There are 2 growth methods, the shortest period is half a year, and the longest period can reach 3 to 5 years. Gao Yang's soul-swallowing beast is an example of violent growth, but it's a pity that Gao Yang's own strength is not strong enough. If it was replaced by a high-level professional with rank 2 or higher, the soul-devouring beast parasitic in its body would be much stronger. According to historical records, there have been god-level soul-swallowing beasts. Some god-level powerhouses were even parasitized, and their souls were eventually devoured by the soul-devouring beast, and even the bodies of god-level powerhouses were controlled by the soul-devouring beast. Seeing Meng Anwen and Lin Moyu's confidence, Dongfang Yi knew that they must have corresponding countermeasures. What do we need to do? Meng Anwen said, this matter is no small matter, there will be many involved, and the layout to be done will be huge. Perhaps after the completion of this layout, in the next few years, there will be many geniuses in the Xinxia Empire. Lin Moyu said, control the situation first, and don't allow the soul-devouring beast to spill over to other countries. The opportunity here must be rotten in our own stomachs. Dongfeng suddenly became excited. As the lord of the country, if he can make such a feat during his career in charge of the Xinxia Empire, he will definitely be remembered by history. He seemed to see the picture of the Xinxia Empire, where geniuses emerged in large numbers and looked down on the entire human race. Several people began to discuss how to start the layout. First of all, news about the soul-devouring beast must not be leaked. Gao Yang is not the first, nor will he be the last. There must be someone else who had the same situation as Gao Yang, not necessarily someone from Jiangning Academy. It may be someone who has accepted Gao Yang, or it may be someone who lives near Gao Yang in Shihai City. No one knows how many soul-devouring beasts came out following Gao Yang. If something similar to Gao Yang happened to someone, they must be found and controlled quietly. Meng Anwen said, I'm going to go to the place where Gao Yang and the others practiced. According to the records, the things needed to deal with the soul-devouring beast should be there. Lin Moyu, I'll go to the ancient battlefield and talk to it. Meng Anwen summoned the god Shata, I'll take you there. Numerous runes were densely intertwined in the air, forming a teleportation array. This time, there was no need to look for any safe place, the teleportation array was already set up in a blink of an eye. To Meng Anwen, waving his hands to set up in formation is just a trivial matter, but in the eyes of others, it is shocking. As the entire human race, the only alchemy formation with double gods exists, Meng Anwen's strength is shocking. Lin Moyu flew into the teleportation array and headed for the ancient battlefield. Meng Anwen said, Lord Dongfeng, just follow what we said, and the outside matters will trouble you. Dongfeng clasped his fists, don't worry, rest assured, this matter must be entrusted to us properly. Meng Anwen also left, he was going to visit the place where Gao Yang's accident happened, looking for clues. At this time, the sky in the east was already dim, and a dazzling light pierced the sky. Both Dongfeng Yi and Dongfeng Li were excited. Dongfeng Yi felt that he was about to leave his name in history and be recorded in the annals of history. Perhaps among the rulers of the Xinxia Empire in all dynasties, they can be ranked first. Dongfeng Yao was puzzled. Father, Lin Moyu said he was going to the ancient battlefield to talk to it. Who is it? Dongfeng Yao has also been to the ancient battlefield, but she really can't figure out who to talk to there. Dongfeng Yi and Dongfeng Li were also confused by Dongfeng Yao's question. That's right, who else can I talk to when I go to the ancient battlefield? Lin Moyu is only level 53, and he can only go to the upper space. Upper space. The two suddenly realized something, and at the same time showed horror. The expressions of the two were extremely exaggerated, even more exaggerated than when they heard about the soul-devouring beast just now. Dongfeng Li swayed his whole body, no way, could it really be it? Lin Xinjiang is actually qualified to talk to it. Why? Dongfeng Yi is no better than Dongfeng Li, perhaps Lin Xinjiang can really have this qualification. The two seemed to be fascinated, and Dongfeng Yao was even more puzzled. Father, what are you talking about, Grandpa Li? Dongfeng Li shook his head, it can't be said, it's a terrible existence. Dongfeng Yao didn't take it seriously, how terrible it can be. Dongfeng Yi snorted softly, Yaoer, shut up. Dongfeng Yao was taken aback, Dongfeng Kuei seldom hummed to herself like this. Dongfeng Li smiled, that existence, killing me, is like killing a dog. If you just breathe out, I'll be gone. Dongfeng Yi also said, don't talk about you and me, even if you kill Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, it probably won't take much trouble. Dongfeng Yi went on to say, General Lin Shen is really unfathomable, let's not think too much, and do things according to the plan. Yes, according to the plan, this time may be a great opportunity for our Xinxia Empire. On the ancient battlefield, Lin Moyu found himself not far from the core area. Flying with all your strength, you can reach the center in up to 4 hours. The lightning undead spread its wings, and brought Lin Moyu into a flash of lightning, roaring away. The earth retreated rapidly in sight, and it didn't take long for Lin Moyu to rush into the core area. Half an hour later, there was a chirping sound in the air. Ancient Yuan bird, flying from the air with a violent flame. But this time Ancient Yuan bird did not attack Lin Moyu, but screamed towards Lin Moyu. That means to compete with Lin Moyu, who can fly faster. Lin Moyu shook his head. I admit defeat, I can't beat you. Ancient Yuan Niao let out a crisp and loud scream, with a haughty look. Lin Moyu chuckled. During the day when I was chatting with Antares, Ancient Yuan bird also came and circled around the two. Although there have been some unpleasant, but then give up. Ancient Yuan bird, flying with Lin Moyu for a while, it seems that Lin Moyu flies too slowly. Suddenly it flew under Lin Moyu, and then supported Lin Moyu. At this time, the flames all over its body were suppressed, and Lin Moyu was not burned. Lin Moyu was very surprised. You are willing to let me sit on your back? Ancient Yuan Niao called twice again, as if to say, who made you so slow? Then the speed suddenly increased, and a black line of fire was drawn in the air. Originally it took 4 hours, but Ancient Yuan bird flew in only 30 minutes. Antares raised one eyelid. Why are you here again? Lin Moyu said, something happened in the Terran world, and I'm here to ask you a few questions. What question? Antares did not refuse. Lin Moyu said, the soul-swallowing beast was found in the human world. I want to ask. What? Antares abruptly interrupted Lin Moyu. What kind of goddamn luck do you have? You can even meet the soul-devouring beast. Lin Moyu was stunned. Is it lucky to meet a soul-swallowing beast? And what kind of ghost knife is heavenly shit luck? Antares' emotions became agitated, and even its normally motionless wings vibrated, creating a gust of wind. It scolded while talking, scolding Lin Moyu, good luck. Lin Moyu was a little dumbfounded. What happened to this guy? Antares, can you calm down? Lin Moyu yelled loudly, but his voice was too small. It wasn't until Antares finished complaining that he finally stopped. Antares exhaled heavily. I said, why are you so lucky, kid? It's nothing more than changing to a hidden profession that the master has never seen before. The talent is still so strong. I get 2 origin rune and 2 medium godheads, medium god positions. Now we meet the birth of a soul-swallowing beast again. Lin Moyu was speechless. This guy talked and painted by himself, and he didn't get to the point after talking for a long time. Lin Moyu said unhappily, can you speak clearly? Antares finally calmed down a bit. The soul-devouring beast is actually a great opportunity. It depends on whether you can grasp it. If you can't grasp it, it may be a catastrophe. Lin Moyu said, our human race experienced the soul-devouring beast disaster thousands of years ago. You should be aware of that incident. This time, we will definitely not let the disaster break out again. The teacher and I have already analyzed it, so I'm here to ask you for advice. Do you know how to deal with the soul-devouring beast? Antares laughed straight. Of course the deity knows the method, but... Lin Moyu thought it was going to be tricky again, so he couldn't help frowning slightly. But Antares shook his head. Okay, I'm not joking with you. There are 2 ways to deal with the soul-devouring beast. One is to use the soul-melting potion and let everyone take it. In this way, the soul-devouring beast hidden in the soul will die, and the soul power of the soul-devouring beast will become a great tonic for the host. This method has a lot of benefits for you human race, but it doesn't do you any good. Lin Moyu blurted out without thinking, isn't this bad? Of course it's not bad, but there is a problem. Antares moved his head closer. You said, 100 top professionals at level 85 are more powerful than a god-level powerhouse at level 90. The answer to this question is not obvious. Naturally, a god-level powerhouse is powerful. 100 top professionals tied together, although it can cause a lot of trouble for a 90-level god-level powerhouse. Even teaming up can achieve head-on confrontation. But the god-level powerhouse is not a wooden stake, standing there motionless. All attributes of god-level powerhouses who have reached level 90 have been greatly increased, and their speed and strength are far superior to those of top professionals. As long as it takes a little effort, top professionals can definitely be defeated. Antares looked at Lin Moyu with its big eyes. For a race, the most important thing is to have a top powerhouse. Even if everyone in your human race becomes a god, it is better to have one super god. The higher the level, the greater the gap between each level. You should be able to understand the truth. Lin Moyu thought about the meaning of Antares' words. You are right, but it's too difficult to become a super god. None of the 3 methods you mentioned to become a super god is easy. Looking at himself in the eyes of Antares, Lin Moyu seemed to guess what Antares wanted to express. Antares said, actually, it's not difficult to say, and it's not difficult. There is a very good opportunity now, and it is also your opportunity. If you can hold on. The meaning of it is self-evident. If you can grasp it, you will have the opportunity to become a super god. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu felt excited. Becoming a super god is his pursuit, his dream goal. Antares knew that Lin Moyu's interest had already been aroused, and Lin Moyu was completely moved by the temptation of becoming a super god, and a smile appeared in his eyes. The second way to deal with the soul-devouring beast is to set up a large soul-melting array. Isn't there a god-level formation mage in your human race? Let him arrange the formation, and you will be the eye of the formation. Once the formation is activated, the soul-devouring beasts in the formation will be eliminated, but the power of their souls after death will gather on your body and become your nourishment. Lin Moyu understood, and used the soul-melting formation to destroy the soul-swallowing beast, gathering everyone's chances to himself. Turn the possibility of giving birth to hundreds and thousands of gods into the possibility of becoming a super god. In this way, it may be unfair to many people, depriving them of the possibility of becoming a god. But for the entire human race, it is beneficial and harmless. Antares said, there is an upper limit to the enhancement of your original rune attributes, right? The upper limit is determined not only by the body but also by the soul. If you want to become a super god, you must achieve sufficient strength, both in body and soul. Originally, this problem will not come into contact with you until you have turned 3 times, but now, this deity has shown mercy and told you in advance. Antares seemed a little happy. As for why he was so happy, as long as he knew it himself. But its words, Lin Moyu has already written it down. Without thinking too much, Lin Moyu already had the answer in his heart. Tell me how to arrange the soul-melting array. Antares gave Lin Moyu a slanted look. Is it useful to tell you? You are not a god-level formation master. This means, to say directly, you know a fart, and it is useless to tell you. Seeing that Lin Moyu had taken the bait, Antares finally showed his true colors, and, don't you think you should pay a price for such a precious thing? 3 transactions, as long as you agree to complete the next 3 transactions for this deity will tell you the method of setting up the soul-melting formation. I can also tell you the preparation method of the soul-melting potion. Is this deity very generous? This is the temptation to become a super god. Antares has a smirk in his eyes, not afraid that Lin Moyu will not take the hook. Lin Moyu thought for a while. You are right, it's useless for you to tell me, and this thing is a bit expensive, I can't afford it. Antares was stunned. What do you mean? Lin Moyu said, literally, I can't afford it, so I can only give it up. I have seen the soul-melting potion in the ancient books of the human race. If I can make it myself, I won't bother you. Thank you for telling me the answer. Lin Moyu made a gesture to leave. Wait a minute. Antares stopped Lin Moyu immediately. Why is the development of this matter not right? It is not the same as it expected. Antares said in a deep voice, you don't want to become a super god? Lin Moyu nodded, yes, but your price is too high, I can't afford it. The 3 transactions can be seen from the trip to the canyon. Antares' transaction is definitely not simple. If it were someone else, it might not be possible to complete it even if you put your life in it. What's more, Lin Moyu heard something different from its words. In fact, Lin Moyu really wanted the soul-melting array, not only the soul-melting array, he also wanted the soul-melting potion. There is no soul-melting potion for the human race. The ancient books only said that there is a potion that can kill the soul-swallowing beast, but there is no formula at all. So, Lin Moyu is fooling Antares. Sure enough, he made a gesture to leave, but Antares immediately stopped him. From Antares' eyes, he saw a trace of undetectable panic. Antares said coldly, "The 3 transactions should not be difficult for you." Lin Moyu shook his head, "It's difficult, it's too difficult. I might lose my life. If my life is gone, super gods should stop dreaming." Antares thought for a moment, "Well, how about 2 deals?" Lin Moyu still shook his head, "No, your deal is too difficult. Last time I almost died in Burial Thunder Canyon. Think about it again, the 2 transactions are already my reserve price." Antares is still working hard. There was a little guilt in its words, which Lin Moyu keenly grasped. Lin Moyu knew that the price could still be negotiated. "Both sides come and go," Lin Moyu said several times to leave, but Antares stopped them. The base price of Antares has dropped again and again. When the 2 parties finally reached a deal, Antares kept breathing heavily from his huge nose. Lin Moyu took the formula of the soul-melting potion and the method of setting up the big soul-melting formation, and left contentedly. Antares realized that it was midnight. Lin Moyu obviously wanted these 2 things very much, and the human race didn't have any formula for soul-melting potion. Lin Moyu is empty glove white wolf. Where did the deity reveal his secrets? Where did you reveal your secrets? Antares muttered to himself, unable to understand. Antares offered 3 deals but was rejected by Lin Moyu. Then the price tag went down all the way, after some friendly and cordial bargaining. Finally, the deposit for the next transaction reached the final price. Antares paid the soul-melting formation and the soul-melting potion, and got a deposit for Lin Moyu's next deal. Lin Moyu promised Antariki to go to the instance of the Dragon King Hall after 3 rounds, and get the Dragon Ball located in the Dragon King Hall for him. In fact, Lin Moyu is just empty talk, he only paid a promise, and he didn't pay anything else, so he got what he wanted for nothing. Antares didn't realize that he didn't seem to get anything until after Lin Moyu left. After thinking about it, it murmured, "This guy is really smart. However, I'm not at a loss. The soul-melting formation was originally intended for him, but I didn't expect the soul-devouring beast to be born. This world is really going to produce super gods, and I'm about to be free." There was a gleam in Antares' eyes. If Lin Moyu sees it, Lin Moyu will definitely doubt whether he has lost money. Perhaps even this promise is superfluous. The Great Swamp Secret Realm, all the trial secret realms of Jiangning Academy. The level of monsters in the secret realm is below level 20, which is a low-level secret realm for novice trials. This secret realm is very safe, and nothing has happened in the past 100 years. But since Gao Yang's accident, this secret realm has been sealed off. It wasn't until a few hours ago that Meng Anwen and others came here that this secret place welcomed new guests again. Meng Anwen didn't disturb anyone in Jiangning Academy, he used his own method to lead everyone directly into the secret realm. Shen Shata has many magical abilities, Meng Anwen only used a small part of it. It is not difficult for him to break through the mere secret realm. Gao Yang had already recovered at this time. Xu Yaoshan found a god-level therapist. After a few top-level healing techniques, Gao Yang's hands and feet quickly regrown. At this time, except that the strength has not been fully recovered, the actions are no different from normal people. At this moment, the group of people moved forward rapidly in the dungeon. With Meng Anwen's finger, Gao Yang and Xu Han's bodies lit up with light clusters, and then they gained the ability to fly. "Lead the way," Meng Anwen whispered. "Obey." Gao Yang flew forward without saying a word. The secret place is not big, and soon came to the place where Gao Yang had an accident. Gao Yang pointed to the small swamp below him, "It's here." Just looking at it with the eyes, there is nothing unusual. Mang Anwen pointed his finger, and the god Xiata appeared in Kongsheng. A ray of light fell, and all the mud and rocks in the swamp flew away. The swamp is only a little more than 1 meter deep, and it is extremely safe as a secret place for novice trials. Even if the whole person falls into the swamp, there will be no danger to life. The biggest function of the secret realm is to cultivate the student's ability to cooperate with each other. The swamp bottomed out quickly, and nothing was found. Mang Anwen thought for a while, then snorted softly, and made a few handprints. Shinshata suddenly became bigger, and the huge suction burst out, completely evacuating the mud and rocks in some nearby swamps. Dozens of large and small swamps exposed the bottom. This time Mang Anwen did it more thoroughly. He dug the bottom several times and removed a lot of mud and rocks. This time, several of them saw that something was wrong. Shu Han said softly, "There seems to be another space at the bottom of this swamp." The bottom of the swamp is not mudstone, but several places are translucent like mirrors. Through these areas, it can be clearly seen that there is still room at the bottom. Shi Yaoshan took out a bottle of potion, tapped it with his finger, and a few drops flew out of the potion and landed on everyone's eyelids. Everyone's eyesight instantly increased, as if they could see through, seeing things underground. Shu Han exclaimed, "I saw that there are still many soul-swallowing beasts below." Gao Yang also saw it, so that's what it is. There was fear in his eyes, but also deep hatred. For more than half a year, his life was worse than death. It was only later that I found out that it was parasitized by a monster called Soul-Swallowing Beast. Mang Anwen said, "Gao Yang probably broke a hole at the bottom of the swamp that day, which led to the outflow of soul-devouring beasts. Don't touch them for now. Later, I will completely seal this secret realm, and no one is allowed to enter. Look for it first. According to the records and the data, something to deal with the soul-devouring beast should be nearby." Shu Yaoshan said in a low voice, "Everything in the heaven and earth grows and restrains each other. Near the poison, there will be things that restrain the poison, and this soul-swallowing beast is no exception." Guangxiata buzzed, and all the mud and rocks returned to their original positions, as if they had not been moved. The four of them began to search around, and all four of them were flying, not hiding. This secret realm has existed for countless years. After being designated as a secret realm for new students to try by Jiangning Academy, several groups of students will come in every year. Before Gao Yang came in, he read the information of the secret realm repeatedly, and knew everything in the secret realm like the back of his hand. But he never expected that at the bottom of the swamp, it turned out to be the lair of the soul-devouring beast. After searching for a long time, nothing seemed to be found. Suddenly Shu Han shouted, "This thing seems a little unusual." Everyone flew over and saw something abnormal in Shu Han's mouth. On a raised stone, there are some pink shell-like things growing. This is not the seaside, and shells grow on the rocks, which is extremely unusual. Shi Yaoshan took some shells from the air and started the experiment on the spot. He directly took out an experimental table, which was filled with various bottles and jars. Shu Han retreated more than 10 meters away calmly, and at the same time signaled Gao Yang to retreat. Gao Yang didn't understand, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Shu Han said, "When my grandfather was doing the experiment, he had to stay far away, it would be dangerous." "Will it be dangerous?" Gao Yang didn't understand. Shu Han pointed to Mang Anwen. "Not only them, Mang Anwen has withdrawn far, farther than them." Boom! The explosion came suddenly, and the sky was covered with smoke and dust from the explosion of the medicine. Shu Han quickly covered his nose. "Don't breathe, step back." Gao Yang immediately followed suit and retreated far away. Immediately afterwards, explosions followed one another. The power is not very great, but every time it can blow up smoke and dust all over the sky. Gao Yang saw with his own eyes that the smoke and dust fell on the ground, and many flowers and plants on the ground withered and died. Shu Han explained, "Grandpa does 460 drug experiments, and often mixes some poisonous drugs. It is also possible that the preparation fails. This will cause an explosion. For safety, let's not get close. Dao Yang already understood this truth, not only the flowers and plants, he also saw the monsters in the secret realm. After touching the smoke and dust, within 5 seconds, they twitched a few times and then collapsed. This is not the god of medicine, it is simply the god of poison. In addition to curing diseases and saving lives, the god of medicine can also poison and kill enemies. Whether it is medicine or poison, it is between their orders. Gao Yang murmured, "It's so poisonous." Shu Han said softly, "Grandpa's poison is also very powerful." Gao Yang nodded hurriedly, "It is indeed very powerful." After a long time, Shi Yaoshan finally stopped the experiment and put away the experiment bench. "I tested it, and these shell-like things should be some kind of ore. These substances have a special composition that affects the soul." A gleam of joy flashed in Meng Anwen's eyes. "That's right, it should be this thing." Shi Yaoshan said, "Although it can affect the soul, it is still far from killing the soul-swallowing beast." Meng Anwen said, "Then it's up to you to prepare the medicine." Shi Yaoshan's eyes flashed brightly. "I haven't encountered such an interesting thing for a long time. I will leave this matter to the old man, and the corresponding medicine will be dispensed." At this time, Meng Anwen's communicator vibrated, and Meng Anwen glanced at it with a hint of joy. "It's Xiaoyu who has returned." Shin Shata intertwined the teleportation array, and Lin Moyu appeared in the secret realm the next moment. Meng Anwen asked, "How is it?" "What did that guy say?" "It gave a formation, saying that this formation can deal with the soul-swallowing beast." Lin Moyu took out a formation map and handed it to Meng Anwen. "This is given by Antares, and it can be understood by saying that it is a god-level formation master. Anyway, there are a lot of ghostly symbols on it, Lin Moyu can't understand at all." "Formation?" Meng Anwen took over the formation map, which was extremely simple, exuding a sense of confusion. As a god-level formation mage, Meng Anwen's mental strength moved and he got through the formation diagram. In an instant, the formation map burst into brilliant light, resplendent and brilliant. A large number of complicated and difficult-to-decipher runes flew out, some fell into Meng Anwen's spiritual world, and the other part appeared in the air. The runes are intertwined and entangled with each other, revealing a magnificent formation. Meng Anwen was stunned for a while, and it took a long time to accept the information about the formation. As for others, they can't understand it at all. "I just feel that this formation is extraordinary, and once it is activated, it will be earth-shattering." After a while, the light on the formation map faded, and Meng Anwen also came to his senses, exhaling a long breath. "What a powerful formation." Lin Moyu asked, "Teacher, do you want to arrange?" Meng Anwen nodded. "It should be possible, but it still needs to be studied carefully." Shi Yao said, "I also need to study the medicine well, just as well. We will definitely solve the problem of the soul-swallowing beast with our two-pronged approach." Meng Anwen's eyes flickered slightly, and he glanced at Lin Moyu. "Let's go back." Driving the god Shata, he took several people out of the secret realm. Meng Anwen blocked this secret place casually, and no one was allowed to enter. Shi Yaoshan and Shu Han returned to their own Yaoshan mansion. Meng Anwen took Lin Moyu and Gao Yang back to Baishan courtyard. Bai Yiyuan was dozing off, and said softly, "Xiaoyu, your friend is healed." Lin Moyu nodded, "Okay." "White God." Dao Yang suddenly let out an exclamation, and he fell to his knees on the ground with a bang, just short of kowtow to Bai Yiyuan. He was trembling all over, extremely excited. He exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect to see Lord Baishan in this life. Even if I die now, it's worth it." Bai Yiyuan was startled by this appearance. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong with your friend?" Lin Moyu shook his head and sighed, "This guy is like this, just ignore him." Meng Anwen said, "Your friend's injury just shouldn't be so exciting, Lao Bai, you sent him to Shaojing Academy to live first. Xiaoyu and I have something to talk about." Meng Anwen looked serious, and Bai Yiyuan knew that something was really wrong. He stood up and dragged Gao Yang. "Boy, come with me." Lin Moyu also said, you go to Shaojing Academy to live first, and I will arrange other things. Dao Yang was still immersed in the excitement at this time, and he was distracted by Bai Yi. After the two left, Lin Moyu looked at Meng Anwen. Mr. Meng, you should have seen it. Meng Anwen looked at Lin Moyu. I see the general idea, let's talk about it yourself. Not only Meng Anwen has something to say, Lin Moyu also has something to say. Lin Moyu said, in addition to the soul-melting formation, Antares actually gave the soul-melting potion. Meng Anwen nodded, continue. Lin Moyu poured him a cup of tea. Antares said, this large formation may have the opportunity to lay the foundation for me to become a super god. Meng Anwen's eyebrows twitched violently a few times, but he didn't say anything. He looked calm, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner excitement. Lin Moyu repeated what Antares said, and Meng Anwen chewed it carefully. When it comes to carefulness, Lin Moyu knows that he is not as good as Chu. Meng Anwen can always analyze many details from spoken words. After thinking about it for a moment, Meng Anwen tried to suppress his slightly excited mood. After drinking hot tea, he said, it's right, no matter how many gods there are, they are not as good as a super god. Since it says that the soul-melting formation can help you lay the foundation for becoming a super god, then the teacher will do his best to help you. And I can feel from its words that it seems to very much hope that you can become a super god. Even if you don't want this soul-melting formation, it will be given to you. Lin Moyu smiled wryly. I already felt something was wrong. It seems that I'm still not smart enough. Meng Anwen chuckled, you're already smart enough. But this big formation is too complicated, and everyone's soul has limits. It's impossible for you to use all the soul-devouring beasts to strengthen your own soul. Too much is too much. So we have to prepare with both hands, the soul-melting formation, and the soul-melting potion. Lin Mo's medicine formula took and when, this is the formula for melting soul, I listened to the teacher. Meng Anwen nodded, then we will use the Xinxia Empire as the scope to set up this soul-melting array. At that time you will think that the eyes of the array will allow you to absorb enough soul power. For the rest of them, just take the soul-melting potion, and they can also create a lot of geniuses for the Xinxia Empire. While talking, Meng Anwen checked the formula of the soul-melting potion. Although he is not a pharmacist, he still knows some things, by analogy. The main medicine of the soul-melting potion uses a material called red stone. Red stone is a red shell that grows on rocks in the secret realm. Lin Moyu said, teacher, actually, I don't think it's good for the Xinxia Empire to create too many geniuses. Meng Anwen suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Moyu with doubts in his eyes. Why do you say that? Lin Moyu thought about it and organized his language. I think that for professionals, perseverance, tenacity, and character are more important than talent. I have seen people with mediocre aptitude, but noble character, who are not afraid of life and death. I have also seen people with excellent family backgrounds, but they are greedy for life and afraid of death. And this kind of person is easily tempted. Even if he grows up, he may become a puppet of the devil. Meng Anwen didn't speak, but was thinking about Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu continued, I know the teacher hopes that everyone in the Xinxia Empire will be like a dragon, but now it's different from before. Back then, when the soul-devouring beast was in disaster, demons and dragons hadn't come yet. There was no such existence as the demon worship society, and the survival of our entire human race was threatened. Under the overturned nest, there will be no eggs. Under such circumstances, the human race will naturally unite unprecedentedly. But now, Lin Moyu didn't go on talking, just click on some things. I believe Meng Anwen can figure it out. After a long time, Meng Anwen let out a long sigh. Indeed, you are right. Times have changed, people's hearts have changed. So what are you going to do? Lin Moyu said, there are a lot of soul-swallowing beasts, and the power of the soul can't be absorbed by me alone. The excess soul power may be given to some specific people. For example, you, Teacher Bai, Teacher Yan, my sister, Yi, Gao Yang, etc., can all be used. I know my thoughts are selfish, but I have to be selfish. Meng Anwen frowned, then I need to make some changes to the formation, and you will be in charge of the overall control. You will be under a lot of pressure. Lin Moyu knew that Meng Anwen had accepted his suggestion, and he was relieved. His statement was somewhat selfish, and he was afraid that Meng Anwen would not be able to accept it. But fortunately, Meng Anwen is still very open-minded. Lin Moyu said, as long as the teacher can finish changing the formation, leave the rest to me. As for the soul-melting potion, it can be used as a backup, and after we have finished preparing it, we will hand it over to Senior Medicine God so that he can develop the corresponding potion. The two discussed for a while and settled the matter. This formation is too big, it will cover the entire Xinxia Empire. The node selection of the formation requires careful calculation. Qian is good, it is very likely that the army will be used in this regard. With the identities of Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, it is not a problem to think about it. Xu Yaoshan has already gone back to study the corresponding medicine, but Lin Moyu has seen the formula of the medicine, which is extremely complicated. He wanted to research the same soul-melting potion, which was quite difficult. On the other hand, the royal family, which is in charge of the national administration, has already taken action. A series of orders were sent from the palace to all provinces and cities. Many high-level empires took action and went to various parts of the country. Especially in Jiangning province, martial law was carried out silently. A large number of people are operating, secretly investigating, and finding out all the people who have abnormalities in the past 6 months. After investigation, it was found that there are indeed many such people. Especially in Shihai City, where Gaoyang is located, there are quite a few of them. The empire took them over for intensive treatment. All actions are carried out silently, as far as possible without revealing the slightest wind. All the students of Jiangning Academy who are in other places have been notified to return to the academy as soon as possible. No matter what you are doing, you have to put down what you are doing and go back. Lin Moyu came to Kuanqing again and met Feng Ziliu and his party again. Outside the teleportation array, Lin Moyu ran into Feng Ziliu and his party again. Lin Moyu bowed slightly to Feng Ziliu. Thank you for telling me about Gaoyang. If you need me to help you in the future, you can come to me. Feng Ziliu quickly waved his hands. Don't dare. The expressions of several people were slightly nervous and a little unnatural. The one in front of him is not ordinary, it is a divine general. The youngest god general in the entire human race, with only level 53, he has a combat power comparable to that of a god. This kind of big man, how can people like them be able to climb high? It is a great honor to meet and say a few words. Lin Moyu knew that it was difficult to change their minds, but he still said, you don't need to care too much about your identity. We are all human professionals and have the same goal. Then we are comrades in arms. Feng Ziliu tried his best to nod his head, trying to make himself less nervous. Thank you Lin Xinjiang. How is Lin Xinjiang's friend doing? Lin Moyu said, he's fine. That's good, we'll go back to the school first. Feng Ziliu said. Lin Moyu nodded, when you go back, follow the instructions of the school, don't think too much, it's fine. Seeing Lin Moyu leaving, several people were a little dazed. Someone whispered, Boss, what does God General Lin mean by that? Yeah, I feel like God knows something. This time the school called us back urgently, did something happen? Feng Ziliu also heard Lin Moyu's implication, don't think so much, we will just listen to Lin Xinjiang and follow the instructions of the school after we go back. Is it possible that we are afraid that the 950 school will harm us? Lin Moyu knew they would be under strict supervision when they returned. There will be no freedom, at least for a while. But there is no way out. What the Empire has to do now is to control the spread of the soul-devouring beast. Let the soul-devouring beast enter an orderly outbreak. The soul-devouring beast is difficult for ordinary people to guard against, and it is also true for some low-level professionals. So they can only be controlled on a large scale, which is also impossible. Only when the soul-melting formation is completed can this control measure be lifted. After leaving the city, the cold wind blows like a knife, and the inside and outside of the city are like two worlds. Starting from the gate of the city, there is a trail leading directly to the Kunlun Mountains. There are a large number of secret dungeons in the Kunlun Mountains, both low-level and high-level. So here, you can see many teams with huge differences in levels. They either return to the city from the dungeon, or set out from the city to the secret dungeon, very lively along the way. The Kunlun Mountains are on the northwestern border of the Xianxia Empire, bordering several countries. Especially the main mountain, often will come to each one country's professionals. Occasionally, conflicts erupt. However, the Xianxia Empire is powerful, and most of the time, other countries also retreat. Lin Moyu is single-shirt and short-shirt, dressed as a lifestyle professional, walking alone, attracting attention. Especially the aura exuding from his body, aloof and lofty, restrained breath, seems very special. Lin Moyu didn't care about other people's eyes, and he was thinking about Gao Yang's matter in his heart. Before leaving, he went to Xiaojing Academy, found the principal of Xiaojing Academy, and hoped to recruit Gao Yangte into Xiaojing Academy. As the youngest god general, with a bright future, there are 3 top god-level teachers behind him. Lin Moyu has great power to speak. Not to mention Gao Yang, even if he sent a pig in, the principal would have to bite the bullet and think of a way to do it. Gao Yang entered Xiaojing Academy as he wished, and Lin Moyu also transferred 10,000 points to him as his expenses in Xiaojing Academy. Not too much, 10,000 points is enough. Lin Moyu believes that with Gao Yang's playful character of making friends, he won't do too badly in Xiaojing Academy. Snowflakes floated in the air, and after entering the Kunlun Mountains, the temperature dropped again. At this time, many professionals with insufficient levels began to be overwhelmed, and they put on thick coats. Only night warriors, wearing heavy armor, relying on their strong physique, still feel nothing. Even some mages have already set up their shields. At this time, Lin Moyu became even more special. Along the way, people began to be curious about Lin Moyu, and they all pointed. How many levels is this person? I can't tell. Looking at his attire, he should be a lifestyle professional. What is he doing in the Kunlun Mountains? Life professionals generally have little combat effectiveness. Isn't it dangerous to encounter monsters? I think he should be a special kind of professional, called medicine picker. I've heard of this profession. It is said that this profession has the ability to discover rare medicines. That's right, because pharmacists have to enter various environments all year round. They not only have strong adaptability to various environments, but also can predict various dangers in advance. Lin Moyu's senses are extremely keen. Listening to the conversations of these people, he took a serious look and found it a little funny. It seems that I have really become a pharmacist. However, the profession of pharmacist does exist, and he has seen it in books. In reality, pharmacists are not common. However, the role played by the profession of pharmacist cannot be underestimated. Not only can they enter various environments, they can even enter secret realms to collect herbs. They also do have the ability to predict various dangers. Even if they go to a very dangerous place, they can retreat unscathed. And the various rare medicines they brought back are also needed by pharmacists. According to historical records, there was once a top pharmacist who entered a level 85 secret realm. In the secret realm, he discovered a realm within the realm and brought back a strange flower from it. This strange flower was favored by a god-level pharmacist at the time, and finally sold for a sky-high price. As a result, the pharmacist got gold coins that he could not spend in several lifetimes. And the god-level pharmacist who bought this flower used this flower to concoct an incomparably miraculous potion. It can actually allow a god-level powerhouse to carry out professional sublimation. This potion is known as the god-level sublimation potion in the history of the human race. Unfortunately, this has only happened once in recorded history. The recipe was kept, but the strange flower was never found again. Lin Moyu thought about what he saw in his mind, and at the same time felt the magic of the world. Any kind of miracle is possible. He believes that even if there are skills or potions that can resurrect the dead, it is not impossible. Just like the rotting corpse poison, even an existence like Antares thinks that the rotting corpse poison is impossible to resolve. But I can resolve it by myself. Miracles always exist, but people have not discovered them. The smooth road has come to an end, and in front of you is the entrance to a secret realm. The level of the secret realm is only 30, which is a low-level secret realm, and it is also the closest secret realm to Kuanqing in the Kunlun Mountains. There is a magic tablet next to the secret realm, and you can get detailed information about the secret realm by communicating with it with spiritual power. This secret realm has existed for many years and has been fully exploited. The valuable things in the secret realm have long since disappeared, and now it is more of a sightseeing spot. If you have nothing to do, you can go in and have a look around. There is a place called Ice Volcano in the secret realm, where there is fire in the ice and ice in the fire, which is a unique landscape. A good place to talk about love. If you have a chance, I can come over with Yi to have a look. Lin Moyu thought of Ning Yi. After getting acquainted with Ning Yi and falling in love with each other, they fell in love. When I have free time in the future, I really want to take a good walk. Ning Yi also said that if she has the opportunity in the future, she will take her all over the world. Lin Moyu also agreed. This world is not just the human world. Ning Yi wants to go to the abyss, the dragon world, the ancient battlefield, Huyuan. The little girl is very interested in every place, and wants to visit everywhere. Lin Moyu didn't enter the secret realm, and planned to save the good scenery in the secret realm for the future, and watch it with Ning Yi. Bypass the secret realm and enter the Kunlun Mountains. The wind and snow are getting bigger and bigger, blocking the line of sight. The copy of Kunlun Shrine is deep in the Kunlun Mountains, at the foot of the main peak of Kunlun. With Lin Moyu's footsteps, if you don't fly, you will have to walk for another hour to get there. The professionals along the way kept spreading out, and there were fewer and fewer people. "Dude, aren't you cold?" A thick voice rang in his ears. A knight in heavy armor was greeting Lin Moyu. This is a 12-member team, looking in the direction of the Kunlun Shrine. Lin Moyu saw that the knight's appearance was somewhat similar to that of Galan Liang, just like a young version of Jialan Liang. Then I saw the badges on them, and it turned out to be the Jialan Guild. What a coincidence. Lin Moyu murmured in his heart, and said, "What's the relationship between you and Jialan Liang and Jialan Yeu?" Jialan Haifeng was stunned when he heard Lin Moyu's words. "Do you know my elder brother and second sister?" Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Jialan Jifeng laughed loudly. "It turns out that we are one of our own, and we are really destined." "My name is Jialan Jifeng, what's your name?" "My surname is Lin." Lin Moyu didn't say his full name, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get along normally. Jialan Jifeng didn't mind, and asked loudly, "Brother Lin, aren't you cold?" He is as hardy as Jialan Liang, but compared to Jialan Liang, he is less mature and more energetic. Lin Moyu shook his head, indicating that he was not cold. With his physique, such a little coldness is nothing at all. The current temperature should be around -20 degrees. Except for knights and warriors and other professionals with high physique, even archers and assassins can already feel the cold. Lin Moyu said that he is not cold, which means that Lin Moyu's physical attributes are not low. Jialan Jifeng laughed and said, "Brother, are you going to gather medicine in the Kunlun Mountains?" It seems that Jialan Haifeng also regarded Lin Moyu as a herb picker. Lin Moyu said, "Didn't you go to collect herbs? Are you going to make a dungeon?" Jialan Haifeng generously admitted, "Yes, a copy of Kunlun Shrine. But Brother Lin, you have to be careful when you go to the Kunlun Mountains recently. Recently, professionals from the three kingdoms have been active in the Kunlun Mountains, and there have been many conflicts. If it's okay if there are too many people, the gang of Asen will not dare to mess around, but Brother Lin, if you are alone, you have to be careful." The Kunlun Mountains are located on the western border of the Xinsha Empire, spreading for thousands of kilometers, bordering many national forces. Most of them are small countries and forces, and their professionals dare not offend the Xinsha Empire. There is only one country named Asan, which often conflicts with the Xinxia Empire. But Lin Moyu didn't take the other party seriously. The population of the three kingdoms is not less than that of the Xinxia Empire, and there are many professionals. But their talent is really mediocre. There are only 3 or 5 god-level powerhouses. And they are all low-level gods. The highest level is only level 92, which is not even as good as Sakura country. Lin Moyu has experienced so much, the strong have seen too much, and he didn't pay attention to them at all. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't speak, Jialan Jifeng said to himself, those Asen's brains are not normal, anyway, you should take it easy when you meet brother Lin. He kindly reminded, Lin Moyu reminded with a smile, thank you, I will be careful. The wind and snow were getting bigger and bigger. Lin Moshue stepped on the snow, and the snow was getting deeper and deeper. In the end, the snow had reached the ankles. After crossing several ice and snow hills, we walked for an hour and finally arrived at the main peak of Kunlun. Under the main peak, a dungeon entrance is slowly turning. When turning, it brings out invisible power, attracts a large wind and snow, and rotates around it together. The moment Lin Moyu saw the entrance of the dungeon, his body trembled slightly. He seemed to see a phantom of a more magnificent palace. The palace is 10,000 meters high. Standing in front of it, Lin Moyu seems to be looking up at a new world. That sense of insignificance arises spontaneously. Directly above the palace, a huge plaque stood empty. The plaque reads, Kunlun Shrine in 4 characters. The big characters are flying like dragons and phoenixes, as if they contained some truth from heaven and earth. Lin Moyu was fascinated by watching it for a while. This side of the world has the Kunlun Mountains, and in the Chinese world he traveled to, there is also a mountain called Kunlun. Coupled with some connections in the text, Lin Moyu felt that there was some connection between the two parties. After being stunned for several seconds, the phantom disappeared, and Lin Moyu came back to his senses. Jialan Haifeng came to Lin Moyu, how about it, isn't it shocking? Lin Moyu nodded. Jialan Gale said, when everyone comes here for the first time, when they see the entrance of the copy of Kunlun Shrine, they will see that palace. I just don't know what that palace is called. I'm curious, is there such a huge palace in the world? This palace is called Kunlun Shrine. It's just that the 4 big characters on the plaque use ancient seal characters similar to Chinese characters, which are different from the characters of the Xinxia Empire. Although they expressed the same meaning, Jialan Haifeng didn't recognize it. Lin Moyu didn't say anything. It's hard to explain this kind of thing, it's better not to explain. Lin Moyu popped out a detection technique, and the information about the copy of Kunlun Shrine came back. Kunlun Shrine, beginning. Level, 55. Limited number of people, 12 people. Jialan Jifeng said. The dungeon of Kunlun Shrine is a special 3-stage dungeon, and the first stage dungeon at the foot of the mountain is the best one. I brought 12 brothers from the meeting this time, and I plan to get excellent grades, and then go directly to the middle section of the mountainside. The 3-stage copy is divided into 3 stages of junior high school and high school. Only those who pass the low-level course with excellent grades are eligible to enter the middle-level course located on the mountainside. In the middle section, the requirement has reached 24 people. The number of people has doubled, but the difficulty has increased several times. It is much more difficult than the low-level book, and only a few teams can get excellent results in the middle-level book. The high-end version requires 48 people, just like a large copy. So the further you get to the back, the harder it is to form a team. Even if a team is formed, if the cooperation is not tacit, it will not be able to win. In Jialan Gale's narration, their Jialan Guild did not have this problem. There are already many guild members who have completed the challenge of the first stage, and it is not a problem for them to form a team. Brother Lin, when we become proficient in this dungeon, if you need it, we can take you there. Don't worry, it's all free, no money is charged. Jialan Gale took everything in hand, and he made the promise before he passed. But Lin Moyu also knows that it is because of his personality that he doesn't care about details. Lin Moyu smiled, okay, I'll wait. Jialan Blast smiled heartily, then we go first, Brother Lin, you have to be careful. As he spoke, he led the team and teleported into the dungeon. Lin Moyu glanced at a place not far outside the dungeon. There were many people gathered there. They set up tents and lit a fire. It seems that a large settlement has been formed. There are people who call for team members, and there are people who light a fire and barbecue, and the atmosphere of life is very strong. The environment on the mountainside is too harsh, so even some local professionals who want to go to the middle of the mountainside will focus on resting here. A group of people were talking and laughing, discussing how to clear the dungeon, hoping to get better results. Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel that the current life is much better than the chaotic era thousands of years ago. Hopefully this can last for a long time. Fingers touched the vortex of the dungeon, and the mental power moved slightly. Enter. Brush. His figure disappeared, and he entered the dungeon alone. At this time, someone outside the dungeon rubbed his eyes, and said strangely, "Am I dazzled? It seems that someone entered the dungeon by himself just now." You must be dazzled. This is a dungeon of Kunlun Shrine, a dungeon that is more difficult than hell at the same level. How can one person enter it? That's right, you must be dazzled. The man frowned. It's strange, I clearly saw someone go in alone. A middle-aged professional, eating barbecue, said slowly, some people have tried to swipe solo before, but they all failed without exception. Why would someone want to solo a dungeon that is so difficult? It's very dangerous. That's because of a legend. It is said that one-time swiping can get some special rewards. However, after so many years, no one has ever been able to complete a solo brush, so this legend is just a legend, and it may be false. In the copy of Kunlun Shrine, the same snowstorm, the temperature is lower than the outside world. The cold wind blows the snowflakes, and each snowflake turns into a sharp knife. The skeleton armor was activated, shining pale light. The snowflakes hit the bone armor, making a sound like hammering iron. The snowflakes here have a lot of attack power, and they will be hurt when walking in the wind and snow. The temperature here should exceed -50 degrees, and there are two types of attack damage, freezing and snowflakes. Freezing is a water elemental attack, and snowflakes are carried by the wind like blades, forming a physical attack. This is also the first test you face after entering the dungeon, and you must experience double damage all the time during the entire strategy process. But this didn't affect Lin Moyu much. Although the skeleton armor couldn't stop the attacks of god-level powerhouses, it couldn't stop the attacks of more than 80-level world bosses. But blocking these ice and snow attacks is completely enough. Lin Moyu looked up, and there was a majestic mountain peak in front of him. From the middle of the mountain peak was hidden in the clouds. The entire mountain is probably tens of thousands of meters high, and there is a mountain road that goes straight to the top of the mountain. In the clouds and mist, Lin Moyu saw a pass. All he has to do is to follow the mountain road and reach the pass. There are many dungeons about the Kunlun Shrine, which Lin Moyu already knew before coming here. There are not so many twists and turns in this dungeon, as long as you follow the trail in front of you and reach the pass in the clouds and mist directly. The dungeon is forbidden to fly and cannot fly. There are a lot of monsters blocking you along the way, you need to kill them all the way. The difficulty of this copy is here, there are many monsters, and the strength is not small. But for Lin Moyu, this is simply a treasure to give experience. I have to say that the copy recommended by Shu Han to Lin Moyu is very suitable for Lin Moyu. In fact, for most teams, it is not difficult to pass the first stage of the dungeon, the difficulty is how to get high scores and get an excellent evaluation. Meet the basic requirements for entering the middle copy. When stepping out of the copy entrance area, an hourglass will appear in the clouds. As long as you can complete the pass in the sand leak and kill the boss in the pass, you will get an excellent evaluation. According to the experience summed up by others before, the time for the sand to drain is about 10 hours. If you can't finish the dungeon when the sand is gone, then there is no evaluation. Even if you pass the dungeon, you are not eligible to enter the middle section of the Kunlun mountainside. Fortunately, this dungeon can be challenged repeatedly, so most people can pass it in the end. Lin Moyu didn't act immediately, but looked at the mountain. The mountain peak is exactly the same as the main peak of Kunlun Mountain outside the dungeon, completely carved out of the same mold, but Lin Moyu has a feeling that the Kunlun Mountain in the dungeon is more spiritual. It's a weird feeling, and I don't know why. How do I feel that the Kunlun Mountain in the dungeon is more real? Lin Moyu said something to himself, and then threw away his unrealistic idea. Step out and enter the world that belongs to the copy. With a soft buzzing sound, a small part of the cloud and mist dispersed, and a giant star hourglass over 100 meters appeared in the sky. The sand inside has begun to fall. There was a roar of beasts in my ears. The clouds cleared and the fog dispersed, and a large number of black shadows appeared on both sides of the mountain road. Immediately afterwards, the scarlet wind rushed towards the face, and several huge beasts had rushed over. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Wolves. It was a few white-haired wolves that rushed over. It was not a scaled wolf monster that he had seen before, with various mutations. It's the real wild wolf, the one I've seen in books, in pictures, or even in zoos. There is a big difference between the two, because Lin Moyu can recognize it at a glance. Others might think that this is a kind of wolf and also some kind of monster. But Lin Moyu doesn't think so. It's just that the wolves in front of them are bigger and faster. Lin Moyu jumped 2 steps forward to avoid the attack of the wild wolf, and at the same time, the detection technique flew out. Snow Mountain White Wolf, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 55. Power, 60,000. Agility, 70,000. Spirit, 30,000. Physique, 60,000. Skill, Lightning Bite. Characteristics, reduce damage by 30%, strength and vitality, strength and speed. It's really unusual. A level 55 monster has the attributes of a level 55 hell difficulty boss monster. Although this attribute is not worth mentioning in his eyes, it is definitely considered high among other professionals of the same level. Especially the various characteristics of the monsters, only the damage reduction of 30% is better than many higher-level world bosses. Ordinary world bosses only reduce 1 or 2 damages. Unexpectedly, this ordinary monster in front of him has already reduced all damage by 30%, coupled with the characteristics of vitality enhancement and speed enhancement that only appear on boss. Lin Moyu can imagine that it is definitely not easy for other professionals to play this dungeon. Lin Moyu became more and more sure after evading the attacks of the Snow Mountain White Wolf several times in a row. The white-haired wolves in front of him were completely different from the wolf monsters he had seen before. This dungeon is weird, no matter from the name, the plaque text I saw before, and the current monster. It seems to be related to Huaxia. Kunlun Mountain. With the same name, what secrets are hidden in it? In China, there are thousands of legends about Kunlun Mountain. It is said that it is the birthplace of the Huaxia Mountains, and the Kunlun Mountains are the ancestors of the Wanshan Mountains. What's more, it is said that there are gods living in the Kunlun Mountains. Now in another world, Lin Moyu also came to Kunlun Mountains, and saw many Chinese elements. Lin Moyu is now very sure that there must be secrets hidden in Kunlun Mountains. Glancing at the hourglass, it seems that if you want to know the secret, you must clear all 3 dungeons. With my current strength, even if I know the secret, I can't deal with it. Fist is the last word, Teacher Bai is right. Although what Bai Yuan said was rough, the truth was correct. Especially after seeing the power of Antares, Demon Emperor, and Dragon Emperor, Lin Moyu is determined to become stronger. You must become a super god, so that you have enough ability to deal with various problems. Finger a little. Skill, Curse of Aging. Skill, Toxic Starburst. First, a red light flashed, covering almost half of the copies. Then the green light exploded, and thousands of monsters in most of the dungeons were cursed at the same time, and were poisoned at the same time. These monsters roared at the same time and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Among the monsters are wolves, lions, bears, and some beasts that Lin Moyu can't name. Without exception, there is no special variation. It looks like a beast in China, a pure and incomparable beast. Undead army and poisonous lich appear at the same time. 0. The skeleton stepped on a highly poisonous aura, and the poisonous damage fell on every monster almost at the same time. The halo of the poisonous lich cooperates with the poisonous starburst, which has the characteristic of infinite superposition. All the monsters shrouded in the poisonous halo will suffer more than 350,000 damage per second. For monsters with only level 55 and no more than 80,000 physical attributes, this is simply a lore skill. Even with vitality strengthening, it is still far from enough. The monster had no chance to rush over, and died before touching the undead army. Killed a 55-level snow mountain white-haired wolf, experience 3,300,000. Obtain high-quality fur. Kill a level 56 ice lion, experience, plus 336,000. Obtain high-quality fur. Massive information prompts popped up. The experience that has not moved for many days began to rise again. The undead army moved forward, and Lin Moyu quickly walked up the mountain road. He walked fast, and he had already walked 1/3 of the way in less than 10 minutes. With the advancement of the undead army, the poisonous halo shows its power. There is no need to fight at all. Where the undead army goes, the monsters will die in pieces. For a while, the dungeon was filled with green air, which looked a little weird. Corpse explosion is indiscriminate damage. If the monster is weak, its power will be weak. The stronger the monster, the stronger its power. When dealing with low-level monsters, it's not as easy to use as the poisonous aura. It would be even better if the power of the toxic starburst could be stronger. Lin Moyu thought of the corpse of the poison god that he possessed, and possessed a large amount of the blood of the poison god. In addition to being able to use spirits to summon the poisonous lich, the blood essence of the poisonous god can also be used to enhance poison-type skills. It's just that he is not qualified yet, and Terry's told him, at least until the 3rd turn, the blood of the poisonous god can exert its maximum effect. Although he is immune to severe poison, there are limits to the upper limit of the body and the upper limit of the soul. Lin Moyu didn't doubt Terry's words, and decided to use the blood of the poisonous god to increase his poison skills after the 3rd turn. When Lin Moyu stood in front of the pass, less than 1/20th of the giant hourglass in the air dropped. It took him only 30 minutes to complete most of the dungeons. This is an unimaginable achievement for other professionals. The pass is hidden in the clouds and mists, which are real clouds and mists. It is not on the mountain road, but suspended in midair. The rays of light from formations fell down, forming a light curtain, blocking Lin Moyu's way. Lin Moyu leaped lightly and had already landed on the pass. The pass is not big, and there are no extra monsters inside, only a boss guarding the pass. The boss sits in the middle of the pass, as if asleep. When Lin Moyu saw its appearance, 3 words came out of his heart: Bull Demon King. This thought flashed through my mind, and was erased by Lin Moyu. Naturally, the boss in front of him couldn't be the Bull Demon King, it just looks a bit like it. It has a bull's head, its body is upright like a human, and it holds a spear in its hand. To play the Bull Demon King, there is no need for makeup. Lin Moyu said softly. The undead army stepped up the pass one after another, and the poisonous halo then acted on the boss. The boss woke up with a low growl. The detection technique also fell on it at this moment. Kunlun Magic Bull, Enhanced Leader. Level, 58. Strength, 150000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 40,000. Physique, 150000. Skills, Mad Cow Strengthening, Mad Cow Sweeping. Characteristics, all damage is reduced by 50%, vitality is greatly enhanced, strength is greatly enhanced, curse resistance, control resistance. A level 58 boss with less than 400,000 attributes is similar to a Lord level boss of the same level, and a bit stronger than a dungeon boss of hell difficulty of the same level. When seeing the features, Lin Moyu was a little speechless. With such a long list of characteristics, even the level 85 world-class boss doesn't have many characteristics. With these characteristics, it is obvious that only level 58 bosses can be treated as world-class bosses. When Lin Moyu silently lamented its powerful attributes, the undead army had already rushed down. Lin Moyu tried to cast the curse, but it didn't work. But this is not important. In front of the undead army, whether there is a curse or not is just a matter of chopping a few more axes. The skeleton berserkers broke out their skills one after another, and the red light fell on the Kunlun magic cow with terrifying attack power. The Kunlun magic cow screamed and shook the pass. Just one face-to-face, it has been hit hard. It's not that it's weak, but that the undead army is too strong. The roar of the elemental explosion sounded, and sharp arrows flew towards him, sending him into a state of frequent death in an instant. As long as there is another wave of attacks, it will surely die. For Lin Moyu, the boss at level 58 is already in existence that can be crushed to death at will. Boom! With a loud noise, a brilliant radiance erupted from the Kunlun demon bull, and all the skeleton berserkers around were blown away. Its whole body is shining brightly, and under the radiance, elemental explosions and sharp arrows are all blocked. Skill, Mad Cow Enhancement. Lin Moyu felt that its breath was getting stronger. At least 50% stronger, already almost level 60 world boss. Very good skill, but unfortunately it is still useless. The basic attribute is too low, even if it is increased by 50%, 100%, it is useless. In the brilliance, the Kunlun demon bull not only became stronger, but even healed completely from the injury he suffered just now. It swung its long spear and let out a low growl after another, like a mad cow barking non-stop. It drives the long spear to start rotating continuously, and the long spear pulls out a circle of dense light bands, forming a light cluster. Skill, Mad Cow Sweep. The sound of bang bang kept ringing. The skeleton berserkers were all blown away by it. It's not how strong it is, but that this skill has the effect of forcing people to fly. The skeleton berserker couldn't get close at all. The skill not only knocked away the skeleton berserker, but also knocked out the elemental explosion and sharp arrows. Elemental explosion exploded wildly, but no matter what, it couldn't break through its skills. This is the first time Lin Moyu has seen this kind of skill, which integrates attack and defense, and also has a shock effect. And moreover, the Kunlun magic cow has been doing it endlessly, and there is no sign of stopping at all. Lin Moyu couldn't help frowning. It seems that to kill it, you must interrupt its skills. Control skills are ineffective against it in most cases, so you can only use combat skills to interrupt it. The Knight's Shield Strike, the Berserker's Weapon Counterattack, and the Assassin's Counter-Killing Technique can all be done. As for me, although this skill is abnormal, it can't help Lin Moyu. The flame in the palm beats, and the soul flame starts. Amidst the screams, Kunlun moshing skills were interrupted immediately. Soul attack, used to interrupt other people's skills, is very useful. In most cases, use one and the other. The same is true now. The moment the Kunlun demon bull's skills were interrupted, the skeletons had rushed down again. Another round of concentrated fire attacks. This time, Lin Moyu never gave Kunlun moshing a chance to fight back. Under the violent attack of the skeletons, the Kunlun magic cow was killed in less than 20 seconds. Kill the Kunlun magic cow, experience, plus 580000. Obtain the magic bull spear. Obtain the magic cowhide armor. Magic cow spear, platinum level weapon, all attributes increased by 2500, berserker skills increased by 80%, additional skill, sweep. Sweep the enemies within 5 meters for 30 seconds. During the sweep, it will defend against most attacks and increase the resistance to control skills by 50%. Magic cowhide armor, platinum level armor, all attributes increased by 1200, all damage reduced by 15%. The two pieces of equipment were not very good. Lin Moyu put them away after just one glance, and sold them for money later. When the Kunlun magic bowl fell, the hourglass in the air stopped. Lin Moyu glanced at the hourglass and only missed less than 1/10 of it. Converted into time, that is about 40 minutes. This speed should be able to get excellent. At this time, the hourglass turned into a stream of light and flew into Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu knew that he had been marked by the copy of Kunlun Shrine. Lin Moyu knows that it is inevitable to achieve excellence at his own speed. And he came here. The purpose of the beginning is leveling. Check the experience, rose 3%. Based on this speed, I can brush about 35 times without stopping for 24 hours. It's really good to be able to upgrade to a level in one day. There are less than 6 days left, and if there is no accident, it should be able to rise to around level 57. Lin Moyu has calculated the experience increase required for each level. After level 55, the demand will increase significantly. At that time, it may not be possible to upgrade to a level in 2 days, and it will be the most optimistic estimate to reach level 57 in 6 days. Lin Moyu's upgrade speed has never been slow, but he has been plagued by too many trivial matters. In fact, he doesn't really have much time to upgrade alone. Just about to leave the dungeon, Lin Moyu suddenly saw a small grass breaking through the ground behind the pass. The grass has a white light, holy and flawless. The detection technique flew out and landed on the grass. Kunlun Snow Grass, additional rewards for Kunlun Shrine Dungeon, beginning, if you use 803 below level 80, you can upgrade by 1 level. When used below level 70, it can be upgraded by 2 levels. When used below level 60, it can be upgraded by 3 levels. Grass that can improve the level is unheard of. There is still such a magical thing in the world. Lin Moyu was extremely shocked, and immediately went to retrieve the Kunlun Snow Grass. The copy of Kunlun Shrine has existed for so many years, and I have never heard of such a thing as Kunlun Snow Grass. It's impossible for others to get it without telling it. It must have never been obtained. Could it be that if you want to get Kunlun Snow Grass, you have to swipe it alone? Lin Moyu thought about the information in his mind, and he thought that in history, there was once a master who completed the solo swipe. But it didn't say that he got Kunlun Snow Grass. However, the awesome man spent more than 10 hours, and it was a little bit of time. Lin Moyu guessed that in order to obtain additional rewards, 2 conditions must be met: single brushing and excellent evaluation. I don't know, will I get a reward for the next single swipe? Lin Moyu didn't use Kunlun Snow Grass immediately. In Lin Moyu's mind, there are advantages and disadvantages in everything, and advantages must also have disadvantages. He didn't know what the impact of raising his level like this would be on him. Will it affect his future development? Lin Moyu is very cautious, so he doesn't plan to use it. If he wants to use it, he will ask Antares to make sure there are no side effects. For him, the temptation to upgrade 1 level to 2 levels is not great. Putting away the Kunlun Snow Grass, Lin Moyu left the instance. But only a few seconds later, Lin Moyu had reset the copy and entered again. Lin Moyu didn't stay outside the copy for more than 5 seconds. It was very windy and snowy outside the dungeon, and Lin Moyu stayed for a short time, so most people didn't notice Lin Moyu. But the person who found Lin Moyu in before saw Lin Moyu again. He rubbed his eyes desperately again. I saw him again. A few people beside him drank some wine, their faces turned red. Who did you see? It's the guy who entered the dungeon alone just now, and he came out. Where? He went in again. His words immediately elicited roars of laughter. You must have drunk too much. There is no one there. Or you saw a ghost, and there was no one at all. No one believed him at all. I have never heard of a 12-person dungeon like the Kunlun Shrine alone. The knowledge of this group of people is not as rich as that of Lin Moyu, and it is impossible to go to the library of the school or even the secret library of the royal family to read materials. In their consciousness, it is impossible for someone to be able to single-handedly scan the copy of Kunlun Shrine, even if it is the first stage copy, it is impossible. The man dispelled his doubts with a laugh, and he had to believe that he was really wrong. No one noticed that a pair of eyes appeared in the wind and snow. It appeared at an altitude of 1,000 meters, looking down. Through the wind and snow, his cold eyes swept over everyone. No one has discovered its existence. In the end, its gaze stayed at the entrance of the dungeon without moving. Lin Moyu brushed the book for the second time, faster than the first time. The undead army paired with the poisonous lich is simply the ultimate weapon for slaughtering these dungeon mobs. Really come and die as many as you come. Experience increases slowly and steadily. A 3% experience is already very good. The speed of 1 level per day is many times stronger than that of other professionals. It takes months or even half a year for others to advance to a level after level 50. It's scary that only my sister can be faster than me. Thinking of Lin Mohan, long time no see again. The last time I saw it was in the ancestral land. Lin Mohan was busier than himself and never stopped. It is indeed not easy to become a disciple of a half-step super god. Think about Lin Mohan, Ning Yi, and Mo Yun. Which one is not rushing forward at full speed? Kill the Kunlun magic cow, experience, plus 58000000. Seeing the prompt, Lin Moyu remained expressionless. Looking at the place where Kunlun snow grass appeared in the past before, he was disappointed in the result. This time there was no Kunlun snow grass. Thinking about it, it is very rare to get one of this kind of thing. It's a bit wishful thinking. Lin Moyu chuckled, laughing at himself for thinking too much. Leave the copy ready to enter again. Suddenly, Lin Moyu frowned and looked behind him. He felt as if someone was watching him. His sixth sense is very keen, if someone is watching him, he will definitely find it. But with a glance, he didn't find it. In front of the tents and by the fire, people were talking to themselves. Feel wrong? Lin Moyu thought to himself, and used the cooling talisman again to reset the copy. For the upgrade this time, Lin Moyu brought 3 high-level cooling amulets. One was his own, and the other 2 were borrowed from Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. The 3 high-level cooling talismans can reset the copy 150 times, which is enough for him. Lin Moyu brushed the copy over and over again, and the efficiency gradually increased from 40 minutes to 30 minutes. In less than a day, Lin Moyu reached level 54. All attributes and skills have been improved. But Lin Moyu's brows became more and more tense. The feeling of being watched becomes more and more obvious. Every time you leave the instance, you will feel it. But I can't find where the gaze is coming from. It should be an existence with a higher level than me, at least a professional over level 80. Who is following me? Is it someone from the Demon Worship Association? Or the dragons or demons lurking in? Lin Moyu thought about it, but there was no answer. The defense system of the human race has been perfected in these years. If the devil wants to come in, he has to pay a big price. And the strength that came over was not that strong. Lands like the Flame Demon King are already at the limit, but if it is replaced by the Succubus King, at most one clone will come over. If it is really a low-level god level, Lin Moyu is sure to make it come and go. I can't think of it, I don't want to. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover it. Don't worry about it anymore, and start to brush your books with all your strength. After level 54, the experience requirement has been increased a bit. It can only be upgraded by about 2.5% each time, which is much slower than before. But still within Lin Moyu's acceptance range. It can be upgraded by swiping 40 times, and at his rate of half an hour, it will not take 3 days. Gradually, Lin Moyu's figure was finally discovered. The first person who spotted Lin Moyu shouted loudly, "Look, let me tell you that I read it right, there is really someone who is soloing the Kunlun Shrine. I'm going, this guy is crazy, coming in and out, this is a joke with cooling talisman." Look carefully, he is still using an advanced cooling amulet, and there is more than one. It's so extravagant. What is this guy's status? Advanced cooling protection is not something ordinary people can get. I don't know, but no matter what is he going in and out of? Everyone is suspicious. Someone tried to stop Lin Moyu to ask questions, but Lin Moyu ignored them at all and still went his own way. I've done the math. He only comes out every half an hour. It's almost not bad at all. It's such a waste. The cost of replenishing energy for advanced cooling protection is very high. People probably don't care at all. People are more popular than people. Just when they were in the mood of envy, jealousy, and hatred, Lin Moyu came out again. This time it was glowing all over. It was the light of upgrade. The aura generated during the upgrade could not be restrained and leaked out, which shocked everyone immediately. He actually leveled up, and he actually practiced in it. How is this possible? Is it possible for one person to level up in a single dungeon? What the hell, are you kidding? Which brother has a higher level? Let's see how many levels this guy has. At this time, someone not far away said, it was level 54 before, and it was level 55 just now. The person who spoke was a level 68 professional, who was only a little away from turning. His words are enough to convince the public. He's really leveling in the instance. It's a freak. After Lin Moyu reached level 55, he brushed the copy again, and the experience only increased by 1.5%. Forget it, it takes at least 67 swipes to upgrade. According to his fastest speed, it will take 34 hours, more than 10 days. After calculating the cooling times of the advanced cooling talisman, there are still 77 times left. Just enough to get him to level 56. It's still too optimistic. I didn't expect the experience to be improved so much. It takes a day and a half to level up. Lin Moyu was talking to himself, but the movements of his hands still didn't stop. After the upgrade, he replenished the undead army while brushing the book. At level 55, there are 35 Lich Generals, the number of summoning spaces has increased to 1050, and the total number of skeletons of the undead army has reached 36,750. Still use the method of equal distribution, 3 kinds of skeletons, each 12250, no more and no less. Although it seems that the attack power of the skeleton archmage and marksman is not as good as that of the skeleton berserker. Especially in the skill state of strength soldiers, the explosive power of the two is very different. But Lin Moyu believes that existence is reasonable. Since this skill exists, it must have its strength. It's just that he hasn't discovered it yet. Maybe its power will be revealed in the future. Not only some careers become stronger in the later stage, but also some skills. With the addition of talent, the skeleton berserker's 4-dimensional attribute has reached 312,000. Just one of the attributes can be compared with the Lord-level boss of the same level. If the 4-dimensional attributes are added together, even the world boss is far inferior to the skeleton berserker. Okay Zhao, if one day, the vitality of the skeleton berserkers increases, they will be stronger than world-class bosses one by one. Lin Moyu even imagined that if one day he reached the god level, would the skeletons also be able to reach the god level? What a scene it would be to rush out with an army of hundreds of thousands or even millions of god-level undead. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Even in the face of super gods, Lin Moyu still has a little bit of confidence. After using all the times of the 3 high-level cooling amulets, Lin Moyu upgraded again under the noses of everyone. He used his actions to tell others that he was really playing solo, not playing extravagantly. Lin Moyu also used his behavior to tell the world that this dungeon is not impossible to clear alone, but that you are not capable enough. This is a slap in the face of all doubters. Check the grades one last time. Level 56, 13%. After level 56, it can only increase by 1.3% each time. The teleportation stone in his hand was activated, and with a ray of light, Lin Moyu disappeared in place. At this time, a ray of light flashed across the sky, And it happened to land in a certain space. Lin Moyu, who was teleporting, immediately sensed something was wrong. "I've been waiting for you for a long time and finally moved." The corners of his mouth raised slightly, the enemy hiding in the dark finally made a move. Lin Moyu found himself in a world of wind and snow. Each of the snowflakes here is the size of a palm. Snowflakes fluttered in the air with the wind, light and powerless, but when it hit the body, the skeleton armor shone brightly. Lin Moyu knew that this was a pure and incomparable elemental attack. It is not a professional skill, but a pure element. Such a pure element, Lin Moyu has experienced it himself. Gods. This is the elemental world of the gods. Every god is the ultimate expression of elements. They hold certain elements and become the masters of elements. Although there is only one god for the same element, there can be multiple gods who master the same element. Just like the water god who holds the water element, it has the water god position, and is the highest ruler of the water element in this world. But that doesn't mean there aren't other gods who can drive water elementals. And those gods who also drive the water element will lose their control over the water element when they encounter the water god. This is the crushing of the god position. And gods can create their own elemental world. In the elemental world, their strength can be brought to the extreme. Lin Moyu found that he has entered the elemental world belonging to the gods, and he is a god who drives the water element. No matter how the shape of the water element changes, whether it turns into ice or snowflakes, it is still a water element in the final analysis. Lin Moyu didn't panic, he had a lot of cards in his hole, so he didn't panic at all. Which god brought this god into the elemental world, and what's the matter? Lin Moyu was neither humble nor overbearing. He pointed out his identity as a god general, and at the same time put his 3-star god general badge on his shoulder. 3-star general badge, which means that Lin Moyu has killed at least 3 god-level existences. Lin Moyu believes that by doing so, he will definitely put a lot of pressure on the other party. Sure enough, after taking out the badge of the 3-star general, the howling wind and snow suddenly stopped. 100 meters away from Lin Moyu, a snow-white figure appeared. It is about 10 meters high, its whole body is snow-white, and it exudes an incomparably pure elemental aura, and at the same time it also releases the aura of gods and spirits. It was Lin Moyu's first time to see a living god, and he felt a little curious. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt relieved that this was just a level 90 god. It should be said that it has just become a god, and its aura is not stable yet. The growth of gods is different from that of humans and demons. They grow very slowly. It is often calculated on the basis of decades or hundreds of years. Lin Moyu now knows a lot about the gods, and judging from the breath alone, the other party should be a new god who has been a god for less than 10 years. "What's the name?" Lin Moyu asked. Although the opponent attacked him with the wind and snow, he already showed a trace of hostility. So Lin Moyu's attitude at this time is not as friendly as before, but he hasn't moved his tail directly. He is not timid, it is just that he cannot fight the gods, or not. Although not afraid, the price will not be too small. "You can call me Kunlun Snow God." The other party's voice sounded slowly, icy cold. The name of the god is relatively random, it became a god in the Kunlun Mountains, and it is best at controlling wind and snow. So it is called Kunlun Snow God. Lin Moyu nodded. "My name is Lin Moyu, a 3-star general of the Xinxia Empire." "Kunlun Snow God, you prevented me from teleporting, and even brought me into the elemental world, and attacked me with wind and snow, please give me an explanation." A pair of silver eyes appeared on the snow-white face of Kunlun Snow God. There are also elements flowing in the eyes. It looked at Lin Moyu. "Hand over the god, I will let you go." Lin Moyu was taken aback for a moment. He did have 2 gods on his body, one was the god of poison and the other was the god of thunder. When Kunlun Snow God uttered these words, Lin Moyu knew that things might not go well today. How attractive the god position is to the gods, it's like putting a mythical weapon in front of a god-level powerhouse. Back then, for the throne of the god of life, even the whole world was destroyed. The god of life is a high-level god, and if a god can get its position, it is very likely to become a new god of life. Element. For the gods, elements are not impossible to convert. Although the process is extremely complicated and lengthy, it may take hundreds of years. But none of the gods refused the temptation of a higher-level god. For a new god who has just reached level 90, getting a mid-level god position is a chance to reach the sky in one step. Kunlun Snow God will naturally not let it go. How did you know that I have a god position? The god position is always hidden in the spiritual world. Lin Moyu doesn't know how the other party can see it. If you can't figure this out, I'm afraid there will be problems in the future. Kunlun Snow God looked at Lin Moyu, but did not answer. Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't get an answer from it. I looked up and down the Kunlun Snow God, looking at its slender and pure white shape. Thinking of the name again, Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and already had the answer in his heart. Kunlun Snow God spoke again, hand over the god, and I will let you go. What if I don't pay? Lin Moyu knew that there was no possibility of peace talks, and his attitude suddenly became tough. The wind and snow howled again, and Kunlun Snow God's body was shining with white light, full of killing intent. If you don't pay, I will kill you. Lin Moyu shook his head in disdain. Aren't you afraid that the gods of the human race will come to settle accounts with you? Killing a god general is a big deal. Then Lin Moyu's complexion changed suddenly. What's more, do you think you can kill me? Don't you think about it, how did the 3-star general badge of this general come from? Kunlun Snow God froze for a moment. It only knew the status of the general, but it didn't know how the general came here. Lin Moyu knew it didn't understand by looking at its expression. But it doesn't matter anymore, now Lin Moyu has made a murderous move. The undead army appeared, rushing towards Kunlun Snow God with murderous intent. A large number of rays of light appeared on the undead army, and the Lich General instantly blessed the state. Facing the undead army rushing like waves, Kunlun Snow God showed disdain. Frozen wind and snow. It let out a cold snort, snowflakes fell densely on the undead army, and the world froze into ice. All undead legions are frozen, even the demon general is no exception. Its level is too high, and the level of freezing skills is too high. Lich General's skills cannot remove the frozen state. The undead army, which was aggressive a second ago, suddenly fell silent. Only Lin Moyu is not frozen, he has a passive skill immune to all states. Kunlun Snow God didn't care about this, it rushed towards Lin Moyu with a grin. In this deity's world of wind and snow, this deity is invincible. Almost in the blink of an eye, it has come to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't panic at all, but smiled, not necessarily. Kunlun Snow God suddenly felt creepy. It senses that something is not right. A flame shot out from Lin Moyu's back, and then a flaming lich appeared beside Lin Moyu. The moment Lai Yan Lich appeared, he had already pounced on Kunlun Snow God. Kunlun Snow God actually burned with flames. Kunlun Snow God's freezing completely affected it. At the same time, a halo appeared at the feet of the undead army, the ice and snow melted, and the undead army regained their freedom. Lin Moyu had already retreated when the flaming lich made a move. Not only he was retreating, but all the undead legions were also retreating rapidly after being unfrozen. Lai Yan Lich clings to Kunlun Snow God tightly. The Kunlun Snow God was extremely frightened and roared repeatedly, "What is this? What is this?" Boom! Amidst the loud noise, flames exploded all over the sky. The Kunlun Snow God screamed, and the world of wind and snow shook violently. Raging Flame Lich is a false god's full blow at any rate. Although it is not as good as Kunlun Snow God, it is still enough to injure it. Lin Moyu didn't expect that a Flame Lich's self-destruction could kill this serious god. What Lin Moyu wanted was to break its elemental world first. In the elemental world, its strength is indeed very strong. Before the explosion ended, the second Flame Lich appeared. If it wasn't because this is the Xinxia kingdom, Lin Moyu wasn't sure about the exact location outside the elemental world, so he directly killed it with the poisonous lich. If the outside of the elemental world happens to be a city, and the poison spreads, there will be countless casualties. The second flame lich rushed into the fire that hadn't been extinguished. Lin Moyu's mental power is always locked on Kunlun Snow God, knowing its exact location. The Kunlun Snow God hadn't recovered from the first self-explosion, but the second flame lich arrived as scheduled. No. With a sharp cry, the flame lich exploded. The ice and snow world made a cracking sound and exploded. The professionals who were in the Kunlun Mountains saw a burst of flames bursting out of the sky, shining for thousands of miles. What's this? What happened? There are so many skeletons. Why are there so many skeletons? Who's that person? I see, this is General Lin Shen and his undead army. Who is Lin Xinjiang fighting with? Flames swept across the Kunlun Mountains. With a radius of tens of miles, it was like entering the spring of March, and a large area of ice and snow melted. Flames exploded in the air again, and it was another violent explosion. At the same time, Lin Moyu's voice resounded, Kunlun Mountains. Transcendence orders, everyone, get out of Bailey. Lin Moyu's voice, with supreme majesty. The three characters Xinjiang Ling represent his identity and the weight of this sentence. No one in the Xinxia Empire would dare not refuse. Follow God's orders. Amidst the loud shouts, the crowd quickly moved away. Only some people didn't move. They were not from the Xinxia Empire. They didn't have to listen to the orders of the Xinxia Empire's generals. Lin Moyu also ignored people who were not from the Xinxia Empire, or those who refused to obey orders. Live and die at your own risk. There was another explosion, and a large number of fireballs fell from the sky like rain, hitting the ground, and the snow flew. Kunlun Snow God was covered in flames, turned into a huge ball of fire and rushed towards Lin Moyu, screaming, "This god will crush you to ashes." Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with disdain. It's just you? Not enough. At this time, he was under the mountains, and there was a large virgin forest below. There are many monsters, and a few professionals. There are hundreds of kilometers away from the city. That being the case, Lin Moyu has no scruples. The order of the God General has been issued before. If no one leaves obediently, then it is due to the help of the hit. Facing the Kunlun Snow God in front of him, the runes on the back of Lin Moyu's hands glowed at the same time. Strong soldier. Cohesion. The two original rune skills are activated at the same time. Lin Moyu's attributes were raised to the extreme in an instant, and the combat power of the undead army was also raised to its peak state at this moment. To deal with the gods, the improvement of these attribute combat power does not have much effect. Even containment is not easy to do. But what Lin Moyu needs is not containment, but that he and the undead army can last a little longer in front of the gods. Even a few seconds longer is enough. It only takes a few seconds for the two sides to separate life and death. The Flame Lich's self-detonation 4 times in a row did not cause too much damage to the Kunlun Snow God, and destroyed the elemental world it set up. The most important thing is to make it angry and lose its mind. All the results are in Lin Moyu's calculation. Under Lin Moyu's gaze, it rushed over recklessly. The whistling wind and snow extinguished the flames on its body, and the flaming lich lost its pseudo-god level power after self-explosion, and was grabbed by the Kunlun Snow God. The flame on Lai Lich's body was extinguished quickly, and it was about to be frozen. Kunlun Snow God slapped out with the other hand, and a giant palm suddenly appeared in the air and slapped Lin Moyu. This palm has already locked Lin Moyu, covered by the power of ice and snow made by the pure water element. It is unavoidable. Lin Moyu didn't even think about avoiding it. At this time, all its attributes reached 1 million, plus the damage transfer. Lin Moyu was confident to take this palm. That's right. One of the purposes of Lin Moyu's 2 original rune skills is to block one attack from Kunlun Snow God. 1 time is enough. Boom. Lin Moyu was shot flying and fell like a meteorite. The professionals in the Kunlun Mountains all exclaimed when they saw this scene. They finally know who Lin Moyu is fighting against. It is a god, a real god. Almost everyone is seeing the gods for the first time, but almost everyone knows how powerful the gods are. That is an existence that can compete with god-level powerhouses. Seeing Lin Moyu being photographed flying, everyone was sweating for Lin Moyu. Amidst the ice and snow, a green light suddenly lit up. Where Lin Moyu was originally standing, a lich full of green energy appeared. Lin Moyu was shot flying, and the moment before being shot flying, he summoned the poisonous lich with the blood of the poisonous god, and it didn't appear until now. At the same time as the poisonous lich appeared, the flaming lich held in the palm of Kunlun's snow god dissipated instantly. Lin Moyu replaced the flame lich with the toxic lich. At this time, Kunlun's snow god just rushed to the position where Lin Moyu was originally standing. It is very close to the venomous lich. The moment he saw the poisonous lich, Kunlun's snow god's expression changed drastically, and he retreated crazily. But at this moment, it suddenly paused, and its entire body was covered by a layer of white bones. Ability, Bone Prison. Although at Lin Moyu's level, the Kunlun snow god is restricted by the Bone Prison, even if the mental power attribute reaches 1,000,000, the restriction time will not exceed 0.1 seconds. But this meal, 0.1 second, is enough to decide life or death. The second purpose of using the original rune skill is to increase the success rate of the Bone Prison skill. What Lin Moyu thought was right, the strength of mental power can indeed affect the success rate of the Bone Prison skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to restrain a god equivalent to level 90, not even for 0.1 second. Just in 0.1 second, the poisonous lich has already jumped on it and grasped it firmly. Don't want. Amid Kunlun's snow god's frightened screams, the poisonous lich exploded silently. Terrible poisonous gas erupted. Kunlun's snow god struggled frantically in the poisonous gas. It rushed out the poisonous gas and flew towards the distance with green lines. The wind howled, and the ice and snow in the entire Kunlun Mountains were swept away. In the process of escaping, people saw with their own eyes that its body was rotting and melting. It's so toxic, once it's on, there's no way to get rid of it. The poison that even the gods can't resist is creepy. Everyone understands why Lin Moyu asked them to retreat 100 kilometers. If you don't back away, if it is stained with the poison, it will undoubtedly die. Those who didn't retreat at first regretted it now, but it was too late. The strong wind quickly carried the poisonous gas over, covering the world with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. This area seems to have become a Jedi. These people quickly died under the severe poison, leaving no bones. Even before dying, he couldn't even scream. Lin Moyu flew in the poisonous gas and followed Kunlun's snow god. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Lin Moyu was able to move freely and unharmed in the poisonous poison that could kill even gods. Lin Xinjiang, Inqiang. I've heard that Lin Xinjiang has poison skills, but I didn't expect Lin Xinjiang's poison skills to be so powerful. After today, no one dares to doubt Lin Xinjiang's strength. Deserved. Everyone is sighing, everyone is shocked. I believe the whole world will be shocked when this incident spreads. The Kunlun snow god flew more and more slowly, and finally stopped after flying more than 10 kilometers. Only half of its body remained, and it knew it was dead. At this moment, it finally calmed down, stopped being crazy, and instead looked at Lin Moyu and asked, "Can you tell me the meaning of the 3-star general?" Lin Moyu kept a distance of nearly 1,000 meters from him, and said calmly, "On behalf of me, I slaughtered 3 god-level existences." Kunlun's snow god was stunned for a second after hearing this, and then let out a crazily laugh. "It turned out to be like this, it turned out to be like this. No wonder you are not afraid of me, so you have slaughtered 3 god-level gods. I'm going to die, you are about to slaughter the 4th god level. But as a god, even if I die, I must die with dignity." After the words fell, its remnant body suddenly began to turn into bright lights. On top of its head, a prism-shaped gemstone appeared, and above the gemstone, there was a faint Kunlun snow grass. Godhead. Lin Moyu was startled, and quickly backed away. At the same time, the undead lich was summoned by him. His urgent voice came out, "Everyone, back off, the more you play, the more you become king." But it was too late, and his voice didn't have time to spread far. The entire Kunlun Mountains began to vibrate. The snow accumulated in the Kunlun Mountains for an unknown number of years flew upside down at this moment, and a severe ice and snowstorm suddenly formed. Then there was a loud bang. The ice and snow exploded, and the storm swept across the world. The Kunlun snow god blew himself up, it blew up his body, his godhead, and his body. At this moment, everything about being a god is displayed in the form of self-destruction. A terrifying force hit Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was slammed into the distance like a meteor, and the huge force knocked him hundreds of kilometers away. The power of the god's self-explosion was too strong, and the undead army collapsed completely the moment Lin Moyu was knocked into the air, and then they were saved from death under the effect of the aura of immortality. Lin Moyu also survived. Fortunately, there is only one wave of self-destruct attacks. Lin Moyu was very grateful in his heart. If there was a second wave of attacks, he would be in danger. Flying back with luck, at the place where Kunlun snow god blew himself up, a huge hole appeared in the snow-white ground. Here the mountains are gone, obliterated by a colossal force. Even the poisonous gas that spread in the air was wiped away. It's a pity, at least 90 billion experiences. Kunlun snow god blew himself up and died. Lin Moyu didn't get any benefit. Not only is there no experience, the sergeant's badge has no movement. Lin Moyu looked around. Fortunately, the people before him were far away, and no one died from the self-explosion. Those who listened to his words survived, and those who did not listen died. On the way back, Lin Moyu analyzed the whole thing in his mind. Lin Moyu guessed from the beginning how the Kunlun snow god knew that he had the god position. The problem is that it comes from Kunlun snow grass. In the copy of Kunlun Shrine, you can get extra special rewards by swiping through it within the specified time. Since the dungeon was born, it is estimated that no one has completed it. However, Kunlun snow grass always exists. Day after day, year after year. The Kunlun snowgrass became stronger and stronger, and finally successfully mastered the power of wind and snow, becoming a god of the water element system. When it blew itself up just now, the phantom of the snow grass that appeared above the godhood confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. Because it is the incarnation of the Kunlun snow god, it can be said that the newly born Kunlun snow grass is its descendant. When I got Kunlun snow grass, it sensed the aura of God in my body. That's why it found me, but it can't do anything in the copy, and I stay outside the copy for a short time. When I was about to return, it pulled me into the elemental world. Lin Moyu was talking to himself, with a slight smile on his lips. Although he didn't get any benefits, this battle made him extremely comfortable. Really slaughtered a god with his own hands, not a dying one, but a real living god. That feeling cannot be described in words. Unfortunately, that guy is a bit of an idiot. If he could be smarter, he probably wouldn't bother me. Is it easy to bully a person who can get the god position? In Baishan's small courtyard, Bai Yuan was drinking tea, but Anwen was not there. Recently, Meng Anwen has become a very busy person. He has to set up the soul melting formation and travel all over the country. This formation is extremely complicated and needs to be arranged in many places. At the same time, Meng Anwen used the power of the military, coupled with Dongfeng Yi's full support, the arrangement went smoothly. According to Meng Anwen's calculation, the layout can be completed in about a month. Meng Anwen was a little excited when he was able to study the soul melting formation. This is a super formation he has never accepted. Not only has the level of the formation reached the god level, but the scale is unprecedented. The formations he had arranged before covered a whole city at most. But this formation will cover a country and thousands of cities. It is an unprecedented challenge for him. Before leaving, Meng Anwen said that if he succeeds, he will definitely be promoted to level 96 and become a high-level god-level formation mage. In the recorded history of the human race, there has only been one high-level god-level formation master. It was the one who sealed the corpse world, but he also died after sealing the corpse world. He exchanged his life for the formation that sealed the rotting corpse world. Since then, there has never been a high-level god-level formation mage among the human race, and even a god-level formation mage rarely appears. Meng Anwen is expected to make a breakthrough, and Lin Moyu is also happy for him. Sensing the space fluctuation, Bai Yuan smiled slightly, and said lazily, Xiaoyu, come here and pour tea for Teacher Wei. Lin Moyu went directly to pour tea for Bai Yuan, and put both hands in Bai Yuan's hands. Teacher, please. Bai Yuan looked at Lin Moyu and frowned slightly. Did you meet a god? Yes, I met a level 90 god. He also poured a cup for himself. The tea was fragrant and quiet, just enough to soothe the breath after the war. Bai Yuan asked, and then? Lin Moyu said casually, it wanted to kill me, and then I killed it. Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment. How did you kill it? Gods are not easy to kill. Lin Moyu explained the whole process. When he heard Kunlun Snow God blew himself up, Bai Yuan's eyebrows twitched a few times. The gods blew themselves up, and even he might be injured a little bit. Lin Moyu was unscathed, and he wondered if he had underestimated his good apprentice. Lin Moyu said, at first I wanted to trouble you to remove the poisonous gas, but now I don't need it. It's just that during the battle between me and the Kunlun Snow God, some guys were implicated and died. A few of them are from our Xinsha Empire, and some are from other countries. Bai Yuan waved his hand indifferently. The guy who doesn't obey the orders of the gods will die as soon as he dies. He doesn't deserve sympathy. As for people from other countries who died in the territory of our Xinsha Empire, that's what they asked for. Which country dares to jump out and chirp, I will punch you back. This way is very far-fetched. Lin Moyu took out the Kunlun Snow grass he had just obtained. Teacher, take a look at this thing. Bai Yuan glanced at it, followed by the detection technique, and suddenly showed shock. Good thing, how did you get it? I just brushed the Kunlun shrine and got an excellent evaluation, and then gave me this extra reward. Listening to Lin Moyu's answer, Bai Yuan felt deeply. He knew that Lin Moyu's combat power was almost abnormal, and he could completely crush a copy of the same level. Especially after the level is high, no matter how difficult the dungeon is, it is like playing for Lin Moyu. It's no surprise that Lin Moyu gets extra rewards. Bai Yuan said, put this thing away and ask Lao Meng when he comes back. He knows a little bit more about some things. However, Lao Meng will be busy for a long time this time. I don't know if he will go to the blind date meeting. Those old lovers of Lao Meng, I'm afraid they will be disappointed this time. Lin Moyu was stunned, why he was still chatting well all of a sudden, but his style changed all of a sudden. In a good way, Meng Anwen's old lover was also involved. Bai Yuan said mysteriously, you don't know, Lao Meng has a lot of lovers. If that guy can't think about it one day, you will have at least 8 more, no, 18 mistresses. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched slightly. Teacher Bai, it's not good to speak ill of Teacher Meng behind his back. Bai Yuan cut out, what's the matter? I'll say the same in front of you. Lin Moyu asked softly, Mr. Bai, do you have someone you like? Bai Yuan's eyes flashed brightly at first, then dimmed again. He sighed softly, closed his eyes and stopped talking. At the moment when his eyes changed just now, Lin Moyu saw a hint of sadness. Lin Moyu was also very sensible and stopped talking, knowing that he asked a question that should not be asked. The Divine Stone Dungeon Trial, which is what Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen called the blind date meeting, will start in 3 days. However, as early as 10 days ago, people from major families, various forces, and even top universities had already arrived. Fort number 4 became extremely lively. Young people communicate and chat with each other. The military also specially set up several arenas for competitions in the fortress for everyone to exchange ideas. Between young people, sometimes arguments and even quarrels often arise. The arena can just solve this problem. As long as the professionals are not killed, any injuries can be healed. Here are all the geniuses of various families, the pride of heaven, handsome men and beautiful women. Some saw each other right, and some came together under the help of elders at home. The older generation, brought here, all with smiles at this time, regarded them as matchmakers. Bai Yuan pointed at the young people coming and going. I'm right, it's only been a few days, so many people are getting married. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, looked around, and at the same time sent a message to Ningyi. There was no answer. Io hasn't come yet. Bai Yuan cut out, you only have Ningyi in your eyes, boy, there are so many beauties in the world, why don't you choose more? Lin Moyu was stunned, not knowing why Bai Yuan said that. Bai Yuan continued, what I mean is that although monogamy is the rule in the empire, god generals and god-level powerhouses have privileges. It's no problem to marry more. Just like your teacher Meng, if he wants to marry, at least 17 or 18 beauties will line up to come to the door. Bai Yuan began to speak out again. Lin Moyu could only smile at 3.1 and did not respond. Bai Yuan continued, Ningyi should come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, so you can take a stroll around the fort first. Most of the people here are young people, you all can communicate more. Just as Lin Moyu was about to speak, a charming voice sounded in his ear. Yuan. The voice is soft and flattering, and reveals a trace of heroism, which is very pleasant. After hearing this voice, Bai Yuan suddenly looked like a cat whose fur had exploded. Xiaoyu, I have to take a step ahead for the teacher, see you in 3 days. With a bang, he rushed straight into the sky and left. Then Lin Moyu saw a woman in a light yellow dress coming quickly. The woman looked to be in her early 30s, with extremely beautiful appearance and extraordinary temperament. Seeing Bai Yuan leaving in a hurry, the woman let out a coquettish shout, and she also shot up into the sky, at a speed no slower than Bai Yuan. This is also a god-level powerhouse, not much weaker than Bai Yuan. Moreover, Bai Yuan was obviously hiding from the other party. Teacher Bai. Are you afraid of her? Lin Moyu had a smile in his eyes, as if he had discovered a new world, which was kind of fun. Bai Yuan ran away in a panic. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it really was retribution, he was still laughing at Meng Anwen behind his back just now, but now it fell on him all of a sudden. It seems that Teacher Bai's story is not simple. Lin Moyu had a smile on his face, thinking about the possible story of Bai Yuan. Walk inside the fort and blend in with the crowd. The 3 arenas in the fortress were shining brightly, and formations enveloped the arenas. Competitions can be fought in the arena. A knight and an archer face off in a ring. The arena is not big enough, which is not very beneficial for the archers. However, the archer was very flexible, and continued to fight back while dodging the knight's pursuit. The knight ignored them and chased them down, simply and rudely. There were many people watching under the arena, pointing and talking to those on the arena. Lin Moyu knew what was going on after hearing a few words. The archer on the stage came from the Zhang family in the northwest region of the empire. He advocated that even in a limited space, the archer can take advantage of his flexibility and long-range attack advantages to hit all melee occupations. His words aroused dissatisfaction among others, and the royal knights from the southwestern region jumped out immediately. The 2 sides debated for a while, but there was no answer. In the end, I decided to play in the ring. It just so happens that the levels of the 2 are not much different, and it happens to be able to confirm the words of both parties. The situation in the other 2 arenas was similar, and they were all due to some conflicting opinions. Lin Moyu lost interest after just a few glances. In his eyes, fighting in the arena is no different from children playing house. Too weak. Every battle he has experienced and the enemies he has faced, he does not know how many times stronger than them. Lin nerd. Turning around to leave the arena area, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in my ears. There was a little smile in Lin Moyu's eyes, and he would call him a Lin nerd just a few times. Turning around, she saw Xia Shui. Beside her were Feng Xiu and Zue Mei. Seeing Lin Moyu, the three of them walked over quickly. Xia Shui said heartily, "It really is you, I'll just say I saw it right. Long time no see." Lin Moyu greeted the three of them. It was true that he and the three hadn't seen each other for a while, and Lin Moyu was slightly surprised to see them now. The breath of Zue Mei and Xia Shui became different from before. And rank. Both Xia Shui and Zue Mei's levels have been greatly improved, and both of them have surpassed level 35. How long has passed, and the two have been promoted to more than 10 levels in a row. Their level is already far ahead of the students who entered Xiaojing Academy in the same class, and even the students in the previous class are not as good as them. On the contrary, although Feng Xiu has also been promoted several levels, but currently he is only at level 30, which is a bit worse than the two of them. Lin Moyu guessed that something must have happened to the two of them. Xia Shui asked, strangely, "With your status and strength, do you still need to capture the copy of the God Stone?" Lin Moyu said softly, "I'm here as a guest." Zue Mei said, "Fortunately, otherwise we would have no chance. With Lin Moyu's strength, not to mention them, even the older generation may not be able to match him. If Lin Moyu participates in the Shinshur dungeon, then they have nothing to do." Xia Shui also giggled and said, "That is, if Idiot Lin also goes to make a dungeon, we can give up." Feng Xiu also said softly, "The Divine Stone Dungeon is a special single-player dungeon, and the difficulty of the dungeon everyone faces is based on their own level. The advantage of level is not obvious in the dungeon, but..." He glanced at Lin Moyu. "But with the combat power of Lin Moyu, if he participates in the dungeon, there is really no point for us to participate." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "I won't participate, you all work hard to get the final reward in the instance." Xia Shui giggled, "That's half a talent stone, at the third turn, there is a 1/3 chance of awakening the talent." A few chatted while walking, and unknowingly came to another area of the fort. There is an obvious commercial atmosphere here, and there are many restaurants, most of which are specially prepared for this Divine Stone conference. The four chose a restaurant and a seat by the window. Xia Shui whispered, "Boy Lin, do you think Zue Mei and I are upgrading very fast?" Lin Moyu does have this question. Xia Shui said with a smile, "I returned to the family and activated my bloodline. My strength is much higher than before." Lin Moyu knew that Xia Shui was Xiao Bojian's granddaughter, but in fact Xia Shui was from the Xia family. Although Xiao Jingxia's family is not comparable to the Ning family, it is also an old family with a long history. It's normal to have some straits. Just like Ning Yi, in the continuous special training, if she has no distractions, she will level up faster. What puzzled Lin Moyu the most was Zue Mei, why Zue Mei could rise so fast. Xia Shui said for Zue Mei, "You don't know that Zue Mei is a descendant of the legendary Zue family." The legendary Zue family. Information about this family immediately appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. There are many families in the history of the human race. Some families can exist for thousands of years, some only exist for a few decades. The Zue family is a family that has existed for more than 500 years, and its strength ranks first among all major families. The Zue family is a famous assassin family. Almost all of the Zue family are stalkers. They brought the assassin to the extreme. It can be said to be the pinnacle of the assassin profession. Moreover, the bloodline of this family has a characteristic: once activated, every job change will inevitably lead to professional sublimation. In each generation of the family, several high-level legendary professionals can appear, and there are always god-level powerhouses. They assassinated the Demon King, attacked and killed the demons, and made brilliant military exploits. Created one legendary record after another. The name of the legendary Zue family also comes from this. Some people even predicted that as long as there is a god-level powerhouse in the Zue family, they can reach the point of half-step super god. Then they will have the ability to assassinate the Demon Emperor. At that time, the Zue family also became a thorn in the side of the Demon Kings. Decades ago, demons attacked Zue's house. The demon first launched an attack in the Yuan battlefield, attracting the two god-level powerhouses from the Zhou family. Besieged by a large number of demon kings, the Demon Worship Society went all out to massacre the Zhou family, and at the same time summoned the clone of the Demon King. The Zhou family almost died overnight. Not many people know about this matter, and Lin Moyu also saw it in a large number of materials. Lin Moyu looked at Zhuo unexpectedly. "You are from the Zhou family?" Zhuo nodded. "Senior Xia took me back to the family. Although there is no one in the family, the inheritance in the family is still there." Lin Moyu hummed. "The Zhou family used to be very powerful and brilliant. It is precisely because of this that the devil is afraid. Since you have inherited the blood of the Zhou family, you must be careful in the future." Feng Xiu whispered. "Very few people know about this matter. Before Zhuo has the ability to protect herself, she won't reveal it." Lin Moyu said, "If there is anything I can do, just ask." The sages of the Zhou family have made too many contributions to the human race, and Lin Moyu admires these 757 seniors very much. Zhuo said, "Thank you General Lin." Lin Moyu shook his head. "We are friends." Xia Shui giggled. "That's right, we are friends. Don't want Lin Xinjiang to be Lin Xinjiang's, it looks like a natural division." There was a sound of footsteps, and a large group of people went upstairs immediately. The aroma was tangy, and all the people who came up were women. Jialanyeyu took the lead. She saw Lin Moyu at a glance, and exclaimed, "You're not dead." Immediately afterwards, a figure flew over with a fragrant wind. Before the few people could react, the man had already jumped on Lin Moyu and hugged Lin Moyu heavily. "You're not dead, that's great, you're alive." Mu Xianxian cried and said. The tears kept falling, and the whole person was sobbing. The three of Xia Shui looked at this scene with raging fire of gossip in their eyes. They have met Ningyi before, so what is going on with this beauty now? Mu Xianxian was so excited that she didn't pay attention to the occasion. She has been worried about Lin Moyu, and now that Lin Moyu is not dead, she can't control her emotions for a while. Lin Moyu patted Mu Xianxian lightly. "Of course I won't die. If you hold me any longer, I might be strangled to death." Mu Xianxian shrank back with a cry. Only then did she realize that her behavior seemed a little out of line. Her little face was as red as an apple. At this time a white light fell from the sky, and the holy light illuminated the restaurant. "Lin Moyu, long time no see." Mo Yin sat on the Holy Spirit unicorn, landed on the window, and was greeting Lin Moyu. Xia Shui whispered, "Good guy, here comes another one." Zhuo and Feng Xiu nodded at the same time. At this time, someone went upstairs again, saw Lin Moyu by the window, and called out sweetly, "Brother Lin, coincidences are everywhere." Just like today, Lin Moyu never expected such a coincidence. Not only did they meet Xia Shui and the others, but they also met Mu Xianxian, Jialanyeyu, and her Yeyu Knights. Then Mo Yin also came, and finally Shu Han came. Shu Han came with Dong Fangyao. The fire of gossip in the eyes of the three of Xia Shui has already started a prairie fire. But Lin Moyu walks upright, sits upright, and doesn't care at all. Mo Yin stopped by the window and said softly, "Lin Moyu, come find me when you are free." As she spoke, she threw a positioning teleportation stone to Lin Moyu, and then left on a unicorn. Lin Moyu knew that Mo Yin really had something to do. Otherwise, with her personality, she would never take the initiative to find herself. Shu Han walked over with graceful steps, and generously took Lin Moyu's arm. His voice was 3 points sweeter than before. "Junior Lin, so you are here, sister, I have been looking for you so hard." Shu Han's performance was very different from before. Lin Moyu almost wondered if she was possessed by a succubus. While speaking, Shu Han tried his best to wink at Lin Moyu. This also prevented Lin Moyu from breaking away from her hand. Lin Moyu whispered, "Sister, is there any trouble?" Shu Han put his mouth close to Lin Moyu's ear. "Play a show for me, there is a guy who is very annoying." The hot air sprayed on the ears, slightly itchy. Shu Han's pretty face flushed, trying to hold back her embarrassment. At this time, someone came upstairs again, just in time to see Shu Han talking in Lin Moyu's ear. In the eyes of outsiders, that appearance is like whispering between lovers, which is very ambiguous. When the visitor saw this scene, anger flashed in his eyes. Xiao Han, is he the one you like? Shu Han took it for granted, of course, now you can give up. Lin Moyu looked at the visitor, who was in his 30s, and looked very handsome. It's a pity that the gloom in his eyes became a very discordant note, making his temperament also look a little gloomy. The man glanced at Lin Moyu, then looked at Shu Han and smiled. So you like pretty boys? Xia Shui burst out laughing, and someone actually said that Lin Moyu is a jerk. Lin Moyu now knows what Shu Han wants to help him do. Originally it was just a shield, but now someone actually said that he was a little boy. There was a bit of danger in his eyes. Lin Moyu said lightly, "Who are you?" The man sneered, "What are you? Do you deserve to know?" The second time, Lin Moyu's gaze became more dangerous. Shu Han whispered in Lin Moyu's ear, "He is the eldest son of the Shui family in Shuguang City in the south, Shui Juanji. The profession is Ice Knight, a legendary professional, level 68. Such an ambiguous picture again made Shui Juanji jealous. He clenched his fists, as if he was about to strike at any time. Swish! With a flash of white light, a huge warhammer appeared in Mu Xianxian's hand, blocking Lin Moyu, staring at Shui Juanji. As simple as she is, she doesn't care what the identity of the other party is. If she dared to do anything to Lin Moyu, she would not be soft-hearted. Even if you can't beat it, play a game. Mu Xianxian was also very beautiful, not much worse than Shu Han. Years of fighting gave Mu Xianxian a heroic spirit that Shu Han didn't have. Shui Jijun's eyes lingered on Mu Xianxian for a moment, showing possessiveness. It seems that there are quite a few people who like the little boy. Before the words fell, Shui Jijun only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and Lin Moyu had already appeared in front of him. As a level 68 knight, he has extremely rich combat experience, and he reacted instantly. But it's one thing to react, it's another thing to be able to act accordingly. Before he could move, dense white bones had already appeared on his body. Skill, Bone Prison. Skeleton Prison deals with professionals like him, and it is a single body. Not only does the success rate approach 100%, but the control time will be quite amazing. If Shui Jijun can't get rid of the controlled state, he won't be able to move for at least half an hour. After controlling it, Lin Moyu slapped him directly in the face. Snapped. The applause was moving. After one slap, 2 more slaps. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, 3 slaps are small punishments and big warnings. If you speak out again next time, I will kill you. The murderous intent fell into Shui Jijun's ears along with the words 3 times and 4 times, God will not be humiliated. Shui Jijun was stunned by the sudden 3 slaps. He didn't care what Lin Moyu said later. He just felt that his face was so embarrassing. So many people in the restaurant saw him being beaten, which made him lose face. There was a roar in my heart, and blue light was emitted all over my body. All knights have the ability to remove control, and he is no exception. The bone prison was hit, but in the next second a flame floated into his mind soundlessly. Shui Jijun opened his mouth wide, but couldn't make any sound. The bone prison paralyzed his movements, making him unable to move anything except his eyes. No matter how paralyzed it is, it can't stop the pain from the soul. Lin Moyu's mastery of the soul flame has reached the point where he can do whatever he wants. He can be strong if he wants to be strong, and weak if he wants to be weak. A soul flame interrupted Shui Jijun's skills, so that he could only be trapped in the same place honestly. Shui Jijun didn't dare to move anymore. The pain was so terrible that he would never forget it just for a moment. Lin Moyu seemed to have done an insignificant thing. You stand here as a punishment and reflect on it. As he spoke, he walked out of the restaurant. Shu Han was faster than them, ran directly to Lin Moyu's side, and took Lin Moyu's arm. Is this a full set of acting? Lin Moyu thought to himself, but did not refuse. Even if Shu Han was promised to perform the scene well, he would naturally have to act until the finale. Wait for me. Mu Xianxian also ran over suddenly, put her arms around Lin Moyu's other arm, and gave Shu Han a look, her face full of dissatisfaction. Seeing Mu Xianxian like this, Shu Han knew that the little girl must have misunderstood. But now she doesn't say anything. Lin Moyu hugged left and right like this, and left the restaurant under the envious eyes of everyone. Feng Xiu murmured, "Why don't we leave?" Xia Shui glared at him, "Why are we leaving? The dishes haven't been finished yet." Sui said coldly, "Shall we go up and be a light bulb, or is it a girl you have a crush on?" Feng Xiu quickly shook his head and waved his hands, "It's all right, how can it be? Eat vegetables, eat vegetables." In the restaurant, Shui Jijun stood alone for punishment. The red palm prints of the two fresh hands on the left and right faces are so conspicuous. Your own skills are interrupted, and you have to wait 10 minutes for the next use. In these 10 minutes, he can only become a statue for everyone to admire. In the restaurant, in the night rain nights led by Jiaolan Yeo, more than 20 Yingying Yan Yan kept talking in a low voice. No matter what he said, Shui Ji felt that he was talking about himself. "Bastard, I must kill you, I will tear you to pieces. And Shu Han, that bitch, I won't let you go, absolutely not." Shui Jijun was anxious and hated, he already deeply hated Lin Moyu. Since birth, there has never been such a shame. After leaving the restaurant, Shu Han suddenly withdrew his hands and pressed shyly, "Thank you brother Lin for helping me perform this scene." Lin Moyu shook his head, "Senior, you are welcome, it is my honor to help you. I think after this time, that guy named Shui Jijun will only hate senior sister, and won't pester senior sister again." Shu Han smiled and said, "Hate is better than pestering, anyway, I'm not afraid of her, just annoying." "Ah." Mu Xianxian withdrew her hand suddenly with an exclamation. Only then did she realize that the two of them were acting, which was completely different from what she thought. And his performance just now. Shu Han has returned to his former elegance, this little sister doesn't need to be jealous of her sister. Mu Xianxian blushed, I'm not jealous." Shu Han could see Mu Xianxian's innocence, and he didn't tease him too much. "Junior Lin also came here for the copy of the God Stone this time?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "I'm here to be a guest, where is senior sister Shu?" Shu Han smiled wryly, "I was forced to go on a blind date, but in the end I met this guy. He pesters me every day, even if I refuse, it's really annoying." Lin Moyu understood, he chuckled, "If he comes to pester senior sister again in the future, senior sister will tell me, and I will break his hands and feet." Shu Han chuckled, "Okay, I've remembered this sentence, senior. Mo's girl also asked you for something just now, right?" Lin Moyu nodded, "I don't know what's going on. What else can I do? It's the same thing as me. Go there when you have time. She's also very annoying these days." As Shu Han said, he left with a charming smile. Lin Moyu is a bit dumbfounded, does he have a shield in his attributes? Mu Xianxian followed Lin Moyu with her head down, like a child who has done something wrong. Mu Xianxian opened her mouth several times, wanting to explain, but she didn't know where to start. She felt that nothing she said would be right. Lin Moyu stopped suddenly. Mu Xianxian didn't pay attention for a moment, and immediately bumped into Lin Moyu's body and stuck to it. Lin Moyu felt the warmth coming from behind, and smiled softly, "What are you thinking?" Mu Xianxian blushed and shook her head, "It's nothing." Lin Moyu said, "Where did you go back after you teleported back that day?" Mu Xianxian said, "I seem to have experienced 2 teleportations that day, and when I woke up, I was already outside the core area." Lin Moyu could figure out what happened just from Mu Xianxian's words. The scales given by Antares must have been returned directly to Antares. But Antares didn't want to talk to Mu Xianxian, so he sent her away again. So Mu Xianxian felt that she had been teleported twice. Lin Moyu laughed, "Then you went to Jiaolan Yeu, how about it, did you see your tombstone?" Mu Xianxian nodded her head vigorously, "I see. What does it feel like?" "How does it feel?" Mu Xianxian tilted her head, it feels weird, but it's also quite fun. Sister Yiyu's handwriting is beautifully carved, and the location is well chosen. It can make the tombstone last longer. Looking at her innocent appearance, like a blank sheet of paper, Lin Moyu thought it was really funny. Although Mu Xianxian was several years older than herself, in front of her, she was the elder, and Mu Xianxian was like a child. Let's go. Lin Moyu turned around 380 and walked forward. Mu Xianxian asked, "Where are you going?" "Go find a place to have another good meal. I was disturbed by that guy just now, so I couldn't eat well." Oh. There was a loud drink in the restaurant, and Shui Jijun rushed out like a cannonball. Like a mad lion, he stood on the roof looking for Lin Moyu, but he couldn't find it anywhere. There were people coming and going on the street, and his movements aroused many people's onlookers. He couldn't find Lin Moyu, and turned his head angrily to Xia Shui and the others. He remembered correctly, Xia Shui and the others were with Lin Moyu. Feng Xiu said coldly, "What are you looking at? Private fighting is not allowed in the fortress. You wouldn't want to do it, would you?" Shui Jijun said coldly, "Boy, don't leave the fortress if you have the ability." Feng Xiu laughed, "Isn't it the Shui family in Shuguang City? I'll tell my family right away. If something happens to me, it will be your Shui family's fault. Remember that I come from the number 8 fortress. The sword god seals the family, Feng Xiu." Xia Shui also said softly, "My girl, Xia Jingxia's family. If something happens to me, I will also trouble your Shui family." Sui didn't speak, she knew that she still had to keep a low profile. Shui Jijun choked on people, he couldn't afford to offend anyone. Feng Xiu said coldly, "Think about what you said just now, you are lucky if you can save your life. If you dare to say that next time, I guarantee that no one will be able to save you." Shui Jijun was so angry that his chest rose and fell, like a blower, whistling. The lungs were about to explode, and it took a long time before they finally closed together a little. His eyes became colder, and he turned and left. Xia Shui said in a low voice, "He won't go to find idiot Lin, will he?" Sui sneered, "It's best to find him, this kind of idiot is not enough for Lin Shenjiang to slap him." The two felt the same way, with Lin Moyu's strength, swatting him to death would be like killing a fly. And as Lin Moyu, if he really wants to kill someone, he doesn't need to worry about the rules in the fortress that he can't do anything. He is a god general and has a lot of privileges. The teleportation stone turned into powder in the hands of Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu has come to the land of the Yuan battlefield. In midair, the wings of the lightning undead spread out, and Lin Moyu saw Mo's not far away. Mo Yun is fighting with a demon. Mo Yun has reached level 50 now, one can imagine how hard she is. Those of her age were only in their early 40s, and some of them hadn't even completed their second rank yet. But Mo Yun has reached level 50. This is the children of the big family, work hard, and work hard again. Everyone feels that the children of big families need resources, equipment, and it is 10 times and 100 times easier to upgrade than ordinary people. As everyone knows, the children of these big families also have to pay a lot of blood and sweat. Ningyi conducted special training almost non-stop for several months. Almost every moment is not spent in combat. This is one of the lives of the children of the big family. Of course, there are also a lot of rotten trash, and this kind of people is completely out of Lin Moyu's consideration. Lin Moyu watched Mo Yun fight the demon, but didn't do anything. This is Mo Yun's battle, and she will resolve it by herself. This place is hundreds of kilometers away from Fortress Number 4, and you can meet many demon hunters. Amidst the coquettious shouts, the sharp horns on the head of the Holy Spirit unicorn emitted a holy light. The light pierced the demon's body like a sharp arrow, and then exploded, blasting the demon into pieces. Mo Yun wiped the sweat off her forehead, and flew over with the Holy Spirit unicorn. "Are you free?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Well, what do you want me to do?" Mo Yun said, "Help me make a copy." It seems to be different from what Shu Han said. Lin Moyu didn't think too much. "Okay." Mo Yun asked, strangely, don't you ask what kind of dungeon, what difficulty? Can you play it? Lin Moyu shook his head, no, as long as it is a copy that I can enter, I can play it. These words are very crazy. But Lin Moyu has his capital. The fact is that as he said, as long as it is a copy that he can enter, he can play. No matter what the difficulty is, whether it is a large, medium or small dungeon, or even a very large dungeon, Lin Moyu is sure to beat it. If he can't beat him, then even a team of 40 or 60 people can't beat him. Mo Yin flew towards the copy, and Lin Moyu followed beside him. Mo Yin said, this dungeon is called Xingza Space, a level 55 dungeon can be entered between levels 50 and 60. I want to play on hell difficulty, but I don't want to form a team with others, so I can only trouble you. Lin Moyu nodded, yes, is there anything special about this copy? Mo Yin said, there is a swamp of holy light in the deepest part of the dungeon, and the holy light inside has a great effect on my summoned beasts. However, the boss in the dungeon will absorb all the holy light in the holy light swamp. If you want to get the holy light, you must destroy the boss before it absorbs all the holy light. I don't know if you can do it. Lin Moyu thought for a while, I can't guarantee it, but I will do my best. Mo Yin whispered, thank you. You're welcome, we are friends, such a small thing. Lin Moyu doesn't have many friends, and Mo Yin is one of them. For friends, I will help you to the best of your ability. The two flew hundreds of kilometers more. At this time, they have already penetrated into the Yuan battlefield, thousands of kilometers away from Fort Number 4. This is a pitch-black and empty land, filled with the deadly atmosphere of the Yuan battlefield. A dungeon entrance quietly rotated on the ground. As the saying goes, extremes will reverse, in such a lifeless place, there is a little life in the dungeon entrance. From a distance, several teams of men and horses were fighting some demons. Mo Yin explained, because of the existence of the Holy Light Swamp instance, teams of human professionals often come here. The demons also know this, so they often block here or halfway. So here, fighting is a regular thing. This place no longer belongs to the sphere of influence of the human race, and demons haunt here from time to time. Moreover, the demons here are all over 50 in level, appearing in groups. Mo Yin dared to act here alone, which was extremely daring. The two flew towards the dungeon. Near the dungeon, a team was fighting the demon. It seems that this team is very strong, crushing the demons without any effort. Suddenly a person in the team flew towards Mo Yin. Yuner, you are back. Mo Yin frowned, don't pay attention to him, let's enter the dungeon. Good. Lin Moyu responded softly. Looking at the person flying towards Mo Yin, he was also a summoner, about the same age as Mo Yin. His summoned beast is a golden eagle, very eye-catching. I don't know if it was intentional or just a coincidence, but it happened to block Mo Yin's route to the dungeon. Yuner, we have been waiting for you for a long time. The man yelled loudly again, each rhyme sounding affectionately. Mo Yin's pretty face became extremely ugly, and she shouted, go away. The whole body of the Holy Spirit unicorn was glowing, its speed suddenly increased, and it slammed into the doctor. Mo Yin activated her skills, and she and the unicorn merged into one, turning into a ball of blazing white light. In front of the light group, a pointed silver appeared, which was the pointed horn of a unicorn. Skill, Holy Clash. Mo Yin seemed to regard the young man blocking the road as an enemy, and ran into him without hesitation. The young man's complexion changed drastically, he didn't dare to take it hard, and drove the golden eagle under him to avoid it quickly. Lin Moyu also speeded up at this moment, followed by really rushing down together. Seeing that he was about to rush into the dungeon, a golden light descended from the sky in front of the dungeon entrance, blocking Mo Yin like a wall. Mo Yin's skills crashed into the golden light shattered, and Mo Yin's skills dissipated at the same time. Being able to block Mo Yin's collision, it seems that the skill strength is not bad. Lin Moyu evaluated in his heart that the defense of the opponent's skill ability is not bad. The impact of Mo Yin's skills is not small, even more fishy than knights of the same level, It was still blocked. The young man appeared in sight again, still blocking Mo Yun. Yuner, why are you ignoring me? Mo Yun's face turned livid. Shan Feiying, if you call me Yuner again, I will kill you. Then tell me, what will you do to give me a chance? In fact, the two of us are really a good match. Shan Feiying has a very thick skin, but after hearing Mo Yun's murderous words, he still restrained himself a bit. Mo Yun said coldly, impossible, get out of the way. Solo Eagle didn't move, my team is ready, if you go to the swamp of holy light to get the holy light, I can help you. Mo Yun gritted her teeth, I don't need your help. Shan Feiying repeatedly said, if I don't help you, you can't beat the boss alone, let alone get the holy light. That's my business, get out of here. Mo Yun's murderous aura began to emerge again. Shan Feiying still didn't get out of the way. Mo Yun, just let me help you, give me a chance, okay? Are you going or not? Mo Yun's body began to glow again, and the energy of the Holy Spirit Unicorn was increasing and accumulating. At this time, there were a few screams not far away, and the team of Solo Flying Eagle had dealt with the demons and flew back one after another. The 7 people who came were all summoners, with different summoned beasts. But without exception, they are all flying summoned beasts. This time, there were more people standing in front of Mo. Shan Feiying was completely shameless. Anyway, if you don't give me a chance, I won't let you enter the dungeon. That posture is like a child playing a rascal. Mo Yun's face was livid with anger. If it wasn't for the Shan family in front of her, who had a good relationship with their family, she would have done it long ago. Her temper is not so good, and her patience is not very good. Lin Moyu finally couldn't hold back, and chuckled softly. This Solo Eagle is at least a little better than Shui Jijun, but he is really thick-skinned. Mo Yun asked Lin Moyu, can I go there? Lin Moyu nodded with a smile, yes, but what about these people, are they going to be killed? Mo Yun shook her head, no, they are all from the Shan family in Hiku City, and they are family friends with our Mo family. Then Mo Yun changed the topic, if you can make this guy suffer a little bit, this guy has too thick skin. Lin Moyu understood what Mo Yun meant, and he couldn't kill him, but he couldn't make him feel better either. Okay. Let's go, hurry up. Lin Moyu readily agreed, such a thing is not difficult for him. After speaking, Lin Moyu flew towards the copy. Are you the helper Mo Yun is looking for? Shan Feiying didn't take Lin Moyu seriously. Although he can't see Lin Moyu's level, but he can enter the Holy Light Swamp instance, the highest level is 60. The Solo Eagle has reached level 55, plus the 8-member summoning team, even if the opponent is level 60, they are definitely not their opponents. Lin Moyu ignored the Solo Eagle. Shan Feiying frowned, if you get closer, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Moyu again fell on deaf ears to his words. Shan Feiying felt that he had a lot of face, so he shouted in a low voice, stop him. But none of the summoners around him made a move. Shan Feiying was slightly taken aback, why don't you do it? He glanced at it, and suddenly felt a creepy feeling. Except for him, the rest of the summoners, including the summoned beasts, were all covered in bones. Except for the movement of their eyes, they could not move their whole body, and they could not even make a sound. Solo Eagle glared at Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu had already walked in front of him. He saw a flash of fire in Lin Moyu's palm. In the next second, heart-piercing pain erupted from his mind. The screams resounded through the sky, and Shan Flying Eagle curled up, trembling. He passed by himself and entered the dungeon with Mo Yun. The unimaginable pain made him unable to move and could not be stopped. It took a long time before he recovered from the severe pain. His eyes stared at the copy with both hatred and fear. After a while, the bones of several summoners collapsed at the same time, and they regained their freedom. They all said to Shan Feiying, young patriarch, are you okay? Do you want to inform the patriarch? Young patriarch, we were all controlled just now. Shan Feiying shook his head, no, the other party didn't want to hurt me, but just gave me a warning. What a terrible soul attack, who is this person? Mo Yun actually knows such a powerful guy. You guys go and check this guy's identity. He can attack souls, has powerful restraint skills, and is so young. Solo Eagle summed up Lin Moyu's information. An existence like Lin Moyu must be very famous. At this time, one of his subordinates whispered, "Young patriarch, don't need to check, I probably guessed his identity." "Who is it?" Solo Eagle asked. "Young patriarch, you have been cultivating in the family secret realm for the past 6 months, so you don't know that a godman appeared outside." Sean Flying Eagle has doubts. He has been practicing in the family secret realm for the past 6 months, and he doesn't know much about the outside world. "Don't be secretive, just say it directly," Sean Feiying said. The man responded repeatedly, yes, if I guessed correctly, he should be Lin Moyu, the youngest 3-star general in the entire human race. The Solo Eagle screamed strangely, "What are you talking about? 3-star general? He is obviously not level 60, how could he be a 3-star general?" The man said, "Now the whole human race knows about Lin Xinjiang, and the young patriarch will understand after just asking." Sean Feiying didn't doubt his words, thought for a while, "Let's go back first." "Then Miss Mo Yun?" Sean Feiying shouted, "Miss Mo Yun is a fart, if she is really a superhero, she will definitely have a few lives to provoke." Let's go." Several people activated the teleportation stone one after another and left this land of right and wrong. A copy of the Holy Light Swamp, Hell Difficulty. The dungeon is densely covered with swamps, and each swamp emits holy white light, which is quite different from ordinary swamps. Pieces of swamps are intertwined to form a narrow road. On the edge of the swamp, a large number of plants grow. There are flowers and grass, and most of them are short trees. The dwarf tree is no more than 1 meter high, without branches and leaves, but with thick and long branches. The branches hang down on the ground and sink into the swamp, and it is not known how long it is. Mo Yun said, "You can't fly in this dungeon, you can only walk along the road between the swamps. We have to be careful of these dwarf trees on the edge of the swamp, their attacks are very troublesome. Branches can entangle you, they are very strong, and once entangled, it is very difficult to get free." Lin Moyu asked, "Is the air forbidden here?" Lin Moyu didn't feel the power of the forbidden air, and didn't feel that he couldn't fly. Mo Yun shook her head, "It's not that the air is forbidden, but that it will be attacked by the Holy Light Swamp when flying. The attack of the Holy Light is very powerful, and it cannot be dodged." Lin Moyu was curious, "I'll try it." As he said that, he unfolded the lightning undead wings and flew up. As soon as he left the ground, a white holy light fell on him. The bone armor glistened, blocking the holy light. Like a searchlight, the holy light shot out from the nearest swamp, continuously attacking Lin Moyu. A swamp's attack was not strong, and Lin Moyu almost ignored it. He tried to fly a little higher, and as it flew higher, the attacking light also changed corners, almost moving in sync with Lin Moyu. It is really inevitable. After flying about 10 meters above the ground, 3 more white lights fell on it. 4 swamps attacked him at the same time. The power of the 4 attacks did not increase by 4 times, but by more than 10 times. The skeleton armor creaked, and it was about to collapse. Lin Moyu fell, and as soon as he landed, all attacks disappeared. "It's so strange," Lin Moyu said softly. Mo Yun said, "It doesn't matter how many holy lights attack, but the more holy lights in the future, the attack power will increase exponentially. So, you can't fly here." Lin Moyu knew that he would be able to hold on, but the ones he bought should not work. "In that case, let's fight from the ground. There is no need for Mo Yun to do anything, the undead army has already been dispatched." As soon as the undead army appeared, they rushed out recklessly. A total of 36 Lich Generals, each Lich General has 1080 skeletons, and a total of 38,880 skeletons are dispatched collectively. Lin Moyu didn't abide by the non-flying rules in the dungeon at all, and cast the lightning undead wings himself, allowing the undead army to have the ability to fly. The skeletons flew out overwhelmingly, not caring about the light in the swamp of holy light at all. There are too many skeletons, and the holy light swamp cannot focus fire on one of them. Once the holy light attack is scattered, the power will not be enough at all. The dwarf trees in the dungeon started to fight back crazily. A large number of branches were pulled out from the swamp, and they hit the skeleton with a white light. The skeletons also started to fight back at the same time. The skeleton berserkers flew their axes and broken branches. The elemental explosion keeps exploding, blowing all the way, and the explosion washes over. Where the elemental explosion passes, not a single blade of grass grows, and its efficiency is not much higher than that of a berserker. Although the elemental explosion power of the skeleton archmage is not very strong, it is weak against level 70 and 80 world bosses. To deal with these dungeon monsters of the same level, the power of the element explosion is not small. Mo Yun was dumbfounded. It was the first time she saw that she could still make a dungeon like this. Completely ignoring the rules of the dungeon, simply pushing it all the way with brute force. Unreasonable play. Mo Yun looked at the battle that was happening in front of her eyes, saw the messages that kept popping up, and had to believe that this was the truth. Lin Moyu's style of play is so unreasonable. With shock, she glanced at Lin Moyu. No wonder his upgrade speed is so fast. Originally, the experience of single swiping has surpassed others, and coupled with such high efficiency. If you can take me to refresh the book, my upgrade speed. Thinking of this, Mo Yun suddenly killed the thought. How can you rely on others? You are Mo Yun. You are going to become a god-level powerhouse. No god-level powerhouse relies on others. Mo Yun kept giving herself psychological hints, but now she was a little obsessed with the experience points she was constantly gaining. This feeling is because of comfort. Lin Moyu didn't know the complexity of Mo Yun's heart. Let's go, and see what's in the swamp. Lin Moyu was curious why the swamp attacked him. Could it be that the swamp was some kind of monster too? Now the monsters on the nearby roads have been cleaned up, and the undead army is advancing towards the depths of the dungeon. Lin Moyu and Mo Yun walked to the edge of the swamp, looking at the swamp covered by white light. What do you think is below? Mo Yun shook her head. I'm not sure, probably no one has gone down. I'll go and have a look. Let a skeleton berserker jump down. The swamp is as soft as cotton, and it is like layers of waves, rushing in waves. But there was nothing in the swamp, and it was light that caused this phenomenon. Light has substance. And these lights will drag the skeleton berserker down, exactly like the feeling of the swamp. The skeleton berserker sank all the way, and soon reached the bottom. Lin Moyu saw a light through induction, which is the source of the light in this small swamp. Found it. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, and Zhanshe picked up the light. When the light group was held by the skeleton berserker, the light covering the swamp disappeared. A pothole with a diameter of about 6 to 7 meters and a depth of about 10 meters appeared in the sight of the two of them. The pothole is very ordinary. What is extraordinary is the light in the hands of the skeleton berserker. Mo Yun looked at the pothole at her feet. So that's what happened. Lin Moyu smiled. Go down and have a look, there seems to be something below. Something else? Mo Yun was a little puzzled. Lin Moyu had already jumped down first, and she could only follow. Anyway, there is an army of undead washing the ground in the dungeon, so there is no need for them to take care of it. At the bottom of the pit, Lin Moyu took the light ball from the skeleton berserker. The detection technique flew by without a sound. Feather of the God of Light. The feathers that fall from the wings of the God of Light have a certain power of light. Mo Yun was surprised. The ball of light here is actually the feather of the God of Light. Does the God of Light have wings? Lin Moyu said softly, maybe. He thought of the huge and majestic statue of an angel in the light element dungeon. Lin Moyu thinks that perhaps this is the image of the God of Light. Mo Yun didn't ask further. The God of Light is only a legendary existence, and she guessed that Lin Moyu had never seen it before. Then Lin Moyu looked to where the original feather was. The feather was in the center of the bottom of the pothole, and when the feather was removed, a fist-sized hole was revealed. Mo-yun wondered, why is there still a hole? Lin Moyu observed carefully, this hole seems to lead to somewhere, but it's too small to get in. Lin Moyu studied it, but couldn't see anything, and he wasn't too entangled. Give the feather of the god of light to Mo-yun, try to see if your summoned beast is useful. Mo-yun came here to find the holy light swamp where the boss is located, which is the area with the strongest holy light in the entire instance. But the core of the holy light swamp is the feather of the god of light, which might be useful. Mo-yun took the feather and put it on the head of the Holy Spirit unicorn without being pretentious. The feather burst into brilliant light immediately, and then gradually melted away, merging with the Holy Spirit unicorn. Mo-yun showed joy, it's useful, although the effect is not very strong, but it's really useful. I can feel that Xiaobai has become stronger. So it's called Xiaobai. Lin Moyu chuckled, the Holy Spirit unicorn was all white and exuded holy light, so the name Xiaobai was appropriate. Lin Moyu's hand stroked it, while Xiaobai showed a look of enjoyment. It knew Lin Moyu, and said that Lin Moyu is a friend of the owner. Since it works, let's continue. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeletons jumped down into the swamp one after another, and took out the feather of the god of light. The swamps of light are extinguished one by one, and the appearance of this dungeon is changing. Mo-yun whispered, if we take all the feathers of the god of light, will this dungeon still exist? Lin Moyu thought for a while, it depends on the source of these feathers, remember the hole just now? Mo-yun nodded. Lin Moyu said, I can feel that the end of the hole is connected to the true source of this dungeon. As long as the source is safe, this copy will always exist. Mo-yun is not as sensitive as Lin Moyu, but she believes Lin Moyu's words. The skeletons kept bringing back the feathers of the god of light, and Mo-yun put all the feathers on the Holy Spirit unicorn, which absorbed them. After the Holy Spirit unicorn absorbed a large amount of feathers from the god of light, its aura gradually became stronger, and the light on its body became more holy. Mo-yun explained, we summoners, in addition to strengthening ourselves, can also strengthen summoned beasts. The summoned beast is powerful to a certain extent, and its attributes will feed back to us summoners. In this way, we can become stronger. Just like my attributes, they are actually stronger than those of professionals of the same level. Then Mo-yun continued, but not all summoners have this ability, it has something to do with our blood and summoned beasts. Such as Shan family's Jinpeng summoned beast does not have this ability. Lin Moyu nodded, enviable ability. Mo-yun asked, strangely, does your summoned beast not have this ability? Lin Moyu shook his head, no. Mo-yun knew that Lin Moyu's attribute was very strong, and thought that Lin Moyu's summoned beast also had the same ability as her. Mo-yun was curious, how many attributes do you have now? Can you tell me? Not only curious, but also a hint of comparison with it in his eyes. Lin Moyu is stronger than himself in every way, and the two are not at the same level in terms of combat power. The only thing Mo-yun can do is attribute. No inconvenience, which attribute are you asking? Lin Moyu said, casually. Mo-yun said, all attributes. Lin Moyu said, all attributes, more than 550,000 points. Mo-yun almost staggered and fell down on the spot, her eyes were bigger than a copper bell. How much did you say? Lin Moyu said again, what's the problem? Like a deflated ball, Mo-yun stomped her foot vigorously, if I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have asked, I'm just asking for trouble. You are such a monster, the attributes of world bosses at the same level are not as high as yours. Lin Moyu chuckled, it's really not as tall as me. Unknowingly, the two have come to the end of the dungeon. A swamp with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared in front of him. The light here is far more than other places, and the rays of light shoot straight into the sky like sharp knives. Lin Moyu said, here is the source. In the middle of this swamp, a big tree blocks out the sky and the sun. This big tree is the same as the previous dwarf tree, only it's taller and bigger. Its height exceeds 20 meters, but the range covered by its branches exceeds at least 100 meters. Countless branches hang down, deep into the swamp of light. Under the shroud of light, its whole body is also emitting white light, and it looks so holy, it looks like a holy tree. The light comes from the God of light, so it is full of holiness. It is nothing without its source. Mo Yun said, "It can act, I will draw it out. You can get rid of him as quickly as possible, don't let him run back to the swamp of holy light to absorb the holy light. After absorbing the holy light, its injuries will heal and its strength will increase." Lin Moyu shook his head, "There's no need to bother." After the voice fell, the boss suddenly exploded. A skeleton archmage went straight to his hands and cast an elemental explosion. The boss vibrated violently, and a large number of branches were whipped towards him. The skeleton archmage has already retreated quickly at this time, dodging the branches. The boss suddenly jumped out of the swamp of light and chased after the skeleton archmage. Only then did Mo Yun realize that she was thinking too much. There are so many skeletons, where do you need to pull monsters by yourself? Lin Moyu can do everything he can do, without any extra effort. It was the first time that Mo Yun played the dungeon so easily, this feeling was a bit comfortable. The boss was completely pulled out of the swamp of light, and its body was covered with branches, with a length of more than several hundred meters. In the blink of an eye, the distance has already been hundreds of meters away. Lin Moyu whispered, "It's almost there. Point your fingers a little farther away." Skill, Curse of Aging. Skill, Toxic Starburst. Red and green lights flashed alternately, and then several elemental liches appeared at the same time. For a moment, thunder rolled, and the boss was covered by a blue frozen layer. The skeletons surrounded them in an instant, and collectively acted. The elements roared, and the axe of the skeleton berserker fell with a red light. Lin Moyu doesn't even want to look at the attributes of the boss, it's unnecessary. The level 55 dungeon boss, even the botanical BO$, even the hell difficulty boss. Under the siege of the undead army today, only instant kills are possible. As for escaping back, it doesn't exist at all. After Lin Moyu started to fight, within 2 seconds, Mo Yun received the message that the boss was killed. She widened her beautiful eyes, couldn't believe it, and murmured, "Is this killing? Otherwise?" Lin Moyu was non-committal, if it's not to prevent him from absorbing the holy light, there is no need to go out at all. Mo Yun thinks what Lin Moyu said makes sense. It was killed in just 2 seconds, and there was really no need to draw it out. Lin Moyu hasn't used the Strength Soldier skill yet, otherwise he would be able to instantly kill him. Mo Yun felt that Lin Moyu's strength was becoming more and more perverted, and he didn't know how many times stronger than when he saw him last time. "I seem to be getting closer and closer to him." Lin Moyu's voice interrupted her thoughts, "You can enter the swamp." Mo Yun nodded, and walked into the swamp with Lin Moyu. The two of them gradually sank in the holy light, and the light had substance, like waves, beating one after another. The two sank to the bottom of the swamp in the light, and there was a vast expanse of whiteness in front of them, and they couldn't see anything. Not to mention Mo Yun, even her Holy Spirit unicorn has become blind at this time. Lin Moyu closed his eyes and summoned a skeleton. Skeletons don't have eyes, they have their own perspective. Using the skeleton's perspective, I quickly found the direction. "Follow me." Lin Moyu suddenly grabbed Mo Yun's hand and led her forward. In the white light, Mo Yun's pretty face flushed red. The second time. She was held by Lin Moyu for the second time. The first time was on the ancient battlefield, this is the second time. For a moment, Mo Yun's face was not only pale, but his heart was beating fast. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's voice sounded, "Be careful." Immediately afterwards, Mo Yun felt that she was hugged by Lin Moyu, and then the whole person backed away quickly. Not only was he picked up, but he also changed his angle. The speed of backing suddenly accelerated, and Mo Yun felt a huge impact. Under attack. Although Mo Yun couldn't see, her heart was like a mirror. She was about to use her skills and ask Xiaobai to protect them. Lin Moyu's voice sounded again, "No, it's fine. Amidst the sound, the retreating momentum of the two people stopped. There was a clicking sound in his ear, and Mo-yun knew that the undead army had arrived. A large number of skeletons rushed in front of the two, protecting them. Then a large number of impact sounds continued to sound, and skeletons were constantly blown away. Lin Moyu said, "This source is kind of playful, it has the power of self-protection and doesn't let anyone get close." Mo-yun hummed softly, but did not speak. Surprisingly, she didn't ask Lin Moyu to let her down. Mo-yun lowered her head and blushed, her mind was in chaos. Just now Lin Moyu said, "It's okay, it actually made me feel very at ease." This is an unprecedented sense of security and warmth. She felt that Lin Moyu blocked all the wind and rain, and felt that Lin Moyu was extremely tall. Mo-yun, you want to become a god-level woman, what are you thinking? But that feeling is really comfortable. You have to rely on yourself, not on others. I didn't rely on anyone else. He has a wife, and his wife is still your best friend. I know, but I'm not his wife, can't I think about it? No. I prefer. In Mo-yun's head, heaven and man were at war, and for a moment, two Mo-yuns were talking to each other, causing chaos. Lin Moyu doesn't know how complicated it is in her head. In a world full of light, Lin Moyu relies on the undead army to keep moving forward. The rays of light carried a huge impact force, knocking the skeletons into the air continuously. But there are too many skeletons, it can block hundreds of thousands of them, but there are tens of thousands of skeletons. Finally, relying on the skeleton to block the gun, Lin Moyu came to the source of light with Mo-yun in his arms. Lin Moyu put Mo-yun down, then stretched out his big hand and pressed it directly on the source. The entire swamp of light was boiling, and the holy light began to retract, all retracting to the source. The huge swamp disappeared. The light finally disappeared, Lin Moyu said softly, "Okay, you can open your eyes." "Yeah." Mo-yun lowered her head, trying to keep herself calm. The red glow on her face hadn't quit yet. She glanced at Lin Moyu quietly, and found that Lin Moyu was not looking at her, so she was relieved. Then she saw the source of the light. Half a wing. Holy, beautiful, countless times purer than the purest jade in the world. The most perfect gems are not as good as it. This is. Mo-yun's breathing became short, she seemed to have guessed the identity of this thing, but she couldn't believe it. Lin Moyu said, "This should be the wings of the god of light, which was cut off by someone." The detection technique flew out. Wings of the god of light contains the essence of the power of the god of light. Mo-yun whispered, "Have you seen the god of light?" Lin Moyu said, "Do you know about holy Christianity? The angels they believe in, you know?" Mo-yun nodded, "I know. The appearance of the god of light should be similar to that of an angel. I suspect that what Saint Christians believe in is actually the god of light, but they may not even know it themselves." "Oh, I see." Lin Moyu actually had another guess in mind. He suspected that holy Christianity was a pawn arranged by the god of light in the human world. Even if the gods fall, they have a chance to be resurrected. The power of belief is very important. If the god of light wants to be resurrected, it is not easy to rely on himself. If the holy Christianity gathers the power of faith for it, the chances will be much greater. Lin Moyu finally pressed on the wings of the god of light. "It's a pity that I got this wing. If it is obtained by the Saint Christians and enshrined every day, maybe you really have a chance to be resurrected." Mo-yun looked at Lin Moyu, "What did you say?" Lin Moyu's voice was very soft, so round that I couldn't hear it clearly. Lin Moyu shook his head, "It's nothing, you can let Xiaobai absorb it." Mo-yun nodded and asked Xiaobai to come over immediately. Xiaobai's entire body stuck to the wings, and began to absorb the holy light in the wings. Xiaobai's body became brighter and brighter. In just a few seconds, Xiaobai absorbed more energy than he had just now. The feathers are just some insignificant fragments that fall out from here. No matter how many hairs are absorbed, it is better to absorb the wings directly. The wings contain the essence of the god of light, which is almost inexhaustible. From here, Lin Moyu could feel the vastness of the energy of the holy light, and judged from it that the god of light was once also a medium-level god. At least it is not weaker than the existence of the poisonous god. It's a pity that he is dead now, and even his wings have been cut off. Back then, what happened? Lin Moyu is very curious about what happened back then. In the great battle that year, almost all the gods fell, and even if there were survivors, they didn't know where they hid. Anyway, for nearly 1,000 years, the gods have disappeared and have never appeared in the world. However, several element dungeons appeared, all of which seemed to be the backhand of the gods. I also killed a god who was only half-breathed, and witnessed the self-fall of a god. The newborn god also killed one. The secret of that year can never be unraveled. The holy light is still shining. Lin Moyu and Mo Yun are thinking about different things. It wasn't until Xiaobai let out a crisp cry that Mo Yun came back to his senses. Xiaobai has already absorbed the holy light and reached the limit state. At this time it is at least twice as old as when it first entered the dungeon. Similarly, its attributes have also fed back to Mo Yun, and Mo Yun's attributes have also increased considerably. And this increase will continue for some time. Mo Yun was pleasantly surprised, but she was just happy for less than 3 seconds. Thinking of Lin Moyu's amazing and perverted attributes, Mo Yun's slight joy disappeared again. Lin Moyu touched Xiaobai, and Xiaobai also hummed in enjoyment. I am full? Xiaobai seemed to understand Lin Moyu's words, so he hummed twice. Mo Yun said in a low voice, thank you, Xiaobai has reached the limit. It has accumulated enough power, and the next evolution will have to wait for me after 3 turns. Summoners and summoned beasts complement each other and limit each other. The summoned beast is too weak, and the summoner is not so strong, and vice versa. If summoned beasts want to evolve continuously, they also need to raise the level of the summoner. Lin Moyu understood what Mo Yun meant, then come to me after you turn 3 times, I will take care of this wing for the time being. Lin Moyu didn't want to monopolize it, but his wings were filled with the aura of gods. Mo Yun didn't know the severity. If she took it out rashly, it is estimated that a large number of god-level powerhouses would come to her door in a short time. It's even possible for a god to find it, but with Mo Yun's strength, he can't keep it. Mo Yun said, this is originally yours, so you can just lend it to me and use it. Anytime. Lin Moyu was not polite, and directly folded his wings. The wings of the gods, which are very precious to others, are nothing more than that in Lin Moyu's eyes. After all, he even has a complete god corpse, not to mention a mere wing. After retracting the wings, Lin Moyu saw the hole under the wings. After careful study, Lin Moyu understood, the wings of the god of light pass through this hole, transmitting its power to the various swamp feathers. The hole should have been the rhizome of the boss, but why would it do that? Lin Moyu thought. The whole person slowly lifted into the air, and began to look down from the air. Mo Yun also sat on Xiaobai and flew up. Did you find anything? Lin Moyu watched for a moment. Look at the location of these swamps, what do they look like? Mo Yun looked at it for a moment, and said uncertainly, it seems to be a formation. Lin Moyu nodded, yes, it's a formation. I guess the wings of the god of light must be doing something, but what exactly are they going to do? Lin Moyu thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, don't want to. He knew that his strength was not enough, and there were still too many things he couldn't understand. When the strength arrives in the future, perhaps it will be understood naturally. And no matter what arrangement the gods have, as long as I have enough strength, I can break it. Let's go. Just as the two of them left the dungeon, there was a sound like glass breaking in the dungeon. Then the dungeon vortex exploded with a bang, and the dungeon disappeared. The two looked at each other, and this result was also expected by Lin Moyu. The copy of Holy Light Swamp, its source is the wings of the god of light. Now that the wings are taken away, the copy will naturally cease to exist. The movement of the dungeon blowing up was not too big or small, which immediately attracted the attention of some nearby professionals. What happened? Why is the copy missing? Immediately, people gathered around. Did you destroy the copy? A group of professionals, more than a dozen, surrounded the two menacingly, asking questions. Although this dungeon is not very good, it can get some light element materials. There are not many copies that can obtain light element materials, and this is a rare one. But now, Lin Moyu glanced at everyone. The copy is indeed destroyed because of me, but what does it have to do with you? Someone stared at Lin Moyu. The copy will not be destroyed for no reason, it must be something you did. Some people rolled their eyes quickly. Did you get something from the dungeon? Lin Moyu nodded. I did get some good things, but what's the matter with you? Hand over the things. Someone said with a dark side. Yes, hand over the things. The copy belongs to everyone, you don't want to be alone when you get something. Lin Moyu chuckled. He knew that he couldn't reason with these people, and his attitude became stronger in an instant. Are you trying to grab it? Everyone's expression changed. Boy, you have to understand that if you don't hand over your things today, you won't be able to leave. The voice from the dark side reappeared. There are a lot of demons here. Even if you die here, you will be killed by demons. Ah! The screams rang out fiercely. The owner of that voice suddenly screamed with headaches, and shrank on the ground trembling. With Lin Moyu's sensing ability, it's useless for him to hide in the crowd. The scream lasted for less than 2 seconds before it disappeared. The man hugged his head and died. Without any warning, Lin Moyu went straight to murder. This scene scared everyone back a few steps. No one expected that Lin Moyu's murderous nature was so strong. If you say kill, you will kill, so straightforward. And the terror of the means is unprecedented. Some people don't even understand how Lin Moyu moves his tail. This kind of person deserves to die. Lin Moyu glanced at everyone. If you do something, you have to understand the consequences yourself. Lin Moyu was extremely strong, which made everyone hesitate. Lin Moyu doesn't mind being robbed, greed is human nature. But if you talk about demons, you will be cut off from the human race. Lin Moyu will never be soft. Seeing that everyone did not dare to speak, Lin Moyu said to Mo Yun, let's go. Kill my brother, you still want to leave, dreaming. Suddenly there was a loud shout, and a magic crystal the size of a fist was thrown over. Mo Yun exclaimed, shocking thunder. Zhenmolei is a weapon made by humans, like a bomb. The power of Zhenmolei is not small. The worst Zhenmolei is equivalent to the attack power of a 60-level mage using all his skills. The demon's shocking thunder in front of him was about the size of a fist. Its power will not be higher than level 70, and the top mages who have completed 3 rotations will fully display the power of their skills. If a normal 50-level professional encounters it, it is very likely to be instantly killed. Madman! You want to kill us? A group of people yelled and fled desperately. Lin Moyu's face was a bit uneasy. The Zhenmolei is an item controlled by the military, and ordinary people can't get it at all. It seems that the other party has a military relationship, and the relationship is still very close. But use the military's management items to deal with himself, who is also a human race. Lin Moyu remembered his appearance. There was a bang of Zhenmolei bang, and the sky was full of thunder. This is a lightning-type shocking thunder. After it exploded, the area of hundreds of meters was shrouded in thunder. The power is indeed impressive. A level 70 mage can only use such power under full strength. The skeleton armor on Mo Yun and Xiaobai's body gleamed, blocking the thunder's attack. Lin Moyu didn't even activate the bone armor. He is 100% immune to electric elements. Standing in the thunder, he will not receive any damage at all. Lin Moyu stood in the middle of the thunder and let the thunder and lightning dance on his body. At this moment, he seemed to be the god of thunder and lightning. Those who fled in all directions stared dumbfounded. Especially the person who threw the shocking thunder. At this time, he was even more desperate, and fled like flying. But how could he escape? The flames in Lin Moyu's palms danced, and the screams immediately resounded through the heavens and the earth. The man fell to the ground before taking 2 steps, twitched a few times, and then became silent. Lin Moyu shot with all his strength. 2 or 3 consecutive soul flames were enough to instantly kill a professional of the same level. Soul attack, if there is no corresponding protective skill, is a very terrible killing skill. Lin Moyu's eyes swept over everyone, his eyes were cold and murderous. Is there anyone else who wants to come? No one dared to speak anymore, they retreated far away one by one, avoiding evenly. Lin Moyu's strikes were too fierce, killing people without blinking an eye, and his methods were weird and unpredictable. After a few seconds, the thunder disappeared, and Lin Moyu said to Mo Yun, "Let's go." No one dares to stop. Not far from the number 4 fortress, the military built stands, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. At this time, there are still a few hours before the opening of the Divine Stone Dungeon, and many people have already rushed over. The copy of the God Stone is opened once every 10 years, and the final reward is the half of the Talent God Stone. The complete Talent God Stone can make people 100% awaken the talent at the 3rd turn. However, half of the Talent Stone in the copy of the God Stone has only a 30% chance of awakening the talent, and the effect is very different. But the real gifted God Stone has been extinct for hundreds of years, and people can't get it at all. Only the dungeon of the God Stone opened every 10 years, the final reward inside, half a piece of Talent God Stone, is something that can be obtained by chance. For so many years, once every 10 years, many people have obtained rewards from it, and finally awakened their talents at the 3rd rotation. More and more people rushed over. Lin Moyu also walked slowly among the crowd. Many young people have already gotten to know each other in this short period of 10 days, and even started their love journey. They are in pairs, attracting the envious eyes of many people. There are more young people and more old men. A group of old guys took this opportunity to catch up on the old days. Everyone is usually busy, so it is rare to have the opportunity to meet together. The Divine Stone Dungeon held once every 10 years and the blind date meeting are also rare opportunities for them. There are more and more people in the stands. Only one area is relatively empty. There is the guest area, and those who can be invited by the military to be guests must have status and strength. If Lin Moyu was just a starless general, he might not be invited here. But he is now a 3-star general, and if he truly has the power to kill a god, he will naturally be invited. Lin Moyu, as the youngest general in the human race, has completely broken the old concept. He has mastered the fighting power at just over 50 levels, which is amazing. Lin Moyu seems to have become a miracle, destined to be written into history. Especially 2 days ago, Lin Moyu fought against the gods in the Kunlun Mountains, and now it has been spread. Although that battle was short, only about a minute. But it makes people talk about it, which also proves that Lin Moyu really has the power to kill gods. Little brother, you haven't found a match. Suddenly someone patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. Lin Moyu saw a tall, muscular man with half-naked upper body, half-body armor, and a huge long-handled axe on his shoulder. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, just shook his head slightly. He really didn't find a partner, and Ningyi still hasn't been able to contact her. The man said strangely, "It shouldn't be, little brother, you are so good-looking, not like me. My sister scared me away when I saw it." This man looks fierce, especially when he is carrying a big axe, he will really scare the little girl away. Lin Moyu chuckled, but didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a deep joy, and suddenly walked forward. "Little brother, that's the guest area," the man yelled. "Someone saw Lin Moyu, someone dares to break into the guest area, don't you want to live?" The guest area is full of big names, guarded by the military, and ordinary people are not qualified to enter. This young man, I'm afraid he will suffer. I don't know which family he came from, so he doesn't know the rules. Look, the people from the military have moved. A group of soldiers rushed over and stood in front of Lin Moyu. "Stop, the guest area ahead, don't trespass." Lin Moyu ignored them, and directly put his 3-star general badge on his shoulder. Several soldiers stood at attention abruptly and saluted Lin Moyu, "See the general." Lin Moyu nodded, passed by them, and walked into the guest area. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Is this young man a general? Could it be a mistake? It's a mistake, your parents hugged you wrong, even the gods will not make a mistake. God, I know who he is now, he is Lin Shenjiang. For a while, the team exploded. Needless to say, there is only one such young general. Lin Moyu ignored the noise outside, and there was only one person in his eyes. Ning Yi was standing there pretty, with her beautiful eyes rolling, staring at Lin Moyu without blinking. With a mischievous smile on her face, she seemed to have seen Lin Moyu a long time ago. Lin Moyu walked over quickly, without taking his eyes off Ning Yi for a second. As for Ning Tairand beside Ning Yi, he completely ignored him. Lin Moyu came to Ning Yi, and Ning Yi jumped onto Lin Moyu like a koala with open arms, and hugged Lin Moyu tightly. Without words, without sound, the thoughts just spread out in the embrace. Ning Tyrant's beard blows automatically, jumping and jumping. But he didn't say anything, and he didn't dare to interrupt, otherwise Ning Yi would definitely turn against him. Ning Tyrant has fought all his life, fearing nothing but his precious granddaughter. A streamer appeared, flying from the sky like a meteor, and then exploded in the air like a beautiful firework. A huge golden unicorn appeared in the air. The unicorn was full of brilliance, and the phantom was tens of meters high, occupying most of the sky. A huge aura swept out from the air, overwhelming the audience. Wow! So beautiful! He is the #1 summoner of our Xinsha Empire, and also the #1 summoner of the human race, Mr. Emo Xinghai. A level 95 summoner is too strong. I felt like I was going to be overwhelmed. The young people below sighed in unison, with hope in their eyes, hoping that one day they could become such a powerful existence. Ning Tyrant had disdain in his eyes. Old man Mo, you are still so flirtatious. A few seconds later, the phantom of the unicorn disappeared, and a colorful unicorn appeared in the sky. Mo Xinghai stood beside the unicorn. Beside him stood Mo Yun and her Holy Spirit unicorn. The whole body of the Holy Spirit unicorn emits holy light, and its whole body is white, setting off Mo Yun like a fairy. It's so beautiful. The size of the Mo family is really beautiful. She is not only a beautiful woman, but also a peerless arrogance. If anyone can marry her, it will be a blessing for the rest of their lives. Hee hee, don't think about it, you won't be able to turn to you if you reincarnate 10 times. Mo Yun followed Mo Xinghai and landed in the guest area. Mo Xinghai walked towards Ning Tyrant. Old Ning, long time no see. Ning Tyrant snorted softly, long time no see, you are still alive. Mo Xinghai laughed loudly, you are alive, how could I die? The two are old friends who have lived and died together, and it is very casual to joke around. Ning Yi finally got off Lin Moyu and greeted Mo Yun, hello, Sister Yuner. Mo Yun looked at Ning Yi with a smile on her face, but her eyes were slightly complicated. Has he been in special training recently? Ning Yi hummed, yes, Grandpa Smelly threw me into a secret place and wouldn't let me out. When she spoke, she glared at Ning Tyrant. Ning Tyrant let out a hee-hee, pretending he didn't see it. Mo Yun said softly, it seems that the special training effect is good, you are almost level 50 now. Ning Yi said, it's only level 48, it's still close to level 50. Level 48 is not bad. Mo Yun said softly. The two haven't seen each other for a long time since they parted ways in their ancestral home. Mo Yun pulled Ning Yi aside to talk. Ning Yi had no choice but to pass by, and gave Lin Moyu a helpless look. Suddenly a strange fragrance floated over. There is wind in the Yuan battlefield, but the fragrance cannot be blown away. The fragrance gathers and never disperses, as if there is life, it gets into everyone's nose. People who smell the fragrance are refreshed and their fatigue is swept away. Smell good. What is so fragrant, and after I smell it, I feel much better and full of fighting spirit. It's so fragrant, it can also refresh you, this is the military soul fragrance. Majestic ambition, burning our army soul, is the medicine god's army soul incense. Amid the exclamations of the people, an old man appeared in Quanzhong. He was dressed in plain clothes, elegant and calm, exuding a powerful and profound aura. Shi Yaoshan arrived, and Shu Han followed beside him. Shi Yaoshan, Ning Tairan and the others were also good friends, so they got together immediately. Shu Han greeted Lin Moyu with a smile. "Hi, brother Lin." Lin Moyu smiled. "Hello senior. Yi is here too. I went to chat with Yi, brother Lin, please stay well." Shu Han grinned, and joined Mo Yun and Ning Yi's team. At this time, the sky and the earth were bright, turning the originally dark Yuan battlefield into daylight. A gigantic golden long sword appeared in the sky. The golden sword energy swept across the field, and the sound of cutting continued to resound in the air. "It's the sword god, Feng Chang'an. Sword god is really strong. I just took a look and felt like I was going to be torn apart. Sword god's attack is known as the number one among the gods. Of course it is not something you and I can bear. This is my idol." One after another, god-level powerhouses appeared on the stage, showing their holiness in front of everyone, causing a lot of exclamations. Everyone hopes that one day, they can become god-level powerhouses. Maybe one or two of the people present can finally make it to this point, but most of them will still lose sight of the crowd. No matter how talented you were, how much hope was placed by your family and relatives. Where it will go in the end is unknown. After all, there are only a few who can become god-level powerhouses. Two lights flashed in the air again. Lin Moyu looked up and couldn't help smiling. Bai Yuan is back. But there was also a middle-aged beautiful woman who came back with Bai Yuan. Lin Moyu smiled. "Teacher, you are back." N. Bai Yuan's expression seemed a little unnatural. The middle-aged beautiful woman who came back with Bai Yuan suddenly said to Lin Moyu, "You are Yuan's disciple, Xiaoyu, right?" Lin Moyu rolled his eyes slightly. "I've seen my wife." Bai Yuan's eyebrows twitched, but he didn't object. The middle-aged beautiful woman was obviously elated by the call of the teacher, and she smiled coquettishly. "Okay, the child is so good. The teacher didn't prepare anything, so I will give you this as a meeting gift." As she spoke, the middle-aged beautiful woman directly stuffed something into Lin Moyu's hands. "Teacher." Lin Moyu didn't expect this mistress to be so enthusiastic. The elder did not dare to resign, but simply accepted it generously. The reason why Lin Moyu dared to call her Shenyang was because he felt the aura of Bai Yuan and the middle-aged beautiful woman. The middle-aged beautiful woman has an aura of Bai Yuan, and it doesn't just stay on the surface. Similarly, Bai Yuan also has the aura of a beautiful middle-aged woman. The breaths of the two sides are entangled together, making it difficult to separate each other. Lin Moyu can be sure that something must have happened between the two of them. That's why he dared to call Mrs. Mistress, and sure enough, he called Mrs. Mistress correctly. Bai Yuan said, "Her name is Zhu Qinglu, level 94, a god-level therapist." Lin Moyu was secretly surprised. Although there are god-level healers in the Empire, there are not many of them. He called out respectfully, "Hello, Mrs. Qinglu." Zhu Qinglu repeatedly said, "Be good, be good." Master's wife made her very happy. Bai Yuan sighed at the side, helpless. Ning Tairan and a few old fellows came over and congratulated Bai Yuan. "Congratulations to Lao Bai, you are so happy." Bai Yuan waved his hand. Go, what are you doing with a bunch of old guys?" They didn't care about Bai Yuan's reaction, and said to Zhu Qinglu, "Congratulations God Lu, you finally took Lao Bai down." Zhu Qinglu smiled happily, "Thank you, I invite you to have a wedding in a few days." Okay, we'll definitely be there. Remember to prepare a good gift, it's not okay to be light. That's that. Suddenly a tall tower appeared in the sky. The phantom of Shinshata appeared. Lin Moyu whispered, "Teacher Meng is here." Whoosh whoosh. A large number of people took off into the sky, resting Anzi innocently. And all of them have good looks, and all of them are very beautiful. If you take anyone out, you will be stunning when you are young, no worse than Mo Yun and others. Bai Yuan harbored malicious intentions. "Look, this is Lao Meng's friend." If Lao Ming is willing, you boy will have more than a dozen mistresses soon. Lin Moyu laughed, it's not like I can get more than a dozen gifts. The corner of Bai Yuan's mouth twitched twice, you bastard who is greedy for money. Lin Moyu grinned, teacher, come on. Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment, what oil do you add? Lin Moyu said, come on, get me a junior brother or sister. Get lost. Bai Yuan was so angry that he almost slapped him. Lin Moyu checked the meeting gift given by Zhu Qinglu. God-level healing amulet, the talisman that seals the God-level healing technique, can be used repeatedly before the energy is exhausted. Nice one. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, this is a good thing that can really save lives. Even if it is missing an arm or a leg, as long as there is this God-level healing amulet, it can be restored in an instant. Lin Moyu knows how difficult it is to make talismans. A God-level alchemist is required to make a blank amulet, and then a God-level therapist seals the healing technique in it. Sealing one's own healing skills into the talisman will be harmful to oneself. Under normal circumstances, God-level therapists would not do this. It was only out of consideration for the safety of their loved ones that the God-level therapist took pains to make such a talisman regardless of himself. After having it, it is equivalent to several more lives. Lin Moyu can feel the God-level energy in the amulet, which can be used at least 10 times. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qinglu raised her hand and gave such a treasure to herself. This mistress looks really nice. The phantom of the god Shata in the sky is still flickering, and Meng Anwen has not come yet. Lin Moyu came to Ningyi, this is for you. Amulets are of no use to Lin Moyu. If he encounters the time to use the amulet will not save him. On the contrary, for Ningyi, the talisman can save lives. Ningyi took the talisman in a daze, and after checking it, she exclaimed, God-level healing talisman. Then she hurriedly returned the talisman to Moyu. I don't want it, you keep it for yourself. Lin Moyu pushed it back again, this amulet is useless to me, you can keep it, so I can feel at ease. Be good, be obedient. Oh. Ningyi happily put away the amulet. Seeing that Ningyi put away the talisman, Lin Moyu smiled, you guys continue talking. He walked away and looked at the sky. There was going to be a big show in the air soon, and he wanted to see how the always calm teacher Meng would deal with it. Seeing that Bai Yuan couldn't handle even one person, Meng Anwen would probably have a terrible headache. Just thinking about it, Lin Moyu finds it amusing. Ningyi looked at Lin Moyu's back with thoughtful eyes. Mo Yun whispered, I didn't expect him to give you this thing too. Ningyi hummed, he was afraid that I would be in danger. Shu Han said softly, Brother Lin treats you really well. Ningyi blushed, she naturally knew how good Lin Moyu was to her. Mo Yun whispered in Ningyi's ear, we can't drag him any longer. Ningyi nodded, she understands. I know I can't help him, but at least I can't hold him back. In the future, I will level up by myself. Although it will be slower and tiring, I can't drag him down. Now that the level gap between the two has gradually widened, she also knows that Lin Moyu will upgrade faster and faster. I can no longer pester him like before and let him take the brush with me. This will only make Lin Moyu's upgrade speed slower and slower. Mo Yun said, the enemies he encounters are getting stronger and stronger now. If he can't raise his level quickly, he might encounter enemies he can't fight against in the future. Shu Han said softly, Junior Lin has his own way, which is different from ours. Mo Yun said softly, everyone's path is different. Ningyi clenched her small fists, I also have my way. Grandpa said that my way is very powerful even if it goes to the extreme. Shu Han smiled tenderly, that's right, our little Yi has always been very good. The phantom of the air god Shata finally solidified after several minutes. In a solid moment, Meng Anwen, who was facing the wind in the jade tree, appeared in midair. Shin Shata is his back, and Meng Anwen is already radiant just standing there. His aura overwhelmed everyone, it was astonishingly powerful. The people standing below gasped. Although Mang Anwen didn't make any big noise, his oppressive force was unprecedented. Anshan, this is Anshan. It's so strong, it's worthy of being a dual professional dual god level, the only one in the world, and unprecedented. It's too strong, stronger than any previous god level. Why do I feel that the god Shata has become a foil for soothing the gods? People exploded, shocked by Mang Anwen's strength. A group of god-level powerhouses were also shocked. Ning Tairan said in a low voice, "Unexpectedly, this guy will become a high-level god level before us." Level 96, I'm envious. Sword god Feng Chang'an said in a low voice. His body was full of sword energy, and his fighting spirit was raging. I really want to fight Lao Meng again. Bai Yuan cut out, come on, fighting with him is the most boring thing. Feng Chang'an's fighting spirit disappeared. Indeed, it's boring to not even find the enemy anywhere. After Mang Anwen appeared, the beauties who had taken off before rushed forward like bees, surrounding Mang Anwen in the center. Everyone below is ready to watch a good show. But after a while, these beauties dispersed one after another, and none of them entangled Mang Anwen. Mang Anwen passed among thousands of flowers, not even a single leaf touched his body. Sure Shiran flew down, stunned everyone. No one knows how Mang Anwen did it. In short, Mang Anwen did it like this, chic and unruly. And the eyes of those beauties looking at him are full of fascination. The most important thing is that those beauties don't have any hostility among each other. Although god-level powerhouses or god generals have the privilege of marrying multiple wives, this does not mean that women will not be jealous. Mo Yun also saw this scene, and said to Ningyi in a strange way, if Lin Moyu has many confidants in the future, what will you do? Ningyi shook her head and said, probably not, he doesn't like to talk, no girl would like it. At this time, Shu Han leaned over and whispered, what if? Just think about it. Ningyi thought about it obediently, it depends on the character of the other party. If the character is good, we may become good sisters. The two of them stared wide-eyed, they didn't expect such an answer to come out of Ningyi's mouth. Ningyi continued, do you think it's strange? The two nodded together. Ningyi said, actually, it's nothing. People who excel at 580 are always liked by many people. If that's the case, I can't monopolize him alone, otherwise he will be unhappy. Besides, my grandfather also had several wives. My first grandma, second grandma, and third grandma treated me very well. After getting the final answer, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Ningyi looked at the two of them with twinkling eyes, Sister Yuner, Sister Shu, don't you guys like silent words? No, don't talk nonsense. How is it possible, I am so much older than him? The two quickly denied it, but the more this happened, the more Ningyi felt guilty. Ningyi is not an idiot, she rolled her big eyes, it doesn't matter if you fall in love with silent words, but we can be sisters forever. The two looked at Ningyi without speaking. Neither admit nor deny. After Mang Anwen arrived, the opening time of the Divine Stone copy finally arrived. A soldier flew out of the fort. He is also a god-level powerhouse, and he represents revenge. A chilling atmosphere permeated the field, as if someone had heard the clarion call of the battlefield. This is the aura of a soldier, and only years of fighting on the battlefield can cultivate such an aura. Shocked by his breath, everyone's expressions became serious. All the teasing smiles on his face disappeared without a trace. Although many people present knew that this god-level military man was actually a member of Bai Yuan. But at this moment, he is not representing Bai Yuan, but the Xinxia Empire army. He came to the center of the venue, and his voice came out loudly, the 48th session, the copy of the God Stone is now open. As he spoke, he took out a scroll and threw it into the air. The scroll exploded in the air, and a dungeon vortex slowly appeared in the sky full of stars. It was hidden before, hidden in space. Then one formation after another lit up in the field, and hundreds of pictures were projected in the air. Each screen is exactly the same, showing the situation in the dungeon. Now there is no one in the copy, so the pictures are all exactly the same. Above each picture, there is a number. This number is now 0, and when someone starts raiding the dungeon, this number will naturally change. Everyone's performance in the dungeon will be displayed in everyone's eyes. Everything will be done in a fair and just environment. Cheating, impossible. No one can cheat under the noses of so many god-level powerhouses. The copy of the God Stone is not only for the ultimate reward, but also an opportunity to show yourself to the world. This is a miraculous dungeon, and it has always been like this since the dungeon was discovered. The magic of the dungeon is that only one person is allowed to enter, and the challenge content and difficulty of the challenge will also change according to the occupation level of the entrant. It can be said that no matter whether you are level 50 or level 55, everyone will encounter the same difficulty in the end. Lin Moyu feels that the copy of the God Stone is not like a real copy, but more like a testing ground. If you pass the test, you will be rewarded. If the grades are successful, the rewards will be poor. If you do well, you will be rewarded. The best reward is half a talent stone. Etc. Lin Moyu suddenly realized something was wrong. Is half a talent God Stone really the best reward? The copy of the God Stone has been opened 48 times, once every 10 years, which is 480 years. During the 480 years, there have been at least millions of people who have entered the dungeon, and the best reward they have ever received is half a God Stone. But this doesn't mean that the final reward for the dungeon is half a God Stone. Maybe no one has ever reached the true full score. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice towards Mang Anwen, who just came over, "Teacher, what is the highest score in this dungeon?" Mang Anwen said, "The highest score in history is 95 points, as long as you can reach 90 points or more, you can get half of the sacred stone." Lin Moyu asked, "Has anyone ever scored 100 points?" Mang Anwen shook his head, "No one has ever gotten it. Lao Bai and I both went in back then, and we only got 94 points. Why? Do you suspect that half of the God Stone is not the final reward?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "It seems that, teacher, you also have doubts." Mang Anwen said, "Suspect is suspicion, but it can't be confirmed. Why don't you try it?" Lin Moyu thought about it seriously. "Let others go first. If I finally have a chance, I will try again." "Okay." Mang Anwen didn't say much. Anyway, once the Divine Stone dungeon is opened, it will last for a month, so there is no need to worry. After the introduction of the God Stone dungeon, the game of Raiders Dungeon is about to start. A group of people came out of the number 4 fortress. They lined up neatly, and they walked neatly with awe-inspiring momentum. Everyone can tell at a glance that this is a team from the military. Only the military can come up with such a disciplined team. In addition to the candidates recommended by the various forces of the major families, there are also military professionals in the copy of the God Stone. As the owner of the copy of the God Stone, the military naturally has the right to obtain a large number of quotas. This time the military sent a full 100 people to participate. Anytime military professionals appeared, 4 more people flew out from the number 4 fort suddenly. Yi Haofei was at the front, followed by Wang Lin, Wei Song, and Xia Xiais. How did they come here? It turned out to be Yi Hao. It is said that Yi Hao lives in seclusion in Fortress No. 9, intending to master the demon extinguishing tower. It seems that the rumors are true. I don't know if he succeeded. Shouldn't be successful, otherwise he would have shown off long ago. It's not like you don't know how fiercely Anshan fought with these guys for God Shata back then. Mang Anwen also frowned slightly at this time. Why are these guys here? Lin Moyu doesn't know them, but he can know that these people are all god-level powerhouses, and the leader is still very strong. Are these people having trouble with us? Lin Moyu asked. Mang Anwen shook his head. It's not a festival, but it's just not easy to deal with. Ignore them, whether they come or not. Lin Moyu asked, "Who are they?" The person in charge is Yi Hao, a level 95 divine mage, who is a generation higher than me and Lao Bai in terms of seniority. The last three are Xiao Shiai's, a level 93 divine mage, Wei Song, a level 92 divine warrior, and Wang Lin, a level 92 divine knight. Lin Moyu wrote down all four of them. It doesn't matter if you just don't deal with it, if there is hatred, these four people will also be his enemies. The four of Yi Hao landed in the guest area, and Yi Hao glanced over everyone with sharp eyes, and finally landed on Lin Moyu. This is Lin Moyu, he is really a formidable young man. Lin Moyu is neither humble nor overbearing. Senior Yi has won the award, but the junior is still far behind. Yi Hao laughed and said, "Young man, don't be so modest, the future belongs to you." Then Yi Hao's eyes fell on the three of Ningyi, and he laughed. "Tairan, Xinghai, Xiaoshu, these three girls are your granddaughters." Ning Tairan said, "That's right, what advice does Senior Yi have?" He is a member of Bai Yuan's family, and he is not very friendly with Yi Hao, but he didn't tear himself apart. Yi Hao said, "I have a great-grandson who is handsome and talented. He is young and very suitable for your granddaughter. How about we make a match?" Senior Yi. Lin Moyu suddenly interrupted Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked over. "What orders does God have?" Lin Moyu said lightly, "Where is Senior Ye's great-grandson? Can you call him over?" Yi Hao snorted. "General Lin Shen is also interested in getting to know the old man's great-grandson?" The old man's great-grandson is indeed a dragon and a phoenix among people. There was a hint of a smile in Lin Moyu's eyes. "I'm not interested, I can send him on the road and cut off your thoughts." Lin Moyu's words were plain but full of murderous intent. The guest area became quiet all of a sudden, and several pairs of eyes were focused on Lin Moyu. They knew very well why Lin Moyu said that. The matter between Ning Tairan's granddaughter and Lin Moyu is not a secret. When Yi Hao said this, he didn't give Lin Moyu face. In other words, he was slapping Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan in the face. Lin Moyu's counterattack was naturally very fierce, and there was a killing intent in his words. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. "Xinjiang Lin, what do you mean?" Lin Moyu said softly, "Literally, let me put it another way, who is your great-grandson? Stand up, I'll kill him." More direct this time. "General Lin, you are a bit domineering." Yi Hao sneered again and again, "It's very dangerous for you to do this." Behind him, Tian Lin and the others stared at Lin Moyu unkindly. Lin Moyu is not afraid at all, let alone Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. Even if he is alone, if he is willing to pay the price, he doesn't have to be afraid of them. Lin Moyu also responded with a sneer, ignored him, and said to Meng Anwen, "Teacher, please find out who his great-grandson is." Meng Anwen smiled lightly, "Okay, it's not difficult. No matter how deep the hiding is, I can still find him out." Yi Hao's face changed suddenly, he didn't expect Lin Moyu to be serious. Originally, he just wanted to discuss Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen, and beat Lin Moyu, by the way. After all, in his eyes, no matter how powerful Lin Moyu is, he is just a junior. Although this junior is very famous now, he has even reached 0 to 3-star general. But Yi Hao remained skeptical about the real combat power, and he didn't take Lin Moyu too seriously. But Lin Moyu's current performance made him feel tricky, and he felt like he was riding a tiger. Yi Hao's eyes sparkled, and he stared at Lin Moyu coldly. He did have a great-grandson, but not many people know about it. The great-grandson is indeed a genius, but compared with Lin Moyu, he is far behind. If Lin Moyu really has a grudge against his great-grandson, it will be very troublesome. A killing intent flashed in his heart, and at this moment he had the urge to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu keenly captured his killing intent, and even sneered in his heart. There are many people who want to kill him, the demon king of the abyss, those dragon kings of the dragon clan, who doesn't want to kill him. Even the demon emperor in the abyss, the dragon emperor in the dragon clan, also wished to kill himself. But I still live well. The atmosphere became tense at this moment. Yi Hao didn't know that he touched one of Lin Moyu's inverse scales, which caused such a big reaction from Lin Moyu. A violent energy shock came over, and the copy jumped out from the hidden space. The copy of the God Stone is fully formed and can be entered at any time. The movement of the copy of the God Stone also interrupted the atmosphere of the confrontation between the two sides, and Yi Hao squeezed out a dry smile on his old face. The old man was just joking, and Lin Shen will not be blamed. Lin Moyu looked at him without speaking. Yi Hao has a thick skin, as if what happened just now had never happened. The copy of the God Stone has been opened, everyone should appreciate the performance of the young hero. Meng Anwen whispered to Lin Moyu, forget it. Lin Moyu hummed, I know. Of course Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't really fight Yi Hao. The two sides represent their own forces. If there is a collision, it will not be a good thing for the Xinxia Empire. Moreover, Meng Anwen will continue to arrange formations all over the country, and some areas will involve Yi Hao's forces. If it's really a mess, it won't do much good. The reason why Lin Moyu behaved like this is to give the other party a warning, telling the other party that he is not easy to be bullied. Now that the goal has been achieved, Lin Moyu will not go all the way to the end. The confrontation between the two sides ended with Yi Hao retreating, and it seemed that Lin Moyu had taken advantage of it. Although Yi Hao gave himself a step down, his complexion was naturally not good-looking. No matter what, the breath finally eased, and the Divine Stone Conference officially started. On the copy, the formation projected a total of 100 pictures. Every time 100 people enter the dungeon, everyone will be displayed in the screen in turn. Everything they experienced in the dungeon, and the various choices they made when encountering things, will be reflected on the screen. The scores on the screen will also change as they advance. The higher the score, the better their performance. The first batch of professionals sent into the dungeon one by one and started their journey of the dungeon. The military god-level powerhouse who summoned the dungeon before stood in front of the dungeon and began to explain. Every time you pass a level in the dungeon, you can get 10 points. If you can pass the 9th level, you can get half of the talent stone. As for the 10th level, so far, no one has passed it. I hope that this year, someone will pass the 10th test. In fact, the Tu family has all the information about the copy of the God Stone. Even if he doesn't explain it, everyone knows it. Lin Moyu saw the first level through the screen. The level and occupation of the people who enter the dungeon are different, but the first level is similar. There is a mountain in front of everyone. The mountain is about 20 to 30 meters high, like dark clouds overwhelming the sky. Then, a large number of black spots flew out from the mountain, roaring towards the professionals. The speed of these black spots is fast or slow, and it is adjusted according to the level and occupation of the professionals in the dungeon. Even if they are both at level 50, the black spots faced by mage professionals will be much slower than other professionals. It's fair. Lin Moyu knew what the first test was after just a glance. The first test is the reaction force. How to avoid these black spots is the key to the face test. The black dots appear to be numerous, but all leave enough space. No matter which profession it is, as long as it is not too bad, it can easily pass the first test. There was no panic on everyone's face, they obviously already knew the specific content of the test. Facing the black spots flying over the sky and covering the sky, they not only did not retreat, but ran towards the black spots. They spread out their flexible postures one by one, shuttling back and forth between black and white. Lin Moyu lost interest after watching it for a while. This first level is not difficult at all. Sure enough, after only 1 minute, everyone successfully passed the first level. The numbers on each picture changed at the same time, from 0 points to 10 points. Soon, the second level begins. The test of the second level changed from reaction to strength. There is a big rock in front of everyone, no matter what method is used, as long as the big rock can be smashed, it will be considered a pass. The higher the level of professionals, the larger the volume of the stones they face, and the stronger the stones will be. This level is also difficult for all professionals. None of the professionals who can be provoked to participate in the copy of the God Stone is weak. Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes, if you fail to pass the second test, you will lose face not only for yourself, but also for your family. The first test is reaction, the second is strength. what is the third test? According to Lin Moyu's guess, everyone passed the second test one after another, and there was almost no difference between before and after. For them, the second level is really not difficult, and the scores have all reached 20 points. At the beginning of the third level, a huge white tiger appeared in front of everyone. The body of the white tiger whizzed in a gust of wind, clearly revealing its attributes. Wind attribute white tiger. The Baihu 647 that everyone faces is at the same level as him, so it is still very fair. After the white tiger appeared, the war began. The wind attribute white tiger possesses astonishing speed, and at the same time its strength is not weak. It caused a lot of trouble for everyone in the copy. Lin Moyu raised his forehead slightly. The first level is reaction, that is, speed. The second hurdle is power. The third level directly enters the actual combat. The white tiger has not weak speed and strength, which corresponds to the first two levels. The first two tests were passive tests, but this one has become an active test. Meng Anwen said softly, at the beginning of this level, someone will be eliminated. Lin Moyu was a little strange. This white tiger looks powerful, but it is actually at the level of ordinary elite monsters, and much weaker than ordinary monsters in the Hell Dungeon. He didn't understand how such a weak monster could not be defeated. This is normal. Bai Yuan's voice sounded from the side. Bai Yuan and Zhu Qinglu walked over, and they walked side by side to Lin Moyu. Bai Yuan said in a low voice, "Not every professional can have combat power like yours. Most professionals, before they understand themselves, their combat power is actually not as good as those little monsters in the Hell difficulty dungeon. The reason why our human race forms a team is because the human race is not strong. However, in a group that is not strong, it is necessary to select a strong individual. Isn't it contradictory?" Lin Moyu thought about Bai Yuan's words, in the group that is not strong, select a strong individual. These words seem contradictory, but they are consistent with Antares' theory. I would rather have one god level than 100 level 89 ones. Any group needs truly top-notch powerful individuals. And the copy of the God Stone seems to be selecting powerful individuals. Lin Moyu understood the purpose of the copy of the God Stone. It is to select truly powerful individuals with potential. Lin Moyu whispered, "Is it true that anyone who can score more than 90 points in the copy of the God Stone can become a god?" Bai Yuan let out a hearty laugh. "It's not that simple. A score above 90 just proves that you have the potential to become a god, and it's not 100%. It's just that if you get a high score in the copy of the God Stone, the possibility of becoming a god will be higher. Those who don't even get a score of 90 basically have no hope of becoming gods." Meng Anwen said, "It has been 480 years since the copy of the God Stone was discovered. There are more than 1 million people who have entered the copy before. There are less than 500 people with a score of more than 90, and basically every time a copy is opened, there are only about 10. But among the less than 500 people, there are only more than 50 who can finally reach the god level." Listening to the numbers given by Meng Anwen, Lin Moyu sighed softly. "It's really not easy to become a god." Zhu Qinglu beside Bai laughed out loud. "It's difficult for others, but it shouldn't be difficult for Xiaoyu. Yuan told me about Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu will definitely become a god." A bright smile bloomed on Zhu Qinglu's beautiful face. "If you have any difficulties, just ask my wife, she will definitely help if she can." "Thank you, mistress." Lin Moyu replied with a smile, "Such a good mistress, I couldn't find it even with a lantern." In the Godstone copy, the screen changes again. Out of 100 people, 90% of them passed the test smoothly. As beams of light soared into the sky and landed on everyone, the body of those who passed the level fully recovered. Whether it is skill cooling, physical energy, or mental power consumption, all have returned to their original state. They also scored 30 points. There were also a few people who were eliminated from the competition, as Meng Anwen said, and appeared outside the dungeon in a state of embarrassment. The faces of these people were extremely ugly, and they were eliminated only in the third level. It's a shame. These people didn't even have the face to stay here, and quickly left the venue. Meng Anwen said, these people are trash with no rank and no actual combat ability. Lin Moyu whispered, level does not mean strength, the human race needs strong fighters, not high-level weaklings. In the dungeon, the fourth level has already started. It is still the Wind Tiger, but its level has been raised. More than 3 levels of each professional. A level 50 professional will have to face a level 53 Fenghu. This kind of scene is common to Lin Moyu. The enemies he has always faced are dozens of levels higher than himself. I just surpassed myself by 3 levels, and I didn't feel anything. But for other professionals, that is much more difficult. For a time, various scenes in the dungeon competed to be staged. Someone was chased and killed by Fenghu, and he was in a panic. Some people tried their best to deal with Fenghu, although they were a little embarrassed, they showed extraordinary combat power. There are also people who deal with it calmly, facing Fenghu, who is 3 levels higher than themselves, without the slightest pressure. The gap in combat power began to show. Lin Moyu saw that several people dealt with Fenghu very easily without any difficulty. Obviously, their combat power is very strong, and they still have enough spare power, enough for them to continue walking. Those who have started to become embarrassed now have no possibility of continuing to go on. If you are not eliminated in this level, you will be eliminated in the next level. Looking around, after passing this level, at least half of the professionals will be eliminated. The half of the Godstone reward in the Godstone dungeon is not easy to get. In the stands outside the guest area, thousands of people pointed at the performance of everyone in the dungeon. They are also about to enter the dungeon, and watching other people's tests now is tantamount to accumulating experience for themselves. Some people see that their brothers of the same race have passed the test and performed well, and they feel honored. If they see their siblings behave poorly, they feel ashamed. It's too bad, if I go, it will definitely not be like this. Why did you fight so badly? Haven't you ever fought monsters before? Isn't it just a monster that doesn't even count as a boss? What's the problem? I'll single out the boss for you to see. The stands were extremely lively, and everyone discovered their opinions one after another. At the top of the stands, a group of old guys sat together. They squinted at the young people below one by one, feeling the warm atmosphere. Once upon a time, most of them were also one of them, and they also participated in the copy of the Godstone. In a corner of the stands, there were 2 pairs of eyes staring at Lin Moyu from a distance. A pair of eyes belonged to Shui Jijun, and there was hatred in his eyes. This hatred is well hidden. He now knows Lin Moyu's identity, and knows that he can't take revenge. If you want revenge, you have to wait for the opportunity. Perhaps, his eyes looked at Shu Han again. The other gaze belonged to Solo Eagle. He patted his chest with joy. Fortunately, I didn't mess with him. The woman of the God General, even if I have 9 heads, it's still not enough for others to chop off. This girl Mo Yun is doomed to have no fate with this young master. 2 people have different ideas. Different personalities naturally embark on different paths and have different endings. The test of the copy is still going on. The difficulty of the 5th level increased again. Not only did Fenghu's level not continue to increase, but it went back down again, at the same level as a professional. But beside it, a second tiger appeared. A fire tiger burning with raging flames. The speed of the fire tiger is not as fast as that of the wind tiger, but its attack power is stronger and its offensive is more violent. The 2 tigers, with completely different attributes, cooperated with each other, making the professionals cry. All kinds of embarrassing scenes emerged one after another, making everyone outside laugh out loud. But they don't think about it, they will soon enter the dungeon and face the same situation. At that time, people outside will also make fun of them. Meng Anwen said, the 5th level is the fire tiger, the 6th level is the water tiger, and the 7th level is the electric tiger. The 4 tigers of wind, fire, water, and electricity merge into one and transform into a boss. This is the 8th level. Lin Moyu asked, what about the 9th level? Meng Anwen said in a low voice, the 9th pass is also known as the Endless Pass. Tigers of the 4 elements of wind, fire, hydropower will continue to appear, and the number will increase. Every minute you last, you get a point. Lin Moyu did the math, and Meng Andy scored 94 points that year. That said, he lasted at least 14 minutes. In 14 minutes, I don't know how many tiger monsters will appear, and it is not easy to persist. This kind of combat power is quite powerful, but for myself, it seems that there is no difficulty. Not only can I persevere, but I can also fight back. As Meng Anwen said, duplication is getting more and more difficult. People keep getting kicked out. By the time of the 7th level, the wind, fire, water and electricity came out together, and only 5 of the group of 100 people were still in the dungeon. 95% of the people have been eliminated. Looking at these 5 people, they are also in danger. Under the attack of the 4 series of tigers, only Li is left. Bai Yuan said with a little disdain, this group of people is too weak, far worse than we were back then. Meng Anwen said, normally, it is impossible for so many geniuses to appear. And now there are Xiaoyu, the geniuses of this era, can only be eclipsed. Bai Yuan laughed loudly, that's freedom. It's not a problem for small words to suppress an era. Fortunately, I was born relatively early, otherwise I wouldn't even think about getting ahead. What he said made Zhu Qinglu laugh out loud, you have a thick skin. Bai Yuan chuckled, whether you are thick-skinned or not depends on who you compare yourself with. At least compared to someone, I don't have a thick skin. If there was something in his words, Meng Anwen ignored him and didn't check the sign, Qian Diheo, to sit down. When the last person is eliminated, this round of 100-person trials is over. No one broke through to the 9th level and got half of the talent stone. The best result is the 7th pass, and the final score is only 60 points. The second batch, 100 people, come out. The god-level powerhouse in charge of the copy of the God Stone in the military gave a loud shout. Immediately, 100 professionals who had been prepared for a long time came out one after another and quickly entered the dungeon. A new round of tests begins again. Lin Moyu lost interest after reading it once, and he came to Ningyi, are you sure? Ningyi grinned, no problem, I have done special training on the copy of the God Stone in the family's secret realm. I am at least 70% sure that I will pass the 9th level. Lin Moyu said softly, be careful, don't force it. It doesn't matter if you don't get the God Stone, I will try to find a way. Ningyi smiled sweetly, I see, don't worry, this dungeon is not dangerous. The copy of the God Stone is very safe, and there has never been an accident for hundreds of years. Lin Moyu also knew this, so he didn't say any more. Mo Yun and Shu Han looked at Ningyi, who was smiling sweetly, and they were a little envious. Lin Moyu never asked the two of them. Hundreds of dungeons make one game after another. Few people can really break through to the 9th level. Occasionally, someone made it to the 9th level, only to be eliminated in less than 5 minutes. The final score is 85 points, which is still a little short of 90 points. Lin Moyu also saw the increased speed of the 4 tigers in the last level. Almost every 2 or 3 seconds, there will be one more. The lucky one who breaks into the last level is chased by the tigers with nowhere to go and nowhere to go. In the end, he was surrounded by groups and had to accept the fate of being eliminated. But he is already strong. Another group of people entered the copy. Meng Anwen pointed to one of the pictures, does this person look familiar? In the picture Meng Anwen refers to, one person is carrying a sharp sword, and the whole person also shows a sharp temperament like a sharp sword. Obviously, his understanding of his profession has reached a very high level, and it can even be said that he has reached the level of unity of man and sword. Lin Moyu took a look, it does look familiar. His temperament is somewhat similar to that of Senior Feng Chang'an. Meng Anwen smiled and said, his name is Feng Xian, he is the most outstanding disciple of this generation of the Feng family, and he is also the eldest brother of your classmate Feng Xiao. Lao Bai and I have paid attention to him before. If anyone in the Feng family generation can become a god-level powerhouse, he should have the greatest chance. Lin Moyu hummed. Feng Xian's temperament was completely different from other professionals, the difference was huge. Standing among many professionals before, he was already very eye-catching. Now when entering the dungeon, it shows its sharpness, which is even more unusual. Lin Moyu also has some expectations for this. Maybe Feng Xian has the opportunity to become the first person to break through to the end of this year's Shenshi Dungeon Conference. At the beginning of the challenge, the first and second levels are not uncomfortable for all professionals. Feng Xian also passed the test easily. In the third level, when Feng Hu came out, Feng Xian's long sword was unsheathed, and a sword light more than 10 meters long illuminated the dungeon. When the light disappeared, Feng Xian had put his long sword back into its sheath. Feng Shu's head fell to the ground and was instantly killed. A very good sword. Lin Moyu sighed softly. This sword has integrated the strength and skills of the whole body into one, reaching a very deep level. Meng Anwen nodded and said, the Feng family has really produced another talent. They have reached the peak of sword skills at only level 62, which is very good, very good. Meng Anwen's voice was a little loud, as if he was deliberately speaking to the sword god Feng Chang'an. It wasn't just Meng Anwen who was saying that, the rest of them were also generous in their praise. Feng Chang'an was very happy when he heard that. It could be seen that he was also extremely satisfied with Feng Xian's performance. While Feng Chang'an was happy, he unconsciously glanced at Lin Moyu. If he hadn't met him, Feng Xian might have been able to suppress an era, such a pity. Feng Chang'an knew how strong Lin Moyu was, even more than others. He knows all the details of Lin Moyu's performance in Xinxia Ancient City. In comparison, Feng Xian is indeed much inferior. Feng Xian broke through one level after another, no matter how many tigers came out, he would kill them all with one blow. Until the 8th level, the 4 tigers merged into one, and a huge boss appeared. Feng Xian's whole body erupted with a powerful momentum, and the sword light exploded. The entire dungeon was lit up for 10 seconds, and countless sword lights shot out from the dungeon within a few seconds. Jianguang possesses dual attributes of thunder and fire. With this move, Feng Xian instantly killed the boss of the 4 tigers in one, and broke into the 9th level with an outstanding attitude. At the same time, all the professionals who entered the dungeon with him have been eliminated, but he still exists. Everyone held their breath to see how Feng Xian would respond. At the beginning of the 9th level, 4 tigers with the same level of 62 surrounded Feng Xian. The 4 elements of wind, fire, water and electricity are blended in the dungeon, making the tiger stronger. Feng Xian didn't retreat but advanced. He went up to meet him without delay, his long sword flashed fiercely. Feng Hu gave the head first, and his head fell directly. Feng Xian has the ability to instantly kill monsters of the same level under full strength, but this kind of sword with full strength cannot last long. Just as he instantly killed Feng Hu with a single blow, another Feng Hu appeared in the air. The newly released Feng Hu has reached level 63, 1 level higher than Feng Xian. At this time, the other 3 fierce tigers had already attacked Feng Xian. Fireballs fell from the sky, and Feng Xian shuttled in the flames. Boom! A bolt of lightning hit him directly, and it was inevitable. Feng Xian's body froze, and the lightning made him feel a little numb. Then ice formed on his body, and his speed decreased again. The fireball seemed to have eyes, and they flew towards it densely, and exploded. The light ball exploded, all skills were blown away by the sword light. Feng Xian rushed out from the explosion of fire. Another sword light flashed, Hu taught. At this time, the battle had just started for 10 seconds. A new tiger appeared in the air, also at level 63. Tigers appeared every 5 seconds. So if you want to survive, you just have to run away. Although the copy is not small, it will eventually be blocked. Feng Xian thought very clearly that he must kill quickly enough. He turned around and made 2 sword strikes. The sword energy swept across and killed Shui Hu Dianhu. Killing 2 tigers at once is not a small pressure for him. This kind of sword skill requires him to use all his strength to perform it, and he cannot perform it continuously. Feng Xian was panting. His forehead was covered with sweat. Feng Chanan frowned. He could tell that Feng Xian was too anxious. Meng Anwen said in a low voice, inexperienced in combat, "I'm a little anxious." Lin Moyu hummed, "But it's okay, and it can be remedied, as long as he can understand it." Lin Moyu's combat experience is extremely rich, far from being comparable to Feng Xian's. One can tell at a glance where Feng Xian's shortcomings are and how to remedy them. The wind howled, and the attack was imminent. Feng Xian didn't draw his sword again. He chose to retreat for the first time. He began to dodge the attack, and one tiger after another appeared in the air, 12 per minute. In just 5 minutes, 60 tigers had already joined the ranks of chasing and killing Feng Xian. Moreover, the level of the fierce tiger that appeared at the end also reached level 65, surpassing the level of Guoxian. During the 5 minutes, Feng Xian simply dodged and did not make a single move. Just when everyone thought he was going to fail, Jianguang exploded again. The powerful sword skills that appeared in the 8th level reappeared, completely illuminating the dungeon. In the strong light, the double sword energy of thunder and fire swept out, vigorously. With poor eyesight, I couldn't see what happened in it. Until the light dissipated, most of the 60 giant tigers died, and the dungeon was clear. He's enlightened. Lin Moyu chuckled. When this sword gave Feng Xian a respite, he began to dodge again. The tigers that appeared later became stronger and higher in level, and their frequency was also increasing. Feng Xian didn't stop after his skills erupted. Before the new tiger appeared, he went up with his sword and beheaded a dozen more tigers that had already been severely injured. Create the strongest results in the shortest time and by the most time for yourself. Then he fled again, very fast. At this moment, no one laughed at him. This is tactics, not cowardice. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, Feng Xian also reached his limit, and was surrounded by fierce tigers again, with nowhere to escape. He fought hard, persisted for another half a minute, and was finally eliminated. The score jumped, and finally fixed at 90 points. It is the one with the highest score since the beginning of the Shinshur dungeon. Leaving the dungeon, Feng Xian found that there was an extra stone in his spiritual world. Talent God Stone, incomplete. There is a 30% chance to awaken the talent at the 3rd turn. Feng Xian returned to the stands with a smile. Countless people congratulated him and looked at him with admiration. It has been more than half a day since the God Stone dungeon was opened, and hundreds of people have entered it. Only he, success. Next batch. The voice of the God-level powerhouse overwhelmed everyone, and Ming Yi jumped up. It's my turn. Not only her, Mo Yun and Shu Han also got up slowly. We're here too. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. Isn't senior sister Shu a pharmacist? Meng Anwen chuckled. Who says pharmacists can't fight? Zhu Qinglu also smiled from the side. Xiaoyu can't underestimate support professionals. Some support professionals also have combat power. Like our healers, killing demons after the god level is no worse than your teacher. Lin Moyu's heart was awe-inspiring. He thought of the words he had seen before. Any profession should not be underestimated. Once any profession reaches the god level, it will have the amazing power to turn decay into magic. God level is a threshold. It is also the first big threshold for professional promotion. The 3 girls entered the dungeon at the same time. Not only them, Lin Moyu also saw Mu Xianxian. Mu Xianxian was also in this group of people. With an innocent smile on her face, Mu Xianxian waved to Lin Moyu. Meng Anwen laughed and said, Xiaoyu, this girl's job is rare. Lin Moyu nodded, it's really rare, I also met by chance. Meng Anwen patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder, not bad, take care of it. Lin Moyu has a hairy feeling all over his body. Meng Anwen, what does this mean? Bai Yuan hummed at the side, you really have to grasp it carefully, and ask your teacher Meng for advice if you don't understand. In this regard, he said that no one dares to say that the second is the first. Lin Moyu had to shut up and not discuss with these two thick-skinned people. Ning Yi is an assassin, and even a legend-level professional, with extremely strong combat power in her own right. Mo Yun is a mid-level legendary Holy Spirit summoner, and possesses original rune. His combat power is only stronger than that of Feng Xian before him. As for Mu Xianxian, although it was not a combat profession, but her talents and skills are too perverted. As long as it is used properly, there is also an opportunity. What made Lin Moyu most curious was Shu Han. He knew that Shu Han's level was not low, it should be over level 65. But Shu Han's fighting style, he didn't want to understand for a while. There are too few pharmacists and too little information. As the world knows, pharmacists are just dispensing medicines and have no fighting power. What's more, Shu Han is not yet at the god level, and has not yet transformed. Meng Xing'an said, look carefully, your senior sister Shu will surprise you. Lin Moyu didn't respond, what is my sister Shu? Meng Anwen's words were ambiguous, so he didn't respond and would never be fooled. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't take the hook, Meng Anwen seemed to have failed in his plan, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The first two levels are still not difficult, any professional can pass as long as they are not idiots. Then in the third level, Fenghu appeared. Ning Yi's figure flashed and appeared on Fenghu's head 0.1 seconds later. The dagger stabbed straight down and exploded with a bang. Fenghu was instantly killed without any suspense. Mo Yun's sacred unicorn opened its mouth and spewed out a beam of light, which was also extremely powerful and killed Fenghu instantly. Mu Xianxian swung the platinum giant hammer, hitting Fenghu one after another. Fenghu couldn't help but let her smash it. Everyone was shocked, why Fenghu didn't resist. Only Lin Moyu knew that Mu Xianxian stunned Fenghu with his skills. After only 4 or 5 blows, Fenghu was smashed to death, his death was miserable, and his head was smashed. Shu Han's side was extremely weird, her fingertips glowed, and then a pill appeared. The pill exploded and exploded into a cloud of green smoke. Fenghu just fell down and fell asleep after smelling it. The dungeon judged that Shu Han passed. Zhu Qinglu smiled and said, have you seen Xiaoyu? Lin Moyu nodded, I see it, but I don't understand it. In his eyes, Shu Han's skills are a bit weird. Meng Anwen said, Shu Han's occupation is very special. Strictly speaking, her occupation is also unique, the full name of her profession, medicine warrior. Skills can make all kinds of medicines, and the effects of these medicines are very strange. Just now, her skill is called sleeping death smoke, after smelling it, she will fall asleep to death, and may sleep for a lifetime. Lin Moyu was really shocked that such a profession still exists. Can potions be made directly through skills? Lin Moyu couldn't believe it, isn't that something out of nothing? Meng Anwen chuckled, creating something out of nothing, turning a stone into gold, nothing is impossible in this world. If you think it's impossible, it only shows that you have too little experience. When you step into the god level in the future, you will understand. Understood. Lin Moyu wrote down this sentence. The test of the dungeon is still going on, and it is still not difficult for the 4 of them. Among them, Shu Han's battle is the most weird, each time he uses a skill to create a pill, and then the battle is over. Mu Xianxian fought the most fiercely, but he had the talent of fighting instinct. Although fierce, he seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Ning Yi's figure was like a ghost, even tigers couldn't touch her shadow. It wasn't until the 8th pass that the pressure really started to appear. The 4 tigers merged into one, and the attributes of the boss soared. At this time, the abnormality of Mu Xianxian's skills was really revealed. As soon as the boss came out, she was firmly under her control and was constantly stunned. The boss had no power to resist and was finally killed. Shu Han's medicine warrior skill showed its weirdness again. She summoned a large number of pills and exploded them, turning the dungeon into a foggy world. The boss lost its target inside, and finally inhaled a large amount of medicine, and its life came to an end. Ning Yi and Mo Yun relied on their own strong combat power to kill the boss forcefully and enter the 9th level. Ning Yi disappeared in the 9th most difficult level. The tiger even managed to find her. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing. It's a good idea to simply not fight when you know you can't fight. He also didn't expect that Ning Yi's special training for the 9th level turned out to be to avoid and not fight, but this is also in line with the essence of an assassin, and he will not force his shots. Never fight to the death. If you miss a hit, you will flee away immediately. Mo Yun is much more domineering. She is shining with holy light all over her body. She cooperates seamlessly with her Holy Spirit unicorn, and fights with the tiger. The same is true for Mu Xianxian. She is fully talented and extremely flexible. With the support of the fighting instinct talent, as long as there is a little analysis, Mu Xianxian can escape. Shu Han is still the weirdest one. She has already turned the entire dungeon into a foggy city. No one knows where she is, the people on the outside can't see her, and the tiger in the dungeon doesn't know either. The entire copy is silent. Lin Moyu asked, strangely, if this is the case, wouldn't senior sister Shu be able to persist for a long time? Meng Anwen laughed, impossible, the dungeon has its own mechanism. The first 10 minutes are the best, but after 10 minutes it will be difficult. Bai Yuan said, it's not difficult to get 90 points, the hard part is later. Just now Feng Xian lasted for 10 minutes and scored 90 points. The difficulty behind has not yet been revealed. Among Ning Yi's group of characters, only the 4 of them are still persisting, and the others have been eliminated. The time soon reached 10 minutes, and a mysterious and powerful force seemed to appear in the entire dungeon. Ning Yi's originally hidden figure was instantly forced out, and immediately all the tigers rushed towards Ning Yi. Under the interference of this mysterious force, Ning Yi could no longer hide, and her speed was much slower than usual. The same is true for Mo Yun. Her speed and the unicorn's speed have dropped significantly at the same time, and their attack power seems to have weakened. Mu Xianxian's situation was the worst. This force suddenly disrupted her rhythm. In the blink of an eye, Mu Xianxian was eliminated from the competition. Mu Xianxian appeared outside the dungeon, and she was eliminated just like that before she realized it for a while. Only Shu Han was still hidden in the mist. It's just that the mist seems to be constantly being stirred by a huge hand. Shu Han obviously couldn't hold on for long. Meng Xingwen said, see, after the 9th level is more than 10 minutes, not only the power level of the monsters will become stronger, but the number will also increase. And there will be the power of the copy itself to interfere with the profession. In this case, it won't last long. Lin Moyu nodded. This force interfered with Ning Yi and the others. Mu Xianxian was the first to be eliminated, and the rest couldn't last long. The second one to be eliminated was Ning Yi. She had no room to dodge in the end. She lasted a minute longer than Mu Xianxian, and her points reached 91 points. In the spiritual world, there is also half a talent stone. Even though she was eliminated, Ning Yi was already very happy and ran back bouncing around. I'm good. Ning Yi said to Lin Moyu, showing off. That way, it seems to be a child who does the right thing and asks for rewards. Lin Moyu smiled, it's amazing, it hides beautifully. Ning Yi pouted towards Lin Moyu, this is the easiest way, it's generally not tiring, and it's safe. Lin Moyu smiled, indeed, a very good method. He said it very sincerely, Ning Yi's method is really good. Less than a minute after Ning Yi came out, Mo Yun was finally eliminated. There are too many monsters, she can't beat 4 with 2 fists. 192 points, quite a good result. Now only Shu Han is left inside. Shu Han's performance was shocking. The girl who seemed to have the least fighting power actually had the last laugh. The power of the copy has been interfering with the fog she released, but it has never been successful. Until 95 minutes, there was a beast roar in the dungeon. A huge monster appeared in the sky. This colorful tiger that suddenly appeared was as high as 100 meters, like a mountain. The huge paw slapped it, blowing away the fog, and at the same time blasting Shu Han out of the dungeon. 95 points. Shu Han tied the highest record. Shu Han broke out like a dark horse, tying the highest record in the copy of the God Stone. Everyone congratulated Shu Yaoshan for being able to cultivate such an outstanding student as Shu Han. For those who have reached the level of gods, the cultivation of their juniors is the most important thing. This is the guarantee of the continuation of family glory. Shu Yaoshan has an eldest grandson, Shu Xiuzhu, who is recognized as a genius. He is already the vice president of the Pharmacist College of Xiaojing University, and has the opportunity to become a divine pharmacist in the future. Unexpectedly, the little-known Shu Han is a rare professional medicine warrior, and has excellent talent, which seems to be even stronger than his brother. Maybe in the future, there will be 2 god-level gods in the Shu family of the god of medicine. Mo Yun's performance was also good, with a score of 93, Mo Xinghai was very satisfied. This kind of achievement has already been ranked number 1 in history, and it is expected to become a god in the future. After the 3 came back, they got together again, talking and laughing. The copy of God's Stone is still going on. A group of people went in, but most of the final results were not ideal. Some people were disheartened after they came out, and some were cursing. For several days in a row, several people followed up and persisted to the 9th level, and scored 90 points of 157. But no one can break Shu Han's record again. A score of 95 is like a mountain, which is insurmountable. On the 6th day, everyone present completed the assessment. A total of 9 people successfully persisted to 90 points and got half of the talent stone. Except for Feng Xian, Mu Xianxian, Ning Yi, Mo Yun, and Shu Han, the other 4 were all from the military. It has to be said that the talents cultivated by the military are far more capable in combat than members of the families of all parties. Xiaoyu, go and try it. Meng Anwen said. Lin Moyu hummed, got up and walked towards the entrance of the Shenshur copy. Lin Moyu's actions immediately attracted people's attention. All of a sudden, everyone started talking. It's General Lin. Does he also want to go to the copy of the God Stone? Apparently yes, I don't know how many points God will get. Lin Shen will definitely break the highest record, but I don't know if he can get 100 points. I think it's a bit difficult, and the difficulty is getting higher and higher. Amidst the discussion, Lin Moyu came to the entrance of the dungeon, and said to the god-level powerhouse who hosted the dungeon, Senior, I want to go in and have a try. Lin Moyu has not exceeded level 70, and at the same time, in his capacity, it is reasonable to want to enter the dungeon. Go ahead, General Lin. He was only in charge of hosting the Divine Stone Conference, and naturally he would not object to Lin Mo's request to enter the dungeon. Lin Moyu's figure disappeared at the entrance of the copy, and appeared in one of the pictures in the next second. Yi Hao's voice sounded coldly, zoom in the screen and let everyone see Lin Xinjiang's performance together. The god-level powerhouse in the field did not move, but looked towards Meng Anwen and others. He is not from Yi Hao, but from Meng Anwen's family. The factions are different, so it is naturally impossible to follow Yi Hao's orders. Meng Anwen glanced at Yi Hao indifferently. Since Senior Yi wants to watch it, let him watch it. Meng Anwen lightly pointed his fingers and made several seals. As soon as the formation in the field was turned, the screen where Lin Moyu was located suddenly enlarged, and the other screens disappeared at the same time. In the dungeon, Lin Moyu's test has already begun. In the first level, a large number of black dots flew in, and Lin Moyu opened it at will. In the second pass, Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and smashed the boulder without seeing much force. How strong is Lin Moyu's attribute? The pure strength attribute is stronger than the warrior knight of the same level. It is easy for him to smash the boulder. The third pass. Finghu appeared. Before he had time to growl, a white light flashed past Lin Moyu's fingertips. Ability, Bone Fangs. Thousands of bone fangs instantly smashed the mad tiger into a sieve. Lin Moyu didn't just burst out his skill once, in just 1 second, he sent out 3 rounds of bone fangs. The dense white fangs pierced Feng Hu's body. Feng Hu crashed down in front of Lin Moyu. The bone fang skill is currently a bit useless for Lin Moyu. If it is used for long-distance attack, the attack is too scattered, and the attack power is slightly insufficient. If it is close, the attack power is not bad, but it is not convenient. There are not many such opportunities. It's not even as good as the skeleton berserker, cutting 2 more axes. The main reason is that Lin Moyu has always encountered enemies whose levels are much higher than his own, which makes the skill of bone and fangs always in a state of dust. But Lin Moyu believes that existence is reasonable. Since this skill exists, then it exists for a reason. Maybe the skills will change in the future. Now facing monsters of the same level, this skill is still very good to use. The 3rd level is not difficult for Lin Moyu. The same is true for the 4th level, even if it is higher than Lin Moyu's level 3, the result is the same. Then the 5th pass, the 6th pass, and the 7th pass. Lin Moyu only uses the bone fang skill to solve the problem. Lin Moyu didn't even move a step, just stood in place and released his skills, and he passed the level. This also shocked everyone. General Lin Shen is so strong. Isn't Lin Shenjiang a summoner? It is said that he has a lot of skeletons. Why don't he use skeletons? Maybe it's not necessary yet. These monsters may be too weak for General Lin Shen. What is the level of Lin Shenjiang's combat power? In the stands, the pan was already fried, and everyone was paying attention to Lin Moyu. Including the older generations of the various families, they all stopped talking at this moment and looked at the screen projected from the center. In the 8th level, the 4 tigers of wind, fire, water and electricity merge into one and become a huge boss. When everyone thought that Lin Moyu should summon his undead army, a long sword appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. Everyone was in an uproar again, not understanding why Lin Moyu suddenly took out a long sword. Then Lin Moyu rushed in front of the boss like a swordsman, the sword in his hand flashed amazingly. With powerful attributes, even without any skills, Lin Moyu's attack power is still considerable. The boss started to counterattack, but its counterattack was useless in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu showed the world what powerful fighting skills are. The boss was suppressed to the point of being powerless to fight back. Lin Moyu flexibly dodged under its attack and counterattacked fiercely at the same time. At this moment, Lin Moyu became a swordsman without skills. Feng Chang'an saw it, and his eyebrows twitched. I didn't expect Lin Shenjiang to use swordsmanship to such an extent. Meng Anwen said with a smile, Xiaoyu wants to tell the world that you can still unleash a strong combat power just by relying on attributes and skills instead of skills. Feng Chang'an nodded, that's true. If Xianer can understand this, his grades will be even better. Meng Anwen chuckled, unfortunately, how many people can understand Xiaoyu's intentions? Feng Chang'an said, the younger generation can't understand it, but the older generation should be able to understand it. Do not rely on skills, and then integrate skills into yourself. This is the most precious wealth, and it is the foundation of becoming a god. I didn't expect General Lin Shen to be so selfless. Lin Moyu showed what he wanted to say with actions. Those who understand will naturally understand, and those who don't understand, it is useless to explain. Under the attack of Lin Moyu's sword after sword, the boss finally fell to the ground. Past the 8th pass, the score reached 80 points. Everyone held their breath and watched how Lin Moyu dealt with the 9th level. At the beginning of the 9th level, 4 mad tigers appeared at the same time, then there will be one more every 5 seconds, as long as the killing is not fast enough. The number will increase, and eventually the professionals will be overwhelmed. But only these dozens of monsters. Lin Moyu finally used the undead army. Not many, just an army of undead. Before the skeleton berserkers rushed up, after a round of dazzling elemental explosions, 4 seemingly powerful tigers were instantly killed. Then every time one appeared, one would be instantly killed. Tigers don't exist for more than half a second. Everyone was shocked. Lin Moyu's strength was no longer at the same level as them. A voice trembled, the gap between me and him is so huge. Lin Xinjiang is too strong, the test of the 9th level is useless. Lin Moyu didn't move again, letting the undead army play. 10 minutes later, a mysterious force appeared in the dungeon. This force acts on Lin Moyu and the undead army. Lin Moyu felt that his thinking seemed to be half a beat slow, and the reaction of the undead army seemed to be slow too. Is this the power of interference? It's amazing, but it's too weak to have any effect. Lin Moyu spoke softly, not paying attention to this power. The fact is also true, for the undead army, it has little impact. Lin Moyu waited until the 15th minute with ease. A huge colorful tiger appeared in the sky. The colorful tiger appeared for the second time in this copy of the God Stone. Even the number of occurrences in history is very few. Every time the copy of the God Stone can last until the colorful tiger appears, it proves that the professional is extremely strong. This year, only Shu Han made the colorful tiger appear, but it only appeared for a moment, and Shu Han was instantly killed. Now everyone is looking forward to how Lin Moyu will perform. I think God will last a long time. Not only for a long time, I think Lin Shin will be able to fight back and kill it. Anti-killing should be very difficult, no one has ever done it in history. Others can't do it, but it doesn't mean Lin Xinjiang can't do it. How many miracles Lin Xinjiang has created? There are many people who have great confidence in Lin Moyu. In their minds, Lin Moyu is synonymous with miracles. Feng Chanand laughed and said, Lao Meng, you and Lao Bai seem to have never seen a colorful tiger before. Meng Anwen said, yeah, it was a little bit worse at that time, and Lao Bai was the same. Feng Chang'an laughed, it seems that your disciples are better than you. Bai Yuan shouted loudly, that's natural, I don't want to see who recruited the apprentice. Blue comes out of blue, it's normal. Meng Anwen chuckled, with a flash of pride in his eyes. Their era has passed, now is the era of Lin Moyu. When Yi Hao saw the colorful tiger appearing, complex colors flashed in his eyes. There seems to be murderous intent, and there seems to be appreciation. In any case, he is a member of the human race. Contradictions or no contradictions, this will not change. His emotions at this time are very complicated, and it is difficult to sum up in a few words. The moment the colorful tiger appeared, it exuded an astonishing aura. Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that it had many characteristics of the world boss, and the colorful light shrouded its whole body, forming a defensive layer. At the same time, the multicolored light also has amazing attack power, cutting the air like a sharp sword. The combination of offense and defense is an obvious characteristic of the world boss, and the level of the colorful tiger is several levels higher than that of Lin Moyu. For others, even a world-class boss at the same level is a terrifying existence that cannot be offended. But to Lin Moyu, what is this? The moment the colorful tiger made its move, the undead army also rushed forward like wolves. Lin Moyu also gave the world boss the respect he deserved, so he recruited another army of undead. 2 undead legions are enough to deal with it. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the multicolored tiger is really not good enough except for its larger size. A big body doesn't mean a strong combat power. It slapped it with a paw and landed on Lin Moyu with a bang. The copy shook violently, and everyone's hearts beat violently. The bone armor shone, blocking its attack. It's really weak, it can't even break through the bone armor. There was a trace of disdain in Lin Moyu's eyes. The colorful tiger didn't seem to understand why it didn't hurt at all when he slapped it with his paw. The elements roared, and a large number of elements exploded on it. The multicolored tiger was instantly bruised all over. The power of the elemental explosion is not strong enough to deal with those level 80 world bosses. But it is powerful enough to deal with it. The sharp arrow pierced the sky of the dungeon, and nailed the colorful tiger with lightning. The colorful tiger was immediately nailed into a hedgehog. Skeleton berserkers had already flown to it, and skills erupted from the axes. In an instant, the colorful tiger was seriously injured. The colorful tiger roared, and the colorful light exploded from its body. The injury he suffered just now healed in an instant, and his aura rose rapidly. Mysterious power gushed out of the dungeon again and poured into the body of the colorful tiger. The level of the colorful tiger began to increase, at least a lot stronger than before. Feeling the change of the colorful tiger, Lin Moyu smiled slightly. It's interesting. After being strengthened, the colorful tiger has almost reached the peak of level 69. According to Lin Moyu's perception, the colorful tiger at this time should have just surpassed the level of ancient Luan bird. It has become a lot stronger, but it is still not enough to watch. 2 more undead legions appeared. Out of respect, Lin Moyu decided to dispatch 2 more undead legions. The colorful tiger let out a roar, opened its huge mouth, and sprayed out colorful rays of light. The colorful light is composed of different elements. The 4 elements of wind, water, and electricity are intertwined. After the fusion of multiple elements, a psychedelic color is formed, which becomes a colorful light. The colorful light shone on the skeletons, and the speed of the skeletons suddenly slowed down. Lin Moyu could feel that the skeletons were suffering serious injuries under the shining of the colorful light. It has a slowing effect, and its attack power is not bad. It's a good skill. Lin Moyu commented. With a soft bang, the skeleton armor exploded under the shining of colorful light. Lin Moyu unhurriedly added a bone armor to himself, and the flames danced in his palm. Skill, Soul Flame. When the flames fell, the colorful tiger did not respond. Lin Moyu frowned. It seems that it is not a real boss, but something like a puppet. If your combat strength is here, then there is no need to continue fighting. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the curse skill, that was useless at first, was used immediately. At the same time, the undead army launched a fierce attack. I have never used the curse skill before, and it was Lin Moyu who wanted to see what level the difficulty could be raised to. But now it seems that I am still a little disappointed. Even the level 70 world boss is not as far from my expectation. Under the curse, the damage taken by the colorful tiger was nearly 10 times higher. Although the colorful tiger has some characteristics of the world boss, it does not have the ability to resist curses like the world boss. After being cursed, he was besieged by the undead army. Under the full attack of the undead army, the colorful tiger only lasted for less than a minute. It let out a dying roar, and its whole body suddenly burst into brilliant light, illuminating the entire dungeon. Lin Moyu's eyes were full of colorful lights, and he couldn't see anything. While the light was blooming, the picture projected by the outside world disappeared. What happened? Why is the screen gone? Could it be Lin Xinjiang who killed the colorful tiger? I don't know, it suddenly disappeared when I typed on the screen. Everyone exclaimed in unison, and Meng Anwen also had a sullen face, typing out handprint runes one after another. But no, the picture in the dungeon still cannot be revealed. Bai Yuan asked, Lao Meng, what's going on? Meng Anwen said nothing, it must have triggered some mechanism of the dungeon. Bai Yuan was not sure, could it be Xiaoyu who killed the colorful tiger? Meng Anwen hummed together, it should be, with Xiaoyu's fighting power, it's not difficult to kill the colorful tiger. What will happen next, no one knows, we can only wait and see. So far, there is no other way but to wait. After all, Lin Moyu did something that no one had ever done before. Just like no one can kill the world boss solo, only Lin Moyu can do this kind of thing. In the dungeon, the light gradually faded. The world in front of Lin Moyu has completely changed. Mountains and rivers, small bridges and people. Lin Moyu seems to have entered a paradise. Here, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and the environment is beautiful. At his feet there was a path, at the end of which a gazebo could be seen. On both sides of the path, there are statues standing on both sides. Roughly, there are hundreds of them. Each statue is lifelike, they are holding weapons, as if they are staring at themselves. Their existence destroys the artistic conception of this space and becomes murderous and awe-inspiring. Sure enough, there are still levels, and the 9th level is not the limit. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the undead army swooped down from the sky, ready to fight. Lin Moyu walked forward at the same time. As soon as he took a step, the 2 nearest statues instantly came to life. The statue takes human form and swings a stone sword at Lin Moyu. The tens of meters long sword energy cut through the space, knocked a large number of skeletons into the air, and landed on Lin Moyu with a bang. The sword energy weakened slightly after hitting the flying skeleton, but it was still strong. A single sword shattered Lin Moyu's bone armor, and Lin Moyu was knocked back. Sword Chi not only has powerful attack power, but also has a knockback effect. Strong. With this sword alone, Lin Moyu judged that the opponent's combat power should be around level 75. Starting from level 75 is the beginning of professional sublimation. The attribute of the professional has skyrocketed, and the calendar has increased greatly. Some savvy professionals will begin to comprehend the true meaning of skills at this stage, and the power of winning skills will be greatly improved. Top-level professionals are very strong. At least a level 70 top-level professional can beat a level 69 professional. Of course, Lin Moyu is an exception. His existence has broken the law and is unreasonable. The undead army launched a counterattack when Lin Moyu was attacked, besieging and killing the statue. The first statue was quickly chopped to pieces by the undead army. While the statue was being chopped into pieces, a golden figure suddenly appeared on the dungeon screen that was no longer visible to the outside world. 100. In an instant, the whole audience was fried. 100 points, it turned out to be 100 points. Lin Shen will get 100 points that no one has ever gotten. It turns out that there are really 100 points. It's not a legend, it's true. Almost everyone couldn't believe it. Even the god-level bosses present couldn't believe their eyes at this moment. Unexpectedly, there really is 100 points. Ningyi waved her small fist. Silence is the best. She is Lin Moyu's biggest fan. No matter what Lin Moyu does, she feels normal. Mo Yun sighed softly. It's amazing. Shu Han smiled and said, Junior Lin is the most outstanding person I have ever met, not one of them. Mo Yun nodded, indeed. Ningyi suddenly said to Mo Yun, Sister Yuner, I remember you said before that if you want to marry in the future, you must marry the most powerful person. How about silent words? Mo Yun was stunned and didn't know what to say. She never thought that Ningyi would suddenly ask this question. Just when Mo Yun was at a loss, Shu Du suddenly let out a soft cry, 101 points. This light breath attracted Ningyi's attention, and also resolved Mo Yun's embarrassment. The score on the screen changed to 101, and then changed to 102 again in less than 3 seconds. No one knows what Lin Moyu experienced in the dungeon, only that the test is still going on and he is still scoring. There was a buzz. The statues on the path woke up one by one. The undead army launched a siege to the statue. Every time a statue is chopped, the score of the copy will increase by 1 point. Lin Moyu didn't know about this situation. He knew that the assessment was still going on, so he kept fighting. There are hundreds of statues on the path, they wake up one after another, but they can't stop Lin Moyu from moving forward. Lin Moyu only recruited 4 undead legions, which was enough to deal with the current situation. Each statue is equivalent to a professional of more than 70 levels. Although it is very strong, its vitality is too weak. For Lin Moyu, dealing with fragile statues is easier than dealing with world bosses of the same level. Without any skill, the undead army passed all the way. In just half an hour, Lin Moyu has reached the end of the path. So the statues have been chopped up, and the ground is full of rubble. Lin Moyu walked to the gazebo at the end of the path. The gazebo was antique. In the center of the gazebo, there was a simple box on a stone table. Lin Moyu was very cautious. He didn't go into the gazebo, but let the skeleton go in and take back the stone box. Fortunately, nothing happened. Looks like this is the reward. Lin Moyu regards the statue as the 10th level, and if he passes the level, the stone box is the reward. The ancient box is simple and unsophisticated, exuding a vast atmosphere. Lin Moyu has a feeling, as if this stone box is not a product of this era. Holding the stone box in the hand, there is an indescribable sense of heaviness. It is a heavy tomb left over from the years. Only those with keen senses can feel this weight. Lin Moyu took away the stone box, and the gentle light illuminated his sight. In the stone box lies a piece of divine stone, the divine stone of talent. As the owner of the divine stone of talent, Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that the divine stone of talent in front of him was a complete divine stone of talent. It turns out that the reward for the 10th level is the complete talent god stone. Lin Moyu closed the box and put it in the storage space. He didn't even use the detection technique to determine the authenticity. The talent god stone will bind the soul. Lin Moyu already has a piece, and it would be too wasteful to bind another piece. Looking forward, through the gazebo, I found that there is a new road behind. At this time, the gravel under his feet had disappeared, and the statue returned to normal without a sound. 11th level? I don't know what the reward is. Lin Moyu was very interested. The reason why so many people can gather in the copy of the God Stone is that the big families flock to it. The main reason is because of the divine talent stone, even half of it is a priceless treasure. In this day and age, the divine stone of talent has long since disappeared. Lin Moyu is lucky to get one. But in the copy of the God Stone, there is still a complete talent God Stone. Coupled with the stone box that exudes a simple and vague atmosphere, Lin Moyu feels that this dungeon is not a dungeon of this era. Maybe the next rewards will be amazing. It might even be a legendary baby. In contrast, Lin Moyu decided to go down and have a look. Passing through the gazebo, Lin Moyu saw statues again. This scene almost made Lin Moyu wonder if he had gone the wrong way. Paths, statues. The picture I saw in front of me was exactly the same as before. Looking back, the previous road has disappeared. But if you take a closer look, there are only 12 statues in front of you. Unlike before, there were hundreds of statues. But the fewer statues there are, the more cautious Lin Moyu is. The difficulty of the test will only get higher and higher, and it is impossible to reduce it. It means that these statues must be stronger than the previous ones, and much stronger. The undead army is ready, and Lin Moyu takes a step forward. A terrifying cold light fell from the sky, and the step Lin Moyu had just taken was quickly retreated. Boom! While he was retreating, the cold light exploded in midair. The undead army that had been prepared was blown up and fell around like raindrops. Lin Moyu was also blown away at the same time. The blow was powerful. Although it is not yet at the god level, it is not far away. So strong. Lin Moyu flew upside down for hundreds of meters before he barely stabilized. With a flick of his finger, a detection technique flew out. A statue has awakened. It is holding a bow, an arrow. The cold light just now is the arrow it released. The power of an arrow is so terrifying that it almost kills the skeleton in seconds. Battle Puppet, Arrow. Level 80. Lin Moyu was shocked when he saw the information returned by the detection technique. Can the power of that arrow just now be possessed by level 80? Lin Moyu believes that he is an all-out blow for an 89-level professional. From the degree of injury to the skeleton, Lin Moyu could judge that the power of the arrow just now was very close to the blow of a false god. Puppets are generally made according to the strength of the professional. Are the professionals in the previous era so strong? Lin Moyu couldn't believe his guess. If his guess is true, the professionals of the previous era should be far stronger than them. Thinking about the ancient city of Xinxia again, if the ancient city of Xinxia is also a product of the previous era. This can only show that the professionals of the last era were really strong and terrifying. Not only is it strong in combat power, but it is also the same in other aspects. Another sharp arrow pierced the sky. Lin Moyu dodged quickly. The sharp arrow exploded in the air, not as powerful as the one just now, but the range was larger. This arrow also carried an astonishing impact, completely shaking the skeletons away. After shooting the second arrow, the puppet archer rushed towards Lin Moyu like a sharp arrow. The speed is fast, far surpassing Lin Moyu's lightning undead wing. The body turns into a flying arrow. Lin Moyu was startled. This is one of the archer's skills, a special skill. It cannot be mastered through learning, it can only be obtained through comprehension. This understanding is the understanding of one's own profession. Most archers cannot do this step. The puppet in front of him did it, which shocked Lin Moyu even more. A flash of red light, skill, curse of aging. Under the curse, the puppet's speed suddenly slowed down, and its forward posture was interrupted. Then a large number of undead legions appeared in the air, surrounding it. Lin Moyu summoned all the undead legions this time and started to take it seriously. As soon as the skeletons appeared, they began to attack with all their strength. Surrounded by the undead army, the puppet archer gradually fell into a disadvantage. At this time another statue came to life. A sharp sword was born out of nowhere, piercing the sky. A gigantic sword appeared in Lin Moyu's line of sight. This sword spanned the sky, more than 100 meters away. The sword energy shot out, knocking the skeleton into the air, and the puppet archer was rescued from the siege. Then, the huge sword exploded in the air and turned into countless small swords, like a torrential rain, blowing away the undead army. Another puppet close to a false god. No, the strength is close to the false god, but the combat skills and skill understanding are even stronger than the false god. This is a god-level powerhouse, with power close to that of a false god. Lin Moyu finally figured it out, he thought they were weak before. The puppet in front of him definitely has the combat ability that only a god-level powerhouse can have, but it still lacks in attack power. If the false gods outside see that I am not as good as a puppet, I don't know how they will feel. Lin Moyu chuckled, his eyes turned cold, and he began to go all out. Halos appear one after another, and elemental demons appear. A little green light exploded in the air. The poisonous lich and the poisonous starburst, double superposition, can cause a lot of damage to the puppet every second. The ice lich slows down the puppet, and with the curse of aging, the speed of the puppet is greatly weakened. But the storm lich increased the speed of the undead army, and the speed of the undead was quickly revealed. There was constant thunder in the air, and bolts of lightning continuously bombarded the puppets, causing a certain paralysis effect on them. The level of puppets' understanding of skills has reached the level of a god-level powerhouse, but the power zone is slightly weaker. Lin Moyu did not dare to take it lightly, and gave them the highest standard of courtesy. Except for original rune, and elemental lich self-destruction, which is useless, everything else is used. The puppet who just broke the siege fell into the siege of the undead army again. At this moment the third statue wakes up, this is a night puppet. As if sensing that the first two puppets were in danger, the third statue woke up. A shield flew into the sky and expanded rapidly in the air, intending to spread the skeletons and rescue the two trapped puppets. I've been waiting for it for a long time. How could Lin Moyu suffer a second time after suffering a loss? He had been preparing for a long time, and when the third puppet woke up, the undead army that had been preparing for a long time had already started. Elemental blasts target the shield, bombarding it continuously. It exploded more than 5,000 times almost in an instant, forcibly blowing the shield away. The sharp arrows of the skeleton sharpshooter also aimed at the third night puppet. In an instant, all arrows were fired. The sharpshooter's arrow brought lightning and fell on the night puppet like a torrential rain. The night puppet was full of sharp arrows, and more arrows were flying over at the same time. With a roar, the aura of its whole body soared, and all the arrows on its body were blown away, and at the same time, more sharp arrows were blocked. It stretched out its hand and retracted the shield with a move, then flew into the air and charged towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, you know how to kill the summoner. These puppets know how to support, and they know that the king is the first to catch the thief, and the people who made them are really powerful. Lin Moyu compared them in his mind. He knew that Meng Anwen would also make puppets, but they were much weaker than the puppets in front of him. Not to mention creating puppets of level 80, puppets with close to god-level combat power. Even creating a level 70 puppet is impossible. In this respect, the last era was much stronger than their current era. Lin Moyu really wanted to take the puppet in front of him back and study it carefully. But he also knew that this was impossible. A huge fireball appeared in the sky. The diameter of the fireball is more than 100 meters, like a ball of flames hanging high in the air. At some point, another puppet woke up. This time it's a mage. The huge fireball fell in the air. Lin Moyu was not afraid at all. He let the undead army carry the fireball attack hard. At this time, both the puppet archer and the swordsman are at the end of their strength, and it is better to cut off an arm than to hurt 10 fingers. Get rid of them first. The fireball exploded in the air, extremely gorgeous, and Lin Moyu's sight was full of flames. At the same time, there was the sound of puppets breaking. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, knowing that the 2 puppets had been eliminated. Close your eyes and switch the perspective to the skeleton. The skeletons didn't care about the flames and rushed towards the mage. Perhaps it sensed that the puppet archer and swordsman were eliminated, and the remaining 8 statues woke up at the same time. 2 holy and brilliant rays of light descended from the sky, just in time to fall on the fragments of the destroyed puppet archer and swordsman. The fragments quickly reassembled in front of Lin Moyu, and the puppet archer and swordsman who had been killed were resurrected. Lin Moyu was stunned. Resurrected? This is the resurrection skill. Lin Moyu looked towards the deepest part of the road, where 2 puppets dressed as healers were standing. Their skills revived the killed puppet archers and swordsmen. Lin Moyu showed excitement on his face. The resurrection skill actually exists. This is the skill of the previous era, and the skill has been lost. It turns out that in the previous era, professionals really had the ability to resurrect. There was a light in Lin Moyu's eyes. He really wanted to get this skill. But he knew that was not realistic. All the puppets woke up, and 12 puppets formed a complete team. 2 knights, 2 swordsmen, 2 archers, 3 mages, 2 healers, and 1 assistant. A standard team of 12. The auxiliary puppets buffed the team's status, and the attributes of all puppets increased sharply. Although the undead army surrounded them, but in terms of combat power, they were not afraid of the undead army at all. No matter how the undead army attacked, they could not break through their defensive circle. They swayed their skills, and the skeletons were blown away like raindrops. The puppet team is rushing under the siege of the undead army, and the knights are like 10 arrows shooting towards Lin Moyu. The undead army couldn't stop them, so they could only delay for a while. Lin Moyu didn't panic, knowing that it would be impossible to fight like this. To break the game, you can only use original rune, or use the elemental lich to explode. Without hesitation, the back of Lin Moyu's left hand glistened. Strong soldier skill burst. The combat power of the undead army increased more than 10 times in an instant. The skeleton berserkers unleashed their strongest skills one after another, and the axes fell on the puppet with a crackling sound. Every time the axe goes down, it can cause great damage to the puppet. The skeleton knight casts a defensive skill at the same time. Skill, Group Ultimate Defense. It is obviously an extreme defense skill, but it covers every puppet like running water. Ultimate Defense can be used by others. It seems that this is also a lost skill. The puppet's skills shocked Lin Moyu again. In the last era, there were too many things that shocked him. In this era, too much is lost. The mage raised his staff high, and the staff shone brilliantly. A blue shield appeared on each puppet. The mage's signature shield skills can all be used on others. Lin Moyu is speechless, but it's normal to think about it. Isn't his own bone armor just for use on others? If you calculate it this way, does your own skill also belong to the skill of the previous era? Could it be that in the last era, there was a profession of oneself? It's just that it was lost later, and it reappeared in my own body. The more Lin Moyu gets in touch with the last era, the more curious he becomes. He really wanted to travel back to the previous era to see what happened, to see how brilliant the world of professionals was once. The puppet knight cooperated with the mage to display defensive skills, and even blocked the attack of the undead army in the strong soldier state. Especially the two healers are too strong, their skills are almost divine, comparable to god-level therapists. Lin Moyu didn't expect it, and didn't expect that the skills of strong soldiers didn't work. There is only one move. Lin Moyu took out the solidified Huishan blood, but put it away after thinking about it. Not enough, the solidified Vulcan blood is only equivalent to a blow from a false god, not necessarily enough. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu took out the blood of the poisonous god. The power of the blood of the poison god is much stronger than that of the solidified Vulcan's blood, which is the difference between a false god and a level 93 god. The two are not at all comparable. Up to now, Lin Moyu has ignored many things. Even if poison is put in the dungeon, he still has to get rid of these puppets and win the final victory. He will decide the reward for this assessment. The poisonous lich rushed out and plunged into the pile of puppets. 2 seconds later, there was a sound like an egg breaking its shell. A ball of green light enveloped the entire team of puppets. In order to prevent them from escaping, Lin Moyu even took a few skeleton berserker kings in. The poison soaked their bodies, and the powerful puppets turned into pieces and fell to the ground. The damage was suffered to the limit, and the body collapsed. Nailed it. Lin Moyu clapped his hands, and this trick still worked, directly killing them collectively. Along the path, I came to Jingchao. The same stone table, the same stone box. This time, Lin Moyu personally walked into the gazebo and picked up the stone box. Open it, and thousands of stars burst into the sky. The starlight is dazzling and charming, Lin Moyu whispered, this is the brilliance of skills. Lin Moyu has seen a similar light, it is the light that only appears when using the flashing skill circle axis. These rays represent skill. It was as if something was being moved in the body. Lin Moyu realized that the role of the star-like jade in the box was related to skills. He thought of a legend about skills, which he saw in an old book in the Royal Secret Library. He thought it was just fake. It is said that in the ancient times there was a skill god stone, which possessed the power to overwhelm the world. Is this the one? The detection technique flew out. In the next second, Lin Moyu trembled with excitement. Outside the copy of the god stone, everyone stared wide-eyed. The score on the screen is unbelievable. The previous 100 points were amazing enough. 100 points broke the highest record since the discovery of the copy of the divine stone. Let people know that it turns out that the copy of the god stone can exceed 95 points, and it can have 100 points dash. But then, the scores became out of control. As Lin Moyu continued to kill puppets, the score began to jump up. By the time Lin Moyu came to the gazebo for the first time and passed the 10th level, the score had reached 400 points. Just when people felt that 400 points was already the limit, the score changed again. Now, the score in the freeze frame is already 1000 points. 1280 level puppets with close to god level combat power, each of which brings 50 points. 12 exactly 600 points. After Lin Moyu solved them, the score reached 1000 points, which shocked everyone. Now it's not just about breaking records. No one knows what Lin Moyu went through inside. But from the changes in the scores, it can be seen that Lin Moyu must have experienced a different test in it. And the difficulty of this test may be extremely astonishing. Everyone present, including all the god-level powerhouses, had also entered the copy of the god stone. As a result, he didn't even qualify for the follow-up test. Bai Yuan whispered, what did Xiaoyu go through inside? Meng Anwen was thoughtful, what is certain is that the test inside is difficult. Wait for Xiaoyu to come out and ask him carefully, I'm really curious. I'm also curious as to what kind of test this ancient dungeon has arranged. Lin Moyu held the stone box with excitement. In the stone box, the god stone of the sun shines like a river of stars. Skill God Stone, it has the ability to strengthen skills, and can strengthen one or more skills to make them break through the limit. Sure enough. It really is the legendary Skill God Stone. This kind of thing actually exists. In the last era, to what extent did professionals develop, and why did they disappear? In addition to being excited, Lin Moyu's heart was filled with turbulent waves. On Earth, what happened in those times? Why did such a glorious era of professionals disappear, leaving few traces? I don't know how much Antares knows. I'll ask if I have the chance. Break through the limit of skills. Lin Moyu put away the box. He didn't use the Skill God Stone. Any item has a suitable time to use it, and the best time is obviously not reached yet. I haven't learned all my skills, and my skills haven't reached the point where I can't improve. Lin Moyu grasped the last bit of information sent back by the detection technique, which can break through the limit of skills. From this point of view, this is the biggest role of the Skill God Stone. What kind of state will it be after the skill breaks through the limit? Lin Moyu looked forward to it. Looking behind the gazebo, there are no new roads or statues behind. The ordeal seems to be over here. Behind the gazebo is a garden. When Lin Moyu puts away the Skill God Stone, it seems that the copy has lifted some restrictions. A strange fragrance came to the face. In the garden, 100% bloom. When Lin Moyu looked away, he was deeply shocked and speechless for a long time. In the center of the garden, there is a rockery, only 3 meters high, which looks like a decorative rockery. It was this rockery that shocked Lin Moyu. The rockery is obviously made of natural stones. Just take a piece of gravel on it, it is a complete talent god stone. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of innate god stones. Using the innate god stones to make rockeries, how rich must have been in that era. Lin Moyu swallowed his saliva. In their era, it was already a great luck to get a divine stone of talent. But now, there is a whole rockery piled up with innate god stones in front of him. As long as Lin Moyu walked over and stretched out his hand, he would be able to harvest a lot of talent stones. This feeling is too unreal. Lin Moyu walked over with this sense of unreality. Although he was a little excited, Lin Moyu was still very cautious. Bad luck and good fortune depend on each other. When you feel safe, it may be the time when disaster strikes. Fortunately, Rilu walked to the rockery without incident. Now he only needs to take half a step forward, and then stretch out his hand, and he can get the talent stone. But Lin Moyu couldn't move forward. An invisible force blocked his way. This force is not an enchantment, not an formation. It is invisible and qualitative, and it is of a higher level than the enchantment formation. This power is very similar to the power to disturb and suppress in the previous 9th level, only stronger. If it was just a tiny thread before, it is now a strand of rope. Lin Moyu tried several times, but couldn't break through. This force protected the rockery, so that he could only look at it but not take it. Lin Moyu walks around the rockery. Behind the rockery, there are divine stones of talent all over the place. However, the natural stones on the ground seem to be semi-finished products, all of which are defective. Lin Moyu understood that these incomplete talent stones all over the floor were just rewards for everyone. This is where the half of the talent god stone everyone got came from. The half piece of talent god stone that others regard as a treasure is dumped on the ground like garbage here. I can't get the divine stone of talent, what about this incomplete item? Lin Moyu walked over and tried to reach for it. But still can't get it. After several attempts, Lin Moyu had no choice but to give up. Then he started to walk around in the garden, where 100 flowers were blooming, and the fragrance of flowers was overflowing. Lin Moyu has never seen any of the flowers here, and they don't seem to be the flowers that should exist in this era. Each flower looks extremely magical, as if it contains a powerful force zone. Lin Moyu saw a flower burning with a blue flame, and the flower bloomed in the blue flame. 6 sapphire-like petals, like glass, flow charmingly in the blue flame. so beautiful. An uncontrollable thought came to Lin Moyu's mind, wanting to pick off this flower and give it to Ningyi. He stretched out his hand, and just when his fingertips were about to touch the flowers, he suddenly felt an alarm, and suddenly withdrew his hand back. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out all over his body, and Lin Moyu felt as if he had just walked through the gate of hell. With his prudence, how could he do such an irrational thing? This is so abnormal. Yo, not bad, Yuanran was able to wake up at the last moment. A voice suddenly sounded. Lin Moyu raised his head abruptly, and saw a young man sitting on the rockery made of divine stones. Youth is not a normal person, its body is slightly hazy and illusory. Light can pass through its body. Is this a soul body? Lin Moyu can feel the strong soul power from the youth. The opponent is very strong, but how strong it is, I can't tell. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice with vigilance, "Who are you?" The young man laughed and jumped down from the rockery of the god of talent, and appeared in front of Lin Moyu as if in an instant. "You can call me Ling, I am the manager of this dungeon. I figured it out just now, but you haven't fully passed the test, so I have no choice but to wait. Fortunately, you stopped at the last moment, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Do you know that you were in danger just now? The charm blue flower, the charm blue fire on it will burn the soul. Even if you are immune to the fire element, it is useless. If you come into contact with the charm blue flame, do you know what will happen to you? You'll bang, blue light will come out of your body, and your soul will be charred. Although I can save you, why should I save you? But I will save you anyway, because you are the first person to come here in so many years. So I don't want you to die, I will save you. Fortunately, you are pretty smart, and your third sense is quite keen." Ling didn't know how long he hadn't spoken, and he chatted a lot by himself. Lin Moyu kept silent, watching it quietly. It said it was comfortable, and suddenly looked at Lin Moyu strangely. "Hey, why don't you say a word? By the way, it seems that you haven't spoken since you entered the dungeon." It's over, no one has been here for so many years, it can't be a dumb person. Why am I so unlucky? I just want to talk to someone." It screamed incessantly, as painful as that expression was. The whole soul squatted in front of Lin Moyu, holding his head, looking in pain. Then it said loudly, "All right, dumb be dumb. Better than no one coming." Seeing that it finally calmed down, Lin Moyu said slowly, "I'm not a dumb factory." Lin Moyu's voice was like the sound of heaven, and Ling jumped 10 meters high, appearing more excited than before, almost crazy. That's great, you're not dumb. After so many years, it's so cool to finally find someone who can speak. Do you know how I got through this? I'm going crazy. The guys outside came round after round, but they were all too useless at all, and couldn't get here at all. Ben Ling couldn't help even if he wanted to. Finally, your era has finally produced a useful guy. Lin Moyu grasped the key point in Ling's words. "You mean our era?" Ling nodded. "Yes, our era has been destroyed." Lin Moyu asked, "Why was your era destroyed?" Ling quickly shook his head. I can't say it. Lin Moyu saw something called fear in its eyes. Can destroy an era. It must be something very scary when you think about it. Why can't you tell? Lin Moyu did not give up and continued to ask. Ling still shook his head. You can't say it. 933 dare not say it. You can't say it, and you are not qualified to listen. Lin Moyu stared at Ling, and Ling also stared at Lin Moyu. Although it looks a little nervous, it is very serious. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't get anything from him. He quickly changed the subject. Can you tell me your story? If you can't ask directly, then ask from the side. Maybe you can get some useful information too. Sure enough, when he asked such a question, Ling seemed to have opened up a chatterbox, and began to talk about his life without end. Lin Moyu didn't talk much, just occasionally said a few words. Most of the time he was listening to Ling. Lin Moyu didn't know how many years Ling hadn't spoken. Anyway, it was an era, at least thousands of years. Ling has almost endless words, almost to the point of nervousness. But its mouth is still tight, and it won't say what it shouldn't, and it's useless for Lin Moyu to ask again. As if there was some restriction, let it never mention it. From its speech, Lin Moyu heard a few words. Calamity, fall, destruction. Generally speaking, the last era was destroyed by a catastrophe. It is not a self-inflicted collapse of the times. Regarding that disaster, Ling never mentioned it. In addition, Lin Moyu also knows the origin of this dungeon. This dungeon is a product of the times, in order to select qualified people and give rewards. According to Ling's words, those who broke through to the 9th level are just barely qualified. Only after breaking through the 10th level and obtaining the complete talent God Stone, can one be considered a truly qualified existence. Even in their time, they could be regarded as geniuses. As for people like Lin Moyu, they belong to the true pride of heaven and the pillar of the times. Ling said in a low voice, people in your era are too weak. I really don't know how miserable your era will be when disaster strikes. However, a decent one finally came out, and you're not bad. Weak? Lin Moyu asked, how can you not be weak? Ling said, let's count in our era. A super god is the commander, a half-step super god is the general, and a high-level god is the soldier. Lin Moyu was speechless for a while, and the super god was his teacher. They don't even have a super god now, and their goal is only to become a super god. Lin Moyu feels that becoming a super god can deal with all problems. Obviously, in Ling's mouth, super gods are not enough. Ling waved his hand, don't think so much, do what you should do, some things are only qualified to know when you have the strength. Just like you, what's the use if you can't even touch the charm blue flower? Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, you said charm blue flower is the last test? Ling laughed and said, didn't you notice that you can't touch everything here, except this charm blue flower? The flame burning on the charm blue flower is called the charm blue fire, which can directly act on the soul, and has a charming effect on the soul. So even if you are more cautious, you will still be tricked. But as long as the soul is sharp enough, it will eventually wake up. Lin Moyu asked, what if I don't wake up? Ling smiled even more happily, that's fun, your soul will be burned. Of course you won't die, at least I won't let you die. But if your soul is injured, your life will be useless. God level has little effect, but if you want to be super god, don't even think about it. Lin Moyu was horrified, he didn't expect that he almost lost the qualification of super god. This last test is really hard to guard against. Lin Moyu felt cold, then I passed the last test, what's the reward? Ling stared at him, what did you say? Lin Moyu said, there is a reward for the first level, right? I passed the last level, and there should be a reward. Why bargaining to do business, Lin Moyu has become a habit. Ling clapped his hands, you're right, but I can't give you the skill god stone, and there aren't many of them in the first place. Other things, your strength is not enough, even if it is given to you, you will not be able to control it. The innate god stone is such a low-level thing, it gave you shame. Lin Moyu said in his heart, then give me the talent god stone, I don't despise it. Ling finally thought about it, slapped his head, I'll give you this. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and plucked a petal from the charm blue flower. The flame of charm blue is still burning on the petals, which looks coquettish and beautiful. Ling handed the petals to Lin Moyu, it can help you increase the upper limit of the strength of your soul, and it will be of great benefit to you in the future. Lin Moyu hesitated slightly, didn't you say that it will burn my soul? That is a whole charm blue flower, this is just a petal. Of course, you may suffer a little, after all the charm blue fire is not so easy to bear. But as long as you can survive, the benefits will be great. Do you want to become a super god? Lin Moyu nodded. Ling held the petals in his hands and kept shaking them, the charm blue fire on the petals was nothing to him. Ling shouted, that's it. Without a super strong soul, it's very difficult to become a super god. Even if you become a super god, you won't be the strongest one. Don't think that becoming a super god is the end. The gap between a super god and a super god is very big. Lin Moyu understood what it meant and chose to believe what it said. It has no reason to harm itself. Seeing that Lin Moyu agreed, Ling directly threw the myelin petals on Lin Moyu. Boom! Blue flames soared into the sky, rendering the entire garden into a strange blue. Intense severe pain swept across the whole body, and Lin Moyu's whole body was enveloped by blue flames. Pain, extremely intense pain. Since Lin Moyu was born, including the last life before time travel, he has never felt such severe pain. Is this the pain of the soul? But why is my whole body burning? Ling smiled heartlessly, looking at Lin Moyu, whose whole body was on fire. Ling laughed even more heartlessly. Is it painful? Pain is right, how could the burning of the soul not be painful? But you have to believe it, you can become a master if you endure hardships, and you can't become stronger if you don't suffer a little bit. Do you find it strange that the soul is burning? Why is your whole body burning? Did you not look back after entering the garden? You can take a look, and you will understand. Lin Moyu's remnant consciousness also suddenly found that after entering the garden, he seemed to be attracted by everything in the garden, and he really didn't look back. Looking back now, he realized that there was actually another himself in Beijing. The self in the gazebo is currently in a state of sluggishness. And the undead army is also in a daze. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that what entered the garden was only his own soul, not his physical body. Ling giggled and said, understood, this garden is also called Soul Garden, only souls can enter. That's why you're all pissed off. It's okay, Ren is over, it's just a little pain, for the future, bear it well. Lin Moyu really wanted to curse. What is this guy saying? What is a little bit of pain? It's King painful. The soul is in severe pain, and I can't pass out even if I want to faint, so I can only carry it hard. Under the continuous burning of the charm blue flame, Lin Moyu found that his soul seemed to have really strengthened. The soul seems to become more solidified. Ling giggled and said, I'm right, your soul is starting to strengthen. This is pain and happiness. At this time, the body in the gazebo suddenly released a burst of black energy, and the murderous aura surged to the sky for a while. The domain god stone suddenly flew out of the body and flew into the garden. Ling suddenly exclaimed, the divine stone of the realm. Lin Moyu, who was enjoying the charm blue fire, was also surprised when he heard Ling's exclamation. Ling was a little crazy from the beginning, but it has to be said that as a soul that existed in the previous era, Ling knew too many things. For this era, the previous era was powerful, prosperous, and brilliant. This can be heard from Ling's words. Although Ling didn't say it clearly, he kept revealing his disdain for this era. Unexpectedly, it would be surprised by the domain god stone. Ever since Lin Moyu obtained the domain god stone, he has continuously injected his murderous aura into it, but he has never used it much. The reason is that Lin Moyu doesn't know how to use the domain god stone. But Lin Moyu could feel the extraordinariness of the divine stone in the domain. Looking at it now, it was indeed so, and even Ling exclaimed for the domain god stone. Ling showed surprise on his face, you actually have a collar or a sacred stone. Lin Moyu was still enjoying the comfort of refining the soul with flames, and gritted his teeth. I got it by chance, what's the use of this thing? Ling was even more shocked, you don't even know the function of the domain god stone, you are really weird. Lin Moyu didn't argue with it, there's no point in arguing with it. Lin Moyu didn't need to ask, Ling had already taken the initiative to talk about it, but the domain god stone is really not very useful to you now, and it will be useful in the future when you touch the level of the super god. At this time, the domain god stone had already flown to Lin Moyu's side, and a suction force was born out of thin air. The charm blue flame that was still burning on Lin Moyu's body was quickly sucked away by the domain god stone. It wasn't enough to absorb the charm blue flame on Lin Moyu's body, and the domain god stone flew towards the charm blue flower on the side, and flew into it all at once. It greedily absorbed the flames from the charm blue flower, and the originally transparent domain god stone was stained with a layer of evil blue. Even the black murderous aura in the sacred stone has turned blue at this moment. The domain god stone quickly absorbed the flames, and then swished back into Lin Moyu's body. Shiling said, "You are lucky. The quality of this domain god stone is very high. Even in our era, it is a rare and good thing." The charm blue flame was sucked away by the god stone of the domain. Lin Moyu felt unprecedentedly relaxed at this time. But Lin Moyu was also a little disappointed. Although the soul had been strengthened, it could be stronger. But now, the charm blue flame was snatched away by the domain god stone that suddenly appeared. Hearing Shiling's words, Lin Moyu asked, "What kind of fish is there in the domain god stone?" Shiling chuckled, "For the time being, it's useless to you, but after absorbing a large amount of charm blue fire, the domain god stone will give your soul unexpected benefits. You are so lucky. In our era, high-quality domain god stones are also good things that people want to get if they die." Lin Moyu asked, "Is it better than the talent god stone and the skill god stone?" Shiling showed a trace of disdain. "Nonsense, how can such a rotten street thing as a talent god stone be compared with a domain god stone, not even a skill god stone? Anyway, you are lucky. I don't doubt that you are the son of this era. With this domain god stone, plus it has absorbed enough charm blue fire, it can unleash a part of its power in advance to refine your soul. Your soul source will continue to strengthen and become stronger and stronger." Shiling babbled a lot again, some things he had already said, but he said them over and over again. Lin Moyu felt that this guy was not only a little nervous, but also not very good at his head. It was like this just now, and now it seems to be more serious. Anyway, Lin Moyu got useful information. The charm blue flame enveloped by the charm blue flower is a kind of flame that can burn the soul. It can burn the soul to ashes, and if controlled properly, it can also be used to strengthen the soul. This is a double-edged sword. Usually, Lin Moyu used to store and guide the murderous domain god stone, and after actively absorbing enough charm blue fire, some of its functions were activated in advance. The god stone of the domain will slowly release the charm blue fire, imperceptibly enhancing Lin Moyu's soul. In this way, Lin Moyu got benefits without having to suffer. And this kind of enhancement all the time, the final benefit will far exceed the current enhancement in a short period of time. Most of the flames were sucked away by the domain god stone, and the flames on the charm blue flower have weakened a lot. But as long as it is given enough time, it can recover again. Shiling babbled wildly for a long time before stopping. Okay, this time you are enjoying yourself. It's a pity that my charm blue flower, I don't know how many years it will take to recover." Lin Moyu smiled apologetically, "Thank you." Shiling waved his hand, "No need, haven't you seen so many strange flowers here? The charm blue flower is just the most inconspicuous one among them. You don't know that when the master created this dungeon, he put a lot of good things in it. Unfortunately, you are not strong enough to open the treasure house." Having said that, Shiling suddenly shut up. Lin Moyu didn't answer its words. Some words could be answered, some words could not be answered. At this time, the garden suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the sky was filled with splendor. Shiling stared wide-eyed. "You are really lucky." Lin Moyu didn't understand why he said he was lucky. Shiling pointed in one direction. "After a while, there will be a beam of light flying from there. You have to find a way to catch it. You only have one chance. If you miss it, you will lose your chance." Lin Moyu didn't ask any more questions. When Shiling finished speaking, the light had already come. A long strip of light dragged behind, and thousands of starlights fell. Lin Moyu was startled. Skill stone. He didn't have time to think, and flew up. The speed of the soul is much faster than the physical body. Lin Moyu kept adjusting in the air, blocking the streamer with the body of the soul. The skill god stone in the streamer directly smashed into the body of the soul. Lin Moyu grunted, and felt a heart-piercing pain in the soul. The soul was hit and it hurt. But it was worth it. Lin Moyu got another skill stone. Shirling laughed and said, excellent, another skill god stone. Skill stones are born every 50 years. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Originally, the skill god stone fell behind the warehouse, and even I couldn't get it out. You are lucky. Lin Moyu sincerely thanked Shirling. Thank you, Senior Shirling. No matter how abnormal this guy is, at least he helped himself and let him know a lot of knowledge that he hadn't touched before. Lin Moyu has always believed that skills can be practiced and levels can be raised. But knowledge is priceless. What's more, Shirling also gave him Charm Blue Fire, the skill god stone. Shirling waved his hand, no need, I don't like such things of no practical value. If you really want to thank me, why not be practical? Lin Moyu replied without hesitation, Senior Shirling, please tell me, as long as this junior can do it, I will definitely agree. Shirling said, it's very simple, after you become a super god, come back here and open the warehouse left by the master. Why, as for the specifics, we will talk about it later. If you can't become a super god, it's useless for me to tell you too much. Lin Moyu nodded, okay, when I become a super god, I will definitely come back here, but I'm afraid I won't be able to enter the dungeon then. Shirling laughed loudly, there is no copy that can stop a super god. Lin Moyu understood, okay, I'll come back then. Outside the copy, half a day has passed. The score has long been fixed at 1,000 points and no longer jumps, as if everything is still. People couldn't help but started to comment, why is General Lin Shen silent? I don't know, what happened inside? If something happens to you, Lin Shen will be fine. That is, what kind of strength is Lin Shenjiang? Even a god-level powerhouse can kill. What can happen? A lot of Lin Moyu's dead fans maintain their idol, and no one is allowed to speak ill of Lin Moyu. Meng Anwen remained calm, he knew that Lin Moyu would be fine. Ning Yi didn't panic at all, she believed Lin Moyu. The dungeon suddenly made a circle of ripples, space fluctuations appeared, and Lin Moyu appeared next to the dungeon. An invisible force swept the audience with the appearance of Lin Moyu, and everyone felt it was difficult to breathe. What a strong soul power! Several god-level powerhouses showed shock and stood up collectively. They can sense the powerful soul power of Lin Moyu. Compared to when I entered, the soul power is at least twice as strong. General Lin Shen should have gotten some benefits in the dungeon. This level of soul power is already on par with you and me. Lin Moyu stood outside the dungeon with his eyes lowered, until the soul breath slowly subsided and disappeared completely, then he opened his eyes. Lin Moyu came out in a hurry, because Shirling drove him out. Even the soul is too late to return. After being burned by the charm blue fire, the soul has been strengthened a lot, and it has not fully adapted to the body for a while. That's why a powerful aura leaked out. The powerful soul breath has made many people know how powerful Lin Moyu is. It shocked some people and shocked some people. Only at level 56, he has the soul strength of a god-level powerhouse. As long as there are no accidents, it is inevitable that Lin Moyu will become a god. What's more, Lin Moyu now seems to have god-level combat effectiveness. The last little thoughts of Yi Hao and the others were completely extinguished at this moment. Before, he just suspected that Lin Moyu's military achievements were made by Bai Yiyuan and Meng Anwen. Lin Moyu is just a genius created by the two of them, not really that powerful. But now, they know they were wrong, very wrong. Why does Lin Moyu need others to create momentum? His achievements have far surpassed those of Bai Yiyuan and Meng Anwen. Yi Hao murmured, the one in the creation seminary was not as good as him when he was young. Wang Lin whispered, Olji, how can we pay it back? Yi Hao's voice was very low, bitter and helpless, don't provoke him again, he is scarier than Bai Yiyuan and Meng Anwen. Wang Lin seemed to be somewhat dissimilar to Yi Hao's words, but he did not refute aloud, but his eyes betrayed him. Yi Hao warned in a low voice, trust my intuition is not wrong. If you fight against him, you will be the one who dies. Wang Lin's eyebrows twitched a few times, unexpectedly, in Yi Hao's eyes. Lin Moyu was regarded so highly. Yi Hao glanced at Wang Lin. I know you have ideas about the demon extinguishing tower. I have worked hard for half my life, but I have not been recognized by the demon extinguishing tower. With your potential, estimated result and old age. Listen to the old man's advice. Before Lin Moyu comes to take the tower, you can try it. But don't stick to the demon extinguishing tower, you won't be able to defend it. Wang Lin asked in a low voice, Olji, don't you want to try again? Yi Hao shook his head, no, I've tried for half my life, and there is no hope. Lin Moyu opened his eyes, and his soul has merged with his body. The breath is no longer exposed. In the spiritual world, blue flames are burning in the domain God stone, wrapping Lin Moyu's murderous aura, turning the murderous aura into blue. Under the burning of the charm blue fire, the murderous aura seemed to be being purified and became more pure. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. Yan Guangxing put in a lot of effort to purify the murderous aura. But his murderous aura became extremely pure just under the burning of the charm blue fire. When I can use these murderous auras in the future, the power may be astonishing. From time to time, the domain God stone will emit a trace of charm blue fire, which merges into Lin Moyu's soul, making the soul strengthen at a slow and peaceful speed. Returning to the guest area, he bowed to Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan. I kept the teacher waiting for a long time. Meng Anwen said, what reward did you get? The reason why Meng Anwen asked such a question in public was mainly because all God-level powerhouses were waiting for Lin Moyu's answer all day. Everyone wants to know what the next test is, how difficult it is, and what the rewards are. While speaking, Meng Anwen gave Lin Moyu a wink. Lin Moyu understands in seconds. He took out the box containing the gifted God stone. You can pass the 9th level by killing the colorful tiger. Then you will encounter some puppets, 300 puppets equivalent to level 70 professionals, 12 puppets equivalent to level 80 professionals. When you beat them all, you get this. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, he opened the box, revealing the divine stone of talent inside. Talent divine stone. The complete talent God stone. Someone exclaimed, and envy flashed in their eyes. Although for them who have become God-level existences, the complete talent God stone has no effect. But there are many juniors in their family, and the complete talent God stone is very valuable to them. At this time everyone knew what reward Lin Moyu had received, and they immediately exploded. Everyone is extremely envious, and at the same time admires Lin Moyu. After all, they have all gone through the copy of the divine stone, and know how difficult it is. All the God-level powerhouses looked at the gifted God stone in Lin Moyu's hand, but didn't ask for it. They want it very much, but they also know that Lin Moyu won't give it. Lin Moyu has not yet turned 3, and the talent God stone is invaluable to Lin Moyu. They also don't know that Lin Moyu actually has a talent stone. General Lin Shen, did you finally get these in the dungeon? Someone asked. Although the talent stone is precious, it seems that it is not so precious. They always feel that Lin Moyu should have got something else. Lin Moyu put away the divine stone of talent. There are still some benefits, and the seniors should feel it. Feng Chang'an thought of Lin Moyu's soul aura wantonly exposed when he first came out. The forest god will refer to your soul? Lin Moyu nodded. Senior Feng is right. Besides talent gems, another reward is strengthening my soul. Actually, I think that the reward of strengthening the soul is the ultimate reward of the dungeon, and it is better than any god stone. Lin Moyu's words are half true and half false, which makes people have to believe it. Enhancing the soul is nothing more than nothing, indeed, is better than nothing. Once the soul is strong, the foundation for Lin Moyu to become a god-level power has been laid. Meng Anwen said with a smile, yes, Xiaoyu has set a new record. Lin Moyu smiled, thank you teacher for exaggerating. Meng Anwen stretched his waist, I'll go first, the talisman has been recharged for you and can be used again. When you run out, come to me again. After finishing speaking, Meng Anwen flew into the air, and Shin Shata appeared in the air. Meng Anwen said loudly, everyone, Meng takes a step first. Congratulations to Soothe the gods. Then Mang An's culture made a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. Lin Moyu watched him leave, holding 3 advanced cooling amulets in his hand. 3 high-level cooling amulets are actually only enough for his first level. Bai Yuan also patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. Xiaoyu, the teacher has something to do, I have to leave for a few days. Lin Moyu hummed, teacher, go and do your work. Zhu Qinglu also handed over an advanced cooling amulet at this time. Ting Yuan said that Xiaoyu needs this, so use it. Thank you, mistress. Lin Moyu took it unceremoniously, he really needed it. Lin Moyu came to Ningyi's side. I'll take you to brush the book. Ningyi shook her head. Sister Yuner and I have made an agreement, the 2 of us will go to read the book together. Lin Moyu looked at Mo Yun with questioning eyes. Ningyi said, I can't always hold you back, with me around, your leveling will be half as slow. Lin Moyu showed a hint of displeasure. Ningyi took his hand and shook it. Don't be angry, you heard. I've thought about it, although leveling with Moyu, it's fast and easy. But I can't always be a vase, I'm also a professional, and I also have dreams. I also want to become a god level. You haven't seen a god level brought out by others, have you? And the enemies you face will definitely become stronger and stronger. I heard from Grandpa that both the Abyss and the Dragon Clan want to kill you. So you have to upgrade quickly to be safe. Ningyi was articulate and talked a lot, and convinced Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't insist anymore, looked up at Mo Yun, take care of Yi. Mo Yun nodded and smiled, don't worry. Shu Han said with a smile, don't worry, brother Lin, and Mo Yun are definitely not in danger when they are together. Ningyi suddenly blushed, and stuck her head to Lin Moyu's ear, when I reach level 70 and rank 3, you will come to marry me, okay? After finishing speaking, she retracted her head all of a sudden, her little face blushing. Must. For many people, the copy of God's Stone is over. But the copy of the God's Stone is not completely over yet. Next, it will be the challenge time for ordinary professionals. The copy of the Sacred Stone will exist for a month, and the military will continue to manage the copy of the Sacred Stone. Other professionals can also come to participate in the challenge of the God's Stone dungeon. It's just that for ordinary professionals, the God's Stone dungeon is too difficult. Generally speaking, it is unlikely that someone will succeed in the challenge. But this time is different. After everyone dispersed, Shi Xing'an came to Yi. As the ceiling among human knight professionals, Shi Xing'an worked extremely hard after successfully changing jobs, almost desperately. At this time, he had reached level 46. It is not easy to reach level 46 in such a short amount of time without resources and support. He entered the copy of the God's Stone with faith,